Welcome to day 2 of the IPA British Open here in Coventry. Myself, Stevie Walker, joined again by Mark Pickworth. Mark is absolutely buzzing in here again on day 2.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, we had a fantastic day yesterday. You know, we saw 5 fantastic matches. But yeah, play started at 9 a.m. again this morning. There's no rest for these pool players. And as you said, it's very, very electric in here. Yeah,
you do need some kind of endurance if you want to go far in these events. And on to the Ladies Elite, which is getting close to the semi-final stage. I think we've almost got all our semi-finalists.
Yeah, there certainly has. And I mean, there is going to be a chance here that the top 10 seeded elite players are not even going to be in the semi-finals, which is, you know, probably never happened, to be honest. I mean, we had a repeat of the World Championship final between Emma Cunningham and Ashley O'Neill that ended 7-6. So Emma's into, I say safely into the semi-finals. She's there, and she's going to be playing the semi-final against the winner of Rachel Tucker and Marianne Ward. I mean, Rachel Tucker, you know, she's in the top 5 in the seedings, so she's the only one that's sort of holding the flag for the ladies' seedings at the moment. But she's 6-5 down, you know, and it's looking like she could be edging out as well against, you know, a very informed Marianne Ward.
And as you talk about Emma Cunningham, obviously she's a multiple champion across so many different disciplines. Would you have a probably slight favourite going into the semi-final, or is it going to be another underdog type story?
I wouldn't be surprised if you say the underdog.
No,
but you know, on pen and paper, she is probably the favourite now to, you know, pick up the title come tonight. But there's so many more players that, you know, can pick up this title. I mean, Jenny Lawson won the last elite final, but she's been ousted by Shona Lucas, who she beat in that final. So, you know, there's still plenty of players that can really compete with Emma towards the end.
Yeah, it is all go in the ladies' elite, and who knows who is going to lift that title some point over this weekend. But the men's, it was all go yesterday. We had 5 matches. It was exciting. There was some magic on the table. Are we going to have something similar today?
Well, definitely some magic on the table. I mean, obviously we lost the number 1 seed. I thought we lost the number 2 seed as well, but that's just down to a technical issue. But yeah, Liam Dunster, he's safely into the last 16. He's up. He's got a very strong opponent now in Adam Davis. He's currently, you know, the match has only just recently started. It's in the early stages, and Liam is 1 frame to the good at the moment.
In the match, we're going to open up with Corey Rees and Gio Edgar. A little bit about these 2 guys, 2 players that really edge of the seats kind of stuff. 2 really attack-minded players. This could be a cracker.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, 2 or 3 years ago, Corey Rees was in the winner's circle quite often. You know, and we know Gio, you know, finished the number 1 ranked amateur player, etc., by an absolutely country mile. And as you said, this could be a right cracker. But Corey, he's got really some, you know, he's got to really try and get back to where he was 2 or 3 years ago, and he wants to get back in the winner's circle. But he's going to have to play his very, very best to beat Gio.
Well, guys, the players are ready, we're ready, and we're going to hand over to the commentary box with Chris Boron. But first, Dan Fairway.
Thanks, guys. Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. Just ticked over to the afternoon for this last 16 match in the IPA British Professional Championships between Corey Rees and Gio Edgar. It's Wales versus Scotland, and I'm joined by an Englishman in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Chris Boron.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dan, man.
Any thoughts on how you think this one's going to pan out?
It's absolutely going to be a cracker match. Obviously, I think you just reiterated the 2 players in the introduction there. And literally, obviously, Corey 2 or 3 years ago was absolutely playing phenomenal. Gio, actually, he's going to be a future world champion. This young man is absolutely phenomenal as well. So I think the breaks are going to be huge, and they both got huge breaks. I hope Corey finds some of his form that he had 2 or 3 years ago. I remember playing about 7-8 years ago when he was really a young lad, and literally he was on fire all the time. And then once he broke through the IPA winning professional events, and I think deep in opens, you think he's going to be a world champion, and obviously he still can be. But I think he's just lost his way a little bit recently. But, you know, obviously form is temporary, class is certainly permanent.
Yeah, it's funny, actually. I was having this exact conversation about Corey yesterday. You know, he broke through, and I think we were watching the Ross Fernie game, and I feel a bit similar about him. He broke through, he started winning events, and you sort of expected him to keep going on that roll, and it hasn't quite worked out for either of them. They're still brilliant players, but they haven't been dominating necessarily the way that you might have thought they would.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a game itself as well. There's so many players playing a lot of pool now, practicing day in, day out. The standards improving right across the board. I think, you know, everybody go in these events, the professional events, it's on the day, but these two young gentlemen are absolutely phenomenal. It'll be a great match, and just started with Gio there, absolutely sledged the break, and had a nice little easy double to start as well. Basically, he's just a bit awkward on that yellow, isn't he? Because I think he wants to be to the left of it. The only issue is the black and the yellow together. Now, I wonder if he can draw this straight back into it. I wonder if he's got the angle or not. Or is he going to have to run it round?
Yeah, it looks like he's going down, so he's trying to draw into it, I think. Is he going to get there? Is he going to get anywhere?
Just enough, I think.
It's tight, isn't it?
The yellow must go in the bottom right. Maybe he's done. You know, if you're high above the middle, the red, yellow below the black, yes, it does go.
Yeah, I was wondering that.
I thought
it's really tight, isn't it? It's one of those that's tight. If you get on it right, it's fine. But if you're slightly high, you've got to worry about hitting the black first there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's just so good. Unless he's going to just, you'll see on this shot, really. No, it didn't go. He went to attack it. He's actually had a bit of fortune there as well. And this is one of those shots that you can be awkward. You don't hit a full ball. If you hit it to the left of the yellow, then the white's going to go to the left and leave the yellow in the bottom right. If you hit to the right of the yellow, you've got an option for being top pocket, middle, or bottom left, really. So I think I would aim for the touch on the right-hand side of the yellow there, and the options are going to be more for Gio here.
Not entirely sure what he was looking at there, whether he's lining it up as a potential double if he misses it.
I think he's just going to glance a little stunned at this.
I think he wants to. I'm just wondering if he's sort of looking at his options if it goes wrong.
Can't believe he's going to play the double. It's quite hard on this view as well, down where we are, regarding the yellow as well. Does it go in the bottom left? I'm not sure. Yeah, that was the shot.
Oh, he's stuck right on it, though. Has he got a shot here?
Yeah, he's thin, but he's going into the reds, isn't he?
Yeah.
Unless he can, sort of get enough on the white on this reactive cloth to, loads of little dink bottom right to miss the reds. And obviously you've got to miss that middle pocket as well, haven't you?
Yeah, and then you've got to be careful as well that you don't almost check the cue ball back up off the cushion and leave yourself snookered on the black behind the reds, but closer to the centre. This is really tough for Gio.
Yeah, I think he's going a little punch into this. Yeah, he hits a knuckle, misses the ball.
How's the layout looking for Corey Rees? It looks pretty nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, obviously you'd expect people at this level, once you've missed with one yellow left, you're in command of the frame, whatever happens. There's so many shots like Corey can play. Even if he puts this one down the bottom, he can fudge up if he wishes to, which is probably a sensible shot, really, where the yellow is. Yeah, I don't mind that shot. No.
It's not.
I think it's good, Dan. He's only got the top left rail, and has he got the bottom rail? It's not like you can go side cushion and kick it back into the obviously middle pocket. So I like that shot from Corey, I do.
I do. It's not necessarily. It's definitely the percentage shot. It's not necessarily a shot that I would expect Corey to play.
No, not at all, because he's so attacking. That's why.
Yeah.
You just need a lot of fortune here, really.
It was a good hit.
Yeah.
The double kiss was almost quite helpful.
Yeah, it was quite helpful.
And it still left Corey a little bit of a problem. I mean, if anything, that red that's now been moved, that Corey got in behind, is now in a worse position than it was before, because it's quite isolated up there.
Yeah, but on these rails as well, I think if you play on it, even if it's half ball, someone of Corey's talent certainly won't be worried about this as well. And this is where you've got to attack, because obviously the position of the yellow, so he's definitely going to attack. It's just, when is he going to go on to that red up there? He's going to leave it the last ball with the black in all the pockets?
I just wonder if he's considering playing safe, because he could put him in between the two reds next to the black.
Yeah.
He could stun into that gap. It wouldn't leave Gio very much at all.
I think he goes here. Just to the open nature of the balls as well. I think he does certainly go. Oh, you play the shot. He's left on bottom rail though now. Just too hard.
Yeah.
Because of the stun shot. Because of the stun, he hit it too hard and came back. Now, that was the worry, leaving on bottom rail. Like I said before, you don't leave somebody at bottom rail or side rail to put it in the middle, because it's much easier. If he hits this a little bit of pace as well, the issue is with this shot as well, even if you try to drop it in, you're not on the black down. So I think you've got to play this with pace, and you've got the bottom left pocket as well, because that could go off the red. You've got multiple options. You've got to hit it with pace.
Good hit.
Yeah.
Bit unlucky.
It's a great effort as well from Gio.
And it's worked out well for Corey in the end. He's played the percentage shot there twice, and it has worked out. But I am just a little bit surprised. The only reason I thought he was going to play that shot I suggested the second time was because he played the first one.
Yeah.
And that surprised me as well.
Yeah, like I was surprised. But sometimes on these stream tables as well, it's nice to settle in the match. Imagine Corey messing up that finish there and left Gio absolute dollies. You're thinking, I should have won that frame. You know, should have played the percentage shot. He did, and he got the rewards for it. And now, really, it's just this is the shot. Really, just gets good position. If you can leave in the middle of the table to the left-hand side, take away one of those reds. You don't want to be playing this sort of for the real shot. So you could spin this round 2, or just play bottom cushion, left cushion, and leave the red in the middle. And then the other reds open up anyway. He's going for fudge again.
Yeah, do you know what, this? I might be totally wrong here, but it smacks of a little bit of the lack of confidence from Corey, because he hasn't gone for 3 finishes that you'd expect him to get at this point.
I think the last one I expected to, if I'm honest. But I actually is sensible pool.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I just think I think it's important not to get yourself bogged down in these situations.
Yeah, you can't really get bogged down, certainly, especially at this level as well. But I think now he's good as gold.
He should be now, yeah. I wonder if the red to the left of the 8 ball was big in his mind when he played that last safety shot as well, because that's a slightly awkward one.
Yeah, it was awkward. But he had to play one good position shot if he went for the finish. You can take these in so many different orders. Depends how you see the finish.
I mean, almost all of them, really.
Yeah.
You could paint a number on each one and just go, yeah, you go that way.
And I think people at home don't realise as well, you're playing them out of tables and you actually come to the stream table, the shot clock. Once you're in a rhythm in the shot clock, it's really, really nice. But you know, if you're not in a rhythm, you've got to think them extra moments, even if you've got one extension, sometimes it makes it not. You've got to force to go for pots, and when you miss them, you're so annoyed with yourself.
Yeah.
So hence there, Corey doesn't have a huge amount of time to work his positions on them finishes, so he's just tucked up. And I think the shot clock, I think on the outer tables, he's taking a bit more time. He's probably going to go a bit earlier. The shot clock certainly has a massive impact on the shots you do play. Yeah, that's good.
Look.
You've got two options. You can just a bit top left-hand side. You can just stun it off the side cushion and just drop it in.
Yeah, it's not perfect, is it,
no,
yet?
No.
He'd like to have been straight on this red.
I think you can just drop it in, though. Worst case, Danny. He's sort of, just half, not even a half ball for the last red.
Is he screwing back for it?
I like that shot.
Yeah, that's
nice.
nice.
The shot I'm playing the stun shot off the side rail. I have more control, and I'm going to get it actually where it's straight. Even if I overhit it, I've got in the opposite pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a confident shot.
Yeah, it certainly was. And obviously, Gio had the first opportunity in this frame, and I think he'd be a bit disappointed, really. Once he played that first double, really, he had a couple of opportunities to nudge the yellow on the black, or just play on it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think he'll be disappointed with that first frame, Gio. Yeah, so that's the first frame to Corey Reese, and off Gio's break there. Just a few updates from the last 16 games, guys. Tom Barley is 5-3 up against my good friend, Andy Crosdale. Dan Davies, 2s apiece with Ross Fernie. Corey Reese and Gio is just currently Corey 1-0. And you've got Mark Farnsworth, a huge lead 5-1 against Evan Parry Williams. Gareth Hibbert already through to the quarterfinals with a disappointing withdrawal of Scott Gillespie. Rob Wilson is 3-4 down against Craig Marsh. And Rob Dagnall, a very, very good player, is 4-1 up against Clint Andy Hansen.
Yep. And now on the screen, a word for our sponsors. So many of them. The Aramith balls, the Pro Cup balls, the best balls to play with in, I think, every pool player in the world's opinion, to be honest. Don't get much better than that. Our fabulous Strachan 861 cloth on our fabulous Supreme Winner pool tables as well. All of these available to buy if you want the IPA experience at home or in your local club. Get onto them. Oh, that's a brutal little touch off the break there for Corey Reese.
Yeah, he got the last yellow running, and then he just the black just went in front of the white. Honestly, pool's a sick thing sometimes. Honestly,
I think Gio might find himself in a similar spot to now when he comes back to the table. I think Corey's just going to
nestle up.
Yeah. I mean, there's no option, is there? You've got to.
Yeah, you just want to be where he can't re-nestle up, leave the white off the rail. So, yeah.
Pretty good.
I think I'll just punch this back on and off and leave him in a similar situation if he can with the red. Little dink.
It was always going to be hard to leave no good safety shot from there from Corey, but I think he's done about as well as he could have.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, even if he leaves him a red here, reds are not dropping this. That's a good shot.
Yeah.
That was a white shot.
Yeah, I think yellow is 100% the favourite, but I do think someone's going to have to take a red. I can't see anyone leaving their opponent the yellow.
Yeah, they've got no choice, really. This is very difficult, this. He's going to little dink and try to, white behind the black.
Yeah, and I think if he can play it hard enough to get the red onto the other red so they stick together as well, I think that's the shot.
Yeah, that's a great shot. And he's been a bit unlucky. He's left it yet.
Oh, I don't know. It's so tight, that.
Yeah, of course it's done. And then obviously what you want to do is try to take a few of these reds out, leave one up at the top for later, and leave these two reds, the red in the bottom left, and you can hit that gap to get the red in the middle. So my link would be this one down to here, that one on the top, and leave a red up that last red for the black. But he might try to play on it now, Dan, If you can roll this through, leave the gap between the two yellows for that red. If you can just roll this through. Because you've got first opportunity trying to get the gap. Yeah, he has done as well. It's a shot to you. I think he's left it enough. Now, is he going? Can he hold this, or does he have to play with a bit of side to come between the yellow and the red at the bottom right-hand side corner to leave it in the bottom left? That's the question.
I feel like the natural angle might be running into it, and I don't think that would be too bad.
I just don't like running into that. I like playing a little delicate one. He's
gone all the way round.
Yeah, he's going to leave it last ball.
Yeah, see, I don't know.
I think he did try to go into that, Dan, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I
Kick
think
it up
so.
the table,
Yeah.
which, if he hit it, it's not a bad shot.
I think if you got it anywhere on the backside of the ball, you were going to make it better. And you'd have been extremely unlucky not to have landed on the one at the top right.
Yeah, absolutely. But even there, I'm putting a bit more left-hand side on it. So when I hit the bottom rail, I can hit the yellow and kick the yellow away, which opens that red into the corner bag.
Is he trying to move it now?
I think he's going to try to play on it, Dan. He's played it so good.
That is superb.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Gio.
Doesn't necessarily look like a full pocket, but I think there's certainly enough, otherwise he wouldn't have played on it.
No, certainly not. He should be good as goal now. Screw it enough. Try to play the red next to the black next.
Yeah, I mean, the position's perfect. This is going to be an awkward one with where you put your hand.
Yeah, it's just a bit hampered, isn't it? So it makes it a little bit better, harder the shot. But I think somebody Gio's just going to get through. Is he going to leave his shot, or is he going to try to roll through? That's the question that you do. I think he'll roll through. Oh, you've got a bit of a heavy contact there. It's plumb though.
Yeah, whether that would, I think that was just because he had to cue down because of the awkward bridging. So that cue ball was probably just bouncing a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But now he's absolutely plumb. Just roll this in with a bit of right-hand side. Come over for the last red. And a really nice finish with the grip. One shot really won him that frame, wasn't it? The position shot. It just shows at this level, if people are watching at home as well, watch these top professionals and absolutely class players. The routing, the identify the bad ball. Try to get it early or get it out early while they've got other balls on the table. So Gio had one opportunity, missed it. Then the next opportunity went to go again and got it out of the way. You still got opportunities later in the frame, but the earlier you get them opportunities and get your bad balls out, and left a relatively easy finish at the end for Gio.
You have to say, it was a little bit unlucky of Corey to land that way from the break.
Yeah, certainly. But that's pool, isn't it? I think we all have them frustrations sometimes, and it swings and roundabouts.
It is.
But it's now one frame all, and it's going to be a close one, this guys. Absolutely close one.
We started talking about our sponsors between the last frame. Here's another one. The Halo and I-Beam tournament lights by our good friends at 8 Ball Direct. You can see them there, proudly displayed on all of the tables. I spent about 8 hours putting them up. So they all look level from that photo, which is quite nice.
It means you've done a good job, Dan.
Thank you.
Good job. Lights look good as well. Well
They
done
do.
to Alan and all the team at 8 Ball Direct.
Absolutely. They are fantastic lights. I'm really, really impressed. It's a big improvement for the tour. Gio, that cue ball's close. It stayed out.
You ran a little bit fortunate there. The way it was tracking all the way off the break to the top left-hand pocket, but it got away with it.
Now, it's a bit of an awkward layout, but
I actually don't mind it.
I'm just looking at reds because you could play yellow onto red first.
Correct.
To the top right.
Yeah.
And then even the most awkward red, that one over on the left-hand side, if you wanted to, you could play that off the yellow into the middle.
Yeah, you've got. I'm playing the yellow, like you said, Dan. Thin off that little dink, and then you're back on that red. You're good as gold.
Yeah. Just got to make sure the yellow gets out of the way.
Come back for that other red on the side rail if you wanted to.
Oh, he's missed it.
Wow.
Is he going to get lucky in any way, shape or form?
No.
No, absolutely not, no.
Quite shocked at that. I think he's thinking about, obviously, where the other balls are going and the cue ball there. But he could have just a little gentle dink, and now the ball was moving away. So now Corey is definitely going to offer yellows.
Yeah, do you take that yellow right in the middle of the table first? It's the harder shot, but if you get that, I can't see anything that can go wrong.
No, not at all. Wow.
It's the only ball that's difficult to get on, and you're on it now.
Correct. But he's going to play the plant. If you want the plant one, you mean, Dan, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Only problem is with that, because the yellow's a bit high side and the right, the other yellow's going to predominantly go to the left-hand side. I like just dinking this yellow in, clearing that middle pocket. There's loads of opportunities to work on that ball. I think they'll just drop this in, move the red, which will move the yellow gently and leave this yellow on the bottom. Oh, he's missed the red, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's thrown it a bit wide, hasn't he, there?
Yeah, because if he hits the red, he's good. I thought you hit too hard as well.
So what options has he left himself here? I mean, the yellow to the right of the black spot, you could cut that into the middle. It's quite a big pocket.
Yeah.
And you'd come back across and probably leave yourself a thin one to the left centre. I can't really see any other easier pops on than that.
A big pocket here and swing it round. I like this shot because you're going to swing around round 3. You know, you're going to swing it round and be plumb. I like that shot better. Because the other way, you couldn't control the white by doing the other one into the middle because the white's going into balls. This way, he was always coming round 3. Yeah, it was a great shot.
Now, he's pointing at that yellow we pointed out first as his biggest problem.
Yeah, where he wants
he
to
can
be.
land on that. If he can get anything close to straight on that now, that would be frame over, you'd think.
This is like a little soft stud or screw, isn't it? It's not easy either.
No. Played it really well. Oh, I expected him to take that on and off the top cushion, to be honest, but he's played it lovely.
Yeah, on these stream tails, sometimes you come wider off them top rails, though, so he might be really hitting the red.
Yeah.
Just wants to be back, a little gentle screw shot. We're back to leave an angle on the yellow in the middle there to roll through for the other yellow in the opposite middle. I think that's what you'll be looking at. Yeah, I think he's got enough there.
I think that's just about spot on.
You can always just glance off that red, can't you? If it is a bit tight, just nudge the red to leave an angle. But I think you'll be able to widen the angle on this table.
Yeah, I mean, I think it throws a little bit wider naturally, doesn't it? As he found out earlier when he tried to move that red.
Absolutely. Yeah, plumb. So Corey just has to roll this yellow through, leave a half ball black into the left middle, and he will have a 2-1 lead.
Yep, nicely done. Corey Reese takes the lead. 2-1 after 3 frames.
Yeah, and both have had a bit of hand on table. Obviously, other than that one, a few scrappy breaks as well. Some updates from the last 16. Tom Barley is 5-all with Andy, my best pal, Crosby Dale. Dan Davey, 3-2 up on Ross Fernie. Mark Farns was 6-3 against Evan Parry Williams. Rob Wilson is 3-5 down to Craig Marsh. Clint is pulled it back. He's now only 4-3 down to Rob Dagnan.
And actually, it's 4-all. It's just changed on our screen.
Changed 4-all, so close match there. And Adam Davies, 4-2 up, is that right?
Yep. Adam Davis is 4-2 up on Liam Dunster. I've got to say, Andy Crosdale's just gone 6-5 up as well. It would be some story were Tom Barley to have a good run here, because he's been away for a while.
Yeah, he's been a while. He's obviously a quality player, Tom, and he's been away a while. So, yeah. He beat Boyle yesterday at 6, did he?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
6.
So it would be a real story were he to come through this, but he's up against it against Andy Crosdale. And so far in this match, it's been Gio Edgar who's been a bit more up against it, but this will help.
It wasn't a great break or connection there, Dan, was it?
No.
As Corey changes his break, it looks like he's coming side on the shot on his chin. I don't know. As a young lad, when I watch his break, yeah, absolutely sledgy. But like he seems to be coming across his chin there, unless it's something he's always done. I've never noticed.
No, I might make myself look a fool, but I always felt like he had a bit more of the Ben Davis about him.
Yeah,
and not quite getting down as low.
As low, yeah. But he seems there when he's queuing that break, he's coming to the right-hand side. He's opening his body up a bit, which some people do for the break because you cue a ball, don't want to cue it so they come wider. But first time I noticed that, actually. And again, a little bit...
The break's such a weird one, isn't it? Because things just change. You can find a break that works for you, and 2 months later, it just stops.
It's so frustrating, isn't it? That's a great shot from Gio.
That's a fantastic shot. That's opened everything up.
Absolutely. And now he's just got this red at the top 2 of the reds roll through. And leave them reds into any of the red to the corner bottom right-hand bag.
I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to leave that red that's closest to the 8 ball for my last ball. I'd like to get rid of that a little bit earlier.
Predominantly, we always try to, don't we?
Yeah.
Where the balls are, you might have no option. However, he probably second off last ball, he wants it to leave the red in the top 2 pins, so the left or the right one, and then the black. I think he's got a nice angle just to roll through on this one here. I think 2 shots times the crucial shot. Is he going up for it now, Dan?
I mean, there's definitely value in it, isn't there?
I think a little soft stun up towards there. You've still got a choice of all the reds.
Yeah.
But if you get so good on it, then it's a no-brainer, really.
Yeah, if you can land somewhere in the gap.
Yeah.
It's not... I don't think you'll take it now.
No, I don't. You can either play with bottom right-hand side to come back out, or you can just run and right across, but that's a shot. Bottom left, leave an angle on that red to roll through, and then you plumb, because the blacks goes in the middle as well, Dan.
Yeah, that's
so it's a huge pocket as well, even though you wouldn't miss it anyway if you're on it. But I think you look at that, even if he's short, you can play with a bit of bottom, stun across, or run on right-hand side, so I think that's a shot for Gio.
This looks quite straight.
Can you look
just enough
through?
Yeah. Just punch it.
Yeah.
But keep that cue ball a bit wide. Get it past the 8. He's down quite quickly.
Yeah, it's a plumb. Great shot from Gio. And I'm just rolling this through me. He might just screw it back, to be fair, because he doesn't want to walk around the table.
I'm going to say either or, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
He's screwing.
I was running through. Yeah.
I think that made sense because he was queuing down on it.
Yeah.
Punches the 8 ball home, and Gio Edgar levels the scores. It's 2-all again.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I think Corey's been the better player, but his breaks have let him down so far. One has been unlucky, and one was just pretty poor in that case.
Yeah, that's right. I think the stream's going over to Andy Crosdale and Tom Barley's, which is now 6 apiece.
Oh.
And
That won't be a long game either, will it?
No, Tom's at the table. Honestly, so both quick players. Andy's like flash, and so's Tom. Oh, he's just nudged up there.
There's a lesser spotted safety shot there from Tom Barley. You don't see many of those. This is the state of play in that game, 6-all.
It's crazy because Andy will go at you. He'll go, honestly.
Essentially in a best of 3. This is...
He's not fudging up, Andy. I'll tell him later. How have you fudged? That's why he's no good at fudging, Dan.
I'll let you tell him that.
Yeah, I'll tell him later. Nice break. Lovely white ball. Lovely white ball.
Yeah, that is
the pace of
textbook.
the white. Just the pace of the white. It's not flashing back, so then it can get kicked into the middles or the corners. It was just drawn back beautifully. His cue stayed right low to the table. That was perfect.
If you could show someone a
That was
textbook front ball break,
Perfect.
that was it. Look,
Yeah.
I mean, almost every ball's ended up in the top half of the table.
Absolutely.
He's caught them so flush and so sweet.
Yeah, and just the speed of the white, so impressive. That is what you want.
Yeah, because it's not a hit, is it? He's cued it.
It's cued it.
Yeah.
It's just come lovely, lovely.
I mean, I don't think you'll see many breaks ever with that many balls away from the black spot.
Absolutely.
You know, there's one within 2 foot of it. On a 7-foot table, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. Going into the black now. Just a little nick. Beautiful shot. And now really only one bad ball next to the yellow in the middle of the table.
Yeah.
But really, if you're playing the other red far on the left, that red goes on the bottom right anyway, you know, if you get good on that one.
He could probably get good on that one now, but he's looking at playing that red off the yellow, which I quite like too.
I think the yellow's a little bit past me, for me. I don't know, 'cause it's hard to see here, but you're always worried about that.
I think it's one of those ones. I think you play it after this one on the rail. I think it's one of those ones that you got to punch, so the red
with pace.
stuns off the yellow.
Absolutely,
if you hit it, if you underhit it or you decelerate, it will run through and you'll miss it.
Yeah.
Because
He's
you're right,
looked
the
at it.
yellow's a little bit high, isn't it?
Yeah, he's looked at it a few times, so he doesn't like it. And sometimes for me, if you look at them reds now, Dan, if you put that red that you're just looking at the middle in the top left, yeah, and play on it, the red goes in bottom right. So really, if you had a look again, I think you could see the finish. He's definitely not playing it now.
No, he can't from there. No way. Surely.
See, for
Can
me,
he screw into it? Is
Yeah,
that the plan now?
But then you can just roll it through and play off the bottom rail and come up into the channel and play the red into the top left, and then this red goes in the bottom.
Yeah.
So like they all link each other. He hasn't looked at it. He's thinking about like the issues. He's played it nice.
The only thing I could think is, and we'll never know now, it's just whether maybe that yellow was just covering the potting angle down to the bottom right. It's the only, because you're right, it's the only reason I can think he wouldn't have gone for that.
Yeah, because he's going to have to play that shot anyway. So to be fair,
Yeah.
and that could have went awkward. That yellow could have went in front of the red there, when I don't believe there was any need. Yeah, it's played it nice.
Yeah, he's still got one good shot to play here, but he has played that positionally.
Just
Perfect.
It's like a stun shot on these quick cloths. Just cue it, just gently, and he'll just draw it back a couple of inches, and you'll be absolutely plumb. And gee, you're so good at these shots. Played him a couple of times in Scotland for the Grand Prix and the Masters, and obviously he's coming on leaps and bounds every single year. Oh, so you just come across it.
That was surprising. That was a big surprise. I mean, that was a straight shot. I don't think he's looked at his best so far in this match, to be honest.
No, not as sharp as I've seen.
I think
sometimes he's flawless.
I mean, I think we're 2-all, but I think that's down to Corey being a bit unlucky. I think Corey's been the better of the two so far.
And Corey's just got relatively drop-ins now.
Oh, yeah, these are gone, surely.
Some more updates. Tom and Andy still 6-all. Dan Davies now 4-2 up against Ross Fernie.
He's a bit of a dark horse for the tournament for me, is Dan.
Dan went through a patch where he went through a patch years ago. He was absolutely phenomenal and then stopped practicing. Started practicing back into last year and he was absolutely on fire. His break was absolutely phenomenal.
Yep.
Dan's always been a phenomenal player on the table. He's mapping so good. He's relaxed. He's got great temperament. and he started playing a lot more.
Event winner last year, of course, as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he went. I think it was 8 years between events,
That's
between
crazy.
wins. It was the Welsh Open 2016.
Yeah.
And then I can't remember which one it was last year, but it was Newcastle. It was he was brilliant. He beat Liam in the final.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal.
But he had to miss 2 events last year through no fault of his own. I think it was a wedding to go to and another event that he'd already signed up for. So for me, he was one of the players of the season last year.
Yeah, I think he was very consistent, and I think the more the season went on, other than missing them events, which was crucial, obviously his ranking's still quite high anyway, but it would have been higher if he'd been to these events.
Yeah.
And I think he was coming to form. I think he was putting a little bit more time on the table, which he hadn't previous years. I remember in 2015-16 when I was playing quite a lot. Dan was a quality player, and he was on top of his game then. He seemed to lose his way, and I think it was down to maybe his work, maybe his family, and time. And we've all have that as pool players. You know, people have a limited time. So it's nice to see Dan absolutely playing phenomenal again. And I backed him, actually, in the outright market.
Yeah.
Just for value, really. And you're going to get a run if he breaks well. He's as good as anybody hand on table.
I think he's one of those that's perennially underrated.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing, though. 8 years before, like, since his last trophy, 16 to 24, people seem to forget. But you don't forget, he wasn't practicing. He just come to tours like I do now with no practice. It's so bloody hard, you know.
Yeah.
It's so hard to do. All these guys, like, you look at the talent from Scotland and Wales now, playing all the time. And I think pool's grown and grown right across the board. But people are on the beers all the time. They've got to practice.
Here's Andy Crosdale tucking up again.
Another safety.
I'll tell you what, he's played a pretty good one there.
Yeah, it's a good shot. He's in command of the frame as well, the way the Reds are. He's just not going to leave him a shot there.
No, I don't. Can Tom just get that red in the middle of the table in front of that yellow and give him some control?
For me, this should be Andy's frame. Mark Farnsworth through to the quarterfinals. 8-3 winner Evan Parry Williams. He'll play the winner of Corey Reese and Gio, which is our main stream game.
Well, if Andy is as attacking as you say, is now the time?
That's 6-all.
Yeah, I know.
He came out yesterday to me, he goes, I'm happy I've won a game this year. Because Andy doesn't practice at all, you know. Obviously, he's got business and family. He's absolutely phenomenal talent. Last year had some good runs, got to the final of an event. Started playing some good pool
Yeah,
for
he
a
did.
little
He was
bit of
brilliant.
practice. He's so fast. And years ago, apparently he's one of the best ever.
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
I don't mind when he gets beat, though, because we go out having a nice bite to eat then. It's a nice break from Corey as well.
Yeah, Corey's kind of
He struck that well.
replied nicely there to Gio's previous break. Can he make the most of it? I mean, he should do, shouldn't he? Because these reds are... You could actually pick either colour here, but I think reds.
Yeah, you're going to go Reds.
I just think that one above the left centre pocket, if he can land nicely on that next...
We'll use the extension, which he has done.
Depending on the
More
angle.
suit
I mean,
to
he
go.
could play that now.
The low one in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is getting back out and play it with a bit of pace.
Yeah.
Which I'll be able to read and missing the opening shot. I always say to the guys, you know, when I try to get you on your suit first.
Get on the colour, yeah.
You know, get your suit. You know, you can play this with top left-hand side and leave the half ball in the middle or straight half ball where you come back into play.
I quite like this route, actually.
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't
he's
mind
going to go back up there later.
Yeah. Because leaving that one last in the middle is absolutely plumb for the black, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. So the last 3 reds, in theory, now will be the ones in the top half of the table.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's where I'll go now.
Be nicely on the one next to the 8 ball now. You would think
I think
so.
I'd roll this through and leave the red in the middle on the right. I don't like leaving that. Is he going off it now?
Is he not on
Changed
it?
his mind.
Is that the reason?
He's played it nice.
Needs to miss it, but he's on it now. That's
Yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
phenomenal. I just wonder if the 8 ball might have just been in the way there previously.
Can he just roll this through? Yeah, he seems to be able to roll this through.
He's quite tight on that 8, isn't he? I think he's on it now, but maybe that previous shot, he was just far enough over that it was off-putting at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. Just wants to see where he's at, angle now to run through. Just to miss them yellows, really, in the middle of the table. If he doesn't like it, he can stun in and out if he wanted to, but he's good. And now he can just glance past this one.
Yeah, he's come maybe half an inch further than he'd than absolutely ideal.
Yeah. He's now looking, if he's wolves into yellow, he can play that other red in the middle first.
Yeah.
So he's got options here, which you'd expect.
Could straighten the cue ball a little bit with a bit of right-hand side.
That's
as well,
what
and
I do.
probably
I'm
pop
putting the spur and I'm bypassing it gently. That's plumb. Perfect. Now just has to control this into the middle and down for the one in the top left as you're looking. And leave that little tricky one. It's not tricky, but you just got to be on it. As last ball, and you're naturally on black. Clint Hanson's just replied 5-all to Rob Dagnall.
He's been tipped by a few people this weekend as a potential winner, Clint. I mean, he's always tipped as a potential winner, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, well,
I've heard a few people say he's been practicing hard, been a bit more on it. I was commentating with Craig Brown, and he said because Clint hasn't been playing the Chinese events so much, that he thinks he'll be good because he thinks he's been focusing on this.
That's right, because he's swapping and changing so much. He had a lot of bad results, Clint, to be fair, first round, which you wouldn't expect, obviously, from Clint. But obviously, swapping and changing all the time is not ideal for anyone. And focusing on certain Cuesports at the time. I backed Clint in the first round. He had a tough game against Ben. I put him in like an accumulator. It's a nice shot. Just drop this through. Craig Marsh is on the hill, 7-4 up against Rob Wilson.
He's a man in form at the moment. It's Marshy.
Yeah. He's focusing a lot more.
Yeah, we've talked about him a lot this year so far.
Even Rob Wilson there, only 7-4 down, and he won the last pro event.
Yep. I don't know about you, but I do feel like the events have just opened up a little bit. You know, there were times in the last few years where one or two players, you know, particularly Farnsworth, particularly Dunster, Boyle, and Hibbert to a certain extent as well, and Clint, have had these real dominant patches. I don't feel like anyone's in one of those at the moment.
No, and I don't think that'll ever happen again, me personally. I just think the way, obviously, your ball's gone, that, you know, you look, like I've mentioned before, all the Scottish lads, all the Welsh lads, you know, they can all beat each other on one given day, race to 8. And I think the days of when you come to the table, I remember when I started in 2014, you come to I wasn't bothered because I was playing really, really well in practice. But players will buckle against the fans with a Boyle or whoever. They just buckle. They have opportunities. They just, you know, Mark doesn't have to play his best game and he would still win. That's not the case anymore. And that's not just the professionals. It's the amateurs. Look at the talent in the amateur field there. You look at it. They can just go rack. And they don't care if your name's Mark Boyle, Liam Dunster, Mark Farnsworth. And that's how it should be. And I think that's the way the game's going now. The talent right across the board, from amateur through to professional, spending more time on the table. Helps from sponsors as well, which helps pool growing, which obviously helps viewership. Obviously social media presence to help businesses and stuff. So, you know, and hopefully the better sponsors and such forth, people can start making a living at it.
Yep. That is the plan. It has been the plan for a long time, but it does feel like we're baby steps continually in the right direction.
Of course, yeah. And you've got to put your fundamentals right first. Your playing conditions, the arenas, your players, and build, and then just hope things move in the right direction. Andy Crosdale nails that frame, 7-6.
Yeah, he did, but we cut to him, and he went in off on the break.
Oh, Andy did?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
It was Tom Barley at the table with ball in hand, so that one could well go to a decider.
Hill.
Here's Gio Edgar.
It's a lovely shot.
Terrific shot first up. That has opened up everything except the 8 ball. Still needs a good shot here.
Does the 8 ball go in the middle, or if you get good at it? Maybe it's middle right.
Really tight that, isn't it?
It's hard from the camera angles, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very tight. I mean, if it does, we'll find out soon, because he's...
I think we'll find out now.
Yeah. Well, if he goes for this one in the middle and doesn't try to disturb it at all, then we'll know it goes. That's so close.
I think
even from the overhead.
Oh, he's powering this through. Oh, it's a great shot. Bit of luck needed. Oh, look where the black's got again.
That's harsh. I mean, the black now definitely does go, but it only goes
In the worst pocket.
Yeah, in that left centre. If he could take it now, he'd be happy. But getting back there is not going to be an easy task.
You've got that yellow at the bottom left, but you need a good angle on it.
That's it, yeah.
This is the shot to get an angle on this second for yellow. Cued it nice. Has he just went too far? Is he going to leave it where the yellow is?
Yeah, I think he's going to have to get on it from a similar line to the line he's on now, which isn't a huge amount of angle.
I think he might just stun this in or run through.
This is very straight, isn't it?
I don't like it. Is he stunning it across? Then he fancies stunning it across the table.
I think he might have to. I don't think he could play sort of
Just a control stun.
top and left now.
And you can leave it short here, Dan, can't you? So, like, you can just leave it as long as you get to the right-hand side. You've got a shot on the black. Oh, he's playing with running. Oh, he's plumb. What a great shot.
That is beautiful.
I didn't think he had that angle.
No.
Played it with a lovely touch of tracer. And it was the speed as well where we came off that rail. Beautiful shot from Gio.
Beautiful shot, beautiful finish. And he reduces the deficit to just the one frame.
And you were right, 7-all. But they've just viewed over. Andy's at the table.
He's at the table.
Come on here, see. Should have any favourites, but what a double. Shot to nothing, really.
It is a shot to nothing, but is it better? Would it have been better if it didn't go in? Because I think I'd rather be leaving Tom with the cue ball where it is.
I think he opens these up now and just stuns the white back. That's what I would do.
He's obviously got a lot of protection at the top of the table with that red.
The thing
red
is,
over
though,
the
there's
pocket.
plenty of skills to get that yellow on at the red, but now he's got two reds, makes it harder for Tom, do you know?
Yeah.
7-all.
Heart in mouth time for both of these two. Tom playing safe.
I'm not keen on that shot.
I think it's worked out quite well, actually.
I think you just bump this red down there.
Yeah,
I
but
do.
it does open up that yellow, which is a potential attacking ball.
Yeah, but I just think he's not really leaving at an angle, is he? He has to go now with a lot of force, like left, and I don't like it. The yellow's going to hit the red. And he's got two reds in there. If he had one, fair enough, Dan, but he might have to attack this really hard. Or does he put it in there, leave an angle later on, but...
Could he pop this and leave an angle for the yellow that he's welded to at the moment into the left centre to then top into it?
I don't think so.
I mean, I think Tom's got to go here.
Well, he's going now. He's got no option.
Yeah.
7-all between Tom and Andy Croasdale to get to the quarter-final. The professional
he's
has
missed
it. And if White keeps tracking, Andy's got a great chance now. If he gets them, it'll be done in 57 seconds.
Tom left
That's
himself
7 balls.
Tom left himself quite a nice angle there as well, actually. Had he not missed the part, he'd have had half a chance to get up there.
Shot, Andy. Yeah. I think we're just watching the conclusion of this decided, guys, before we go back to the stream table. Oh, Andy. He's good. He's going to trace into this other red, or is he going to pass it?
I think he'd be all right.
A little bit bottom right hand side, just nudge the other red across. Was he going to play it? That's a nice shot, Andy. I think I'd get these done. Just.
I wouldn't.
Just overhit it. But I'm just going to draw this one back. Got to be careful. I actually like top on this one through and play the red in the opposite middle because it opens the black to more opportunities. You come short on this other one's good, so I think that's what he'll do. Slow down.
Oh,
Andy.
he's overhit that a long way.
Man alive. He's going to screw this in and off. Oh,
This could be a tough black, you know.
Andy Croasdale.
It's
It's a beauty, son. It's a beauty.
Great shot.
God, here, see. What a beautiful shot.
Congratulations, Andy Croasdale.
Through to the quarterfinals of the professional event.
A good run. Nice deep run for Tom Barley, though, on his return. It's good to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if one of the players is taking a break on the main table at a perfect moment for us.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, really enjoyed that. I enjoyed that last frame. Yes, must have. So
Well, we're back.
back 4-3 to Corey Reese with Corey to break. Advantage to Corey here. See if he gets a nice break like last time.
Yep, we've had two break dishes in a row now. In this match, Corey desperate to make it 3. Oh, that cue ball's close, but it stayed out.
Yeah, again, not as good as his last break. He's coming across it where the white's going to the middle or the side rail there. But more importantly, still got a ball.
Awkward though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Those two reds that are close together are sort of killing the yellows a little bit. You've got the red and the yellow tight together. I don't think either of those go anywhere particularly nicely.
Well, not at all.
Red on the side rail. The more you look at the table, the more problems you see.
Yeah, absolutely. Is he going to put the red in the top left or run on left-hand side or come back down for these? To leave the second red in the bottom left to open them reds up to the corner to flick it out. But then you've still got the issue with the red on the side rail.
Exactly.
I don't like going right-hand side off this one now into the red side rail or play on it because it's hard to get link the rest of the balls together. It's a bit difficult.
I mean, I think you could do that, and then you've got your colour set, and you can maybe hide the cue ball in the bottom half of the table if this doesn't go right.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm running this, I think. No, it's a great shot. Just needs a bit of luck. Yeah, it's quite nice.
It's not bad, is it? It's
No.
quite a nice angle to probably top through the gap and
Yeah.
leave yourself on one of those two reds that are close together.
Or stun it across for the red on the left-hand side. You know, he's got a nice little dink to stun it across to get rid of his ball, drop it down. For me, I like that shot.
Yep.
For the simple reason I'm on the red, I can develop that other red. But see how he finds it. It's a harder shot playing it, how I said, but I think Corey will play
It is, but I think it's the right one.
Yeah,
He
it's
has,
the right shot.
but he's missed.
Not easy shot. And also trying to control the white with the speed and get the angle that you want on that red as well. You do like 3 things at once, which makes everything harder.
Because actually the angle he's left himself isn't fantastic.
No, not at all.
Because you run that through, if you just drop it in, you're behind the yellow.
Yeah.
If you run it through a bit harder, you're going to be much too thin on those next two reds. So, like you say, there was a lot to do in that shot, and he didn't
absolutely.
quite manage any of it,
No.
really.
But then Gio's still got a lot to do here as well with that yellow above the same red. These two yellows together, not ideal. He's going to put the one on the bottom, or is he going to cover the bag? I don't know what the angle. I can't see if it's got the bottom angle.
Corey's out of his seat, so he doesn't think he's going for this.
No.
That's a bit.
I don't
That's a
like this.
loose one, really, isn't it?
Yeah. He just done this at the top left, can't he? Dead weight.
Yep.
And leave an angle. If you can hold that white where the red is and leave the angle on the top red of the two just to nudge that, he's plumb. If he plays at that dead weight, he gets the bag as well, Dan.
Yeah, I think so. He's absolutely got to go for it. And yeah, but just
Just a little gentle dink.
that is lovely.
Beautiful.
That is absolutely lovely.
Just like I said, he's got the top red now, just to nudge on that other red, Dan, and then he's got an option. It's a brilliant shot from Corey.
Yeah, I think he can just stun this one back sort of 3 or 4 inches, and then he'll have the perfect angle.
I'm going into it now off the top one.
You think? I think I'd take the bottom
No,
one
just
first.
a little dink. No, I just like a little dink. You're plumb, honestly. There you go.
Just like that.
Just like that. You can take the other one, and then you're playing the top one,
Yeah.
and you might get in a great position on that next one, so you have to use the other red. There, even if you glance at it, a bit awkward, you maybe missed it or not perfect. You've got the other 2 balls to still play on, I thought. And he played it absolutely beautifully. But it was a slack one from Gio, really, leaving that shot. If you wanted to get that corner back, he should have got that corner back or stopped one of the reds, and then I'd get the shot.
Yeah.
But he was always...
It wasn't
he was
even
always
close.
leaving that top of the left.
Yeah.
And then if he missed it, he still had the bag.
It wasn't even close to getting in the way of the reds. I think that was the key to the shot. You know, you could have overhit it and at least got some sort of cover. In the end, it was a bit of a nothing shot. It was almost like he hadn't properly made up his mind.
Yeah. I think Gio's just not gone into rhythm, really. The balls have been a little bit scrappy. bit of opportunity. Both of them really, but Corey's probably secured the better balls and played the better balls.
Yeah.
And obviously, hence his 5-3. The breaks have probably been a little bit similar, scrappy, decent enough, a few nice breaks, a few run-outs. But I thought this would be an absolute dish fest. But it's nice to see as well because it's different contrast to the game as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it hasn't been the most fluent we've ever seen from either player. But Corey Reese leads 5-3, and I think it's deserved.
Yeah, absolutely. Long way to go still. Obviously, still race to 8 in the last 16. Some more updates here. Adam Davis is 5-4 against Liam Dunster. All close, these other last 16 matches. Clint's 6-5 up now against Rob Dagnall. Dan Davey 4-3 up against Ross Fernie.
That's just gone 5-3 as well.
Oh, 5-3 now.
And Clint's just gone 7-5, and that
7-5.
is a comeback.
Yeah,
Because that was 4-1, I think, to Rob.
It was 4-1 or 4-2, wasn't it? Yeah.
So if it was 4-1, Clint's
Yeah.
won 6 of the next 7.
Which can sharp happen with these professionals. So he's on the hill now, Clint. So see if Gio can replicate that beautiful break that he had a couple of frames ago.
There's Dan Davey, far side of your screen. 5-3 up.
Yes, nice. White got kicked, but he still had a nice... Oh, no way.
How bad is it going to be?
Not ideal, is it?
I think it... Well,
he's got
a yellow. Yeah, he's got a yellow.
And it's not the end of the world, to be fair, Dan. Sometimes though, you look and you think, come on, just something easy. You know, just nice, easy starter.
It's a tricky first shot, but if you get it and you leave yourself an angle to leave yourself on the...
Good.
You then need to get the yellow next to the 8 ball into the left centre, I think. Looks a bit thin.
Yeah,
Should
but
be
does
all
it
right.
just
Should
play a
hold
bit
on
of
the
side
reds.
off the red, yeah. And then you actually low on that yellow.
Yeah. So you can just
back
come
on the-
across.
Yeah, so you're perfect.
Yeah.
It's taking it now. I actually don't mind that either. It's probably actually the better way to link it back up.
Yeah.
Get rid of that ball up the top. Then play the rail shot. And then basically you've got the yellow in the bottom right-hand corner. Just click it through for the yellow in the middle, the black in the bottom left. I like that.
Yeah, it's essentially the same shot,
It's the same
but
shot, but
in
he's
5
actually-
shots time.
Yeah, and he's also not going up later on with that rail shot. Just wants to be good on this one. Yeah, he's good as gold.
Couldn't
He's
get much better.
Yeah, he's just going to roll this through. Just leave a nice angle. But you don't actually let the white work. You don't need to play a side.
Yeah.
So I think you want to be through.
Just
Probably
don't underhit this, I
yeah,
think, is the key here.
3 inches through for me. Unless he's going another way. Oh, he's missed it. Ooh.
Tight.
Yeah, he's still good.
He's
'Cause
missed it a bit thick. He's still okay, but
because he can use that red as a stopper.
yeah.
But I liked him another about 3 inches through, so he's playing ball in it up.
I think that's just because he caught it a fraction
Yeah.
thick.
Yeah, on the side of it, yeah, he did. Yeah, he's got the red as well, to be fair.
Yeah, just a nice sort of 3/4 ball contact on that red above the yellow. Should be perfect here. Nothing too thin, and it'll be fine.
Nice pace. Perfect. Yes, and that's a great reply from Gio. Breaking dish. Again, a nice white. He got kicked about a bit, but you can't help that off of the balls. But he had the nice pace. He cubed through it lovely. And another dish. This looks like a great game in the amateur. Table 17 there. Dave Compton 6-all with Joe Hutton. I think it's what, the last 32 or last 16 stage now. One check some of the amateur ones there in the amateur because we're getting down to that. Last 16.
Yep.
32 games.
Andy Lucas there. One of the absolute legends of the game. He's 2-1 up on Paul Bradford at the moment. On table 10.
I think Paul beat the Scottish guy that won Hibbert lost the event, did he, in the
He
first
did,
round?
yeah, and he won 8-1 or 8-2, I think. It was a very impressive performance from Paul Bradford.
It's a beautiful break from Corey. At least he got the white down that middle line, or sort of the VR look at it. From sort of the headline where the red is, or the leading ball, you want to be coming back to the middle of the table, and you've got maybe 3 inches. It's like a back feed, and you want to control that white. And you've seen Gio doing it twice, and now Corey twice in the full match. When you've lost it to the left and right, that's when they're not striking it as clean as they normally are, because you're both fantastic breakers and obviously players.
It's got a tricky-ish first shot here. There hasn't been left anything absolutely straightforward.
Could he just drop this in with a bit of right-hand side, or is he going to go twice across?
I think that's the decision he's making at the moment. It's one of those angles that's just between the two, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You run it left-hand side to be on the red in the top to link the two reds.
Exactly.
Which I like that shot, because worst case, if you're not on it, you've got this one of the corner left bag at the bottom.
Yeah.
As a banker, I'd like to get them 2 balls early as possible. I think that's what he'll play me personally. Oh, he's twice across.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
That's no good at all for Corey Rees. He's in trouble now. He's made up his mind on colour set, and he's made that get red particularly awkward.
What you do here, you just clip off that red at the top, nestle it behind you, the red.
I'd be tempted.
It's
but
negative, but I don't like these 3 reds at the bottom to attack that red in the middle.
Yeah, and you don't want to move them either, because they are making a problem for yellows at the moment.
Yeah,
if you go
absolutely.
all out here, you're
that's
probably
what I'm
handing over the frame.
It's not the end of the world, that though, because that yellow's now got issues.
Yeah.
But that red now up there, the 2 reds can get the bad red out the middle of the table. So it was not a bad shot from Corey. I think he went to nestle behind the red, it was even better.
I don't think he could have done a lot better from there. Obviously, like you say, if he could have nestled behind the red, but it was such a touchy little shot.
Yeah, and he played a lot of side on the shot to slow the white down, didn't he? A lot of left-hand side. No, Gio's attacking the middle now. See, the thing is, with one of these yellows going to go into, now it's going to go to the right-hand side towards the top pocket. It'd be nice if he could have cannoned that into the other yellow. I think he'd just do a little stun shot into these. Just open them nicely. Let's get off that side rail. Surely that yellow doesn't go past that red. Surely at the top left. Doesn't look like it does from here.
I wouldn't say so.
No. Looking at this, I like to take the yellow and run through and leave the yellow in the middle of the table to run up past that yellow to play it in the middle like he's looking at that angle there.
Yeah.
But he's looking to roll this one through and screw back into that angle. So I would run this one through to leave the angle to top through the yellow. He's going to go.
Is he just the wrong side to do that, though?
No, he's good here. I think he's good on this, the way he's looking at it. This can be a little bit awkward because you're playing like a shot to point off the ball, wait at the shot, and you screw it to be on that ball.
Yeah, there's no margin for error with this one.
No, not at all. He's got a good weight. Oh, shot, he's good. He's okay. A little bit short. Now, what would you
Is
do
it
here?
worth taking the double?
Or you can play this yellow in the bottom playing ball, you go into that red up there.
Yeah.
Like, you can play this bottom one, I know it's harder, or the double. I like just ninking this in the middle, but then the problem is you're long on the red. It leaves it hard. He's playing the double, isn't he? No, he's not.
He is. And he's
Nailed
got it.
He's nailed it.
It's a
Great
beauty.
shot. Beautiful shot. And they got the good white down as well.
Yeah, that was a beauty. I think the double was the right shot there for that reason.
For that reason, you're getting a good white.
It's easy to say when it goes in, though, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Gio looks for all the world like he's going to tie the scores here.
And earlier said it's going to go all the way, and it looks like that certainly is going to be the fact now. Some further updates. Dan Davies just went 6-3 up against Ross Fernie. Adam Davies 6-4 up against Liam Dunster, and Clint is through 8-5. So the quarterfinals are hotting up now. First quarterfinal match, Gareth Hibbert versus Craig Marsh. What a belter. 2 world champions.
Yeah, that is a proper
Clint
match.
Hanson's going to be playing the winner of Liam Dunster, Adam Davies. And if Dunster comes out without winning, then another 2 world champions. Wow.
Yep, certainly a stacked field, that's for sure. Have a quick look at the scores in the elite ladies as well. We've got our first semi-final underway. Alexandra Cunha against Shona Lucas. Alexandra has taken a 2-0 lead in that. Of course, the final of that event will be on the main table later on.
Yeah, and Andy's and Lucas's 2s apiece with Paul Bradford.
Yeah, that's in the amateur. It wouldn't be a huge surprise to see one of those opening up the stream tomorrow, because that will be our first stream game on the Sunday, as always, I suspect. It's hard to keep track with everything, to be honest. I mean, there's
so much going
six
on.
tournaments across the weekend.
6 tournaments, 9 o'clock till like 11, 12 midnight sometimes.
Yeah.
However, the schedule's been much better recently. Not playing too late into the evenings.
No.
It's good, the roll on, roll off as well, which obviously the team, whether it's Santa and obviously Paul, done fantastic jobs.
Yep,
since
Bronny,
coming
of
aboard.
course, as
and
well.
Bronny, she's just mustard, gravy.
Yeah.
Nope. This 2 would be no good without Bronny, you better believe it.
Yeah.
She's absolutely sensational. All the work she does behind the scenes here at the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much, there's so much that goes into this that I don't think a lot of people realise. You've got the setup guys, you have Louis and Steve and
Yourself.
me, yeah. It's I don't think people necessarily appreciate what goes into making essentially turning up to a hotel and making it into a 24-table pool club for a weekend.
Absolutely, and players just rock up and play, don't they, sometimes?
Yeah, and
And
Craig,
they
of
don't
course,
say
as
hard
well. Craig
Yeah.
setting up the stream. I mean, that's
exactly that's a job within itself, isn't it?
exactly. They're all jobs within themselves,
Yeah.
and there's
And that's why you need a great team, doesn't you? Everyone playing the part, help them the best they can.
Yeah.
For really the love of the game, let's be honest.
100%. Yeah, there's
no financial.
There's no financial
incentive, my
benefit. Trust
friend.
me.
No, it's just the love of the game, love of the pool, and see it flourish. Really.
Yeah, that's
For all
it.
the younger generations of people coming through, that hopefully in 10 years to come, we might be able to make a nice living.
Yeah, we are.
out of the game.
We are all here because we love the game. We're all here because we want it to succeed. That is
Absolutely.
literally it.
That's it.
There is no other incentive. There is no other reward than we enjoy it. We love it. We want it to grow.
Absolutely.
And players like this man at the table are going to help that. Gio Edgar
Huge going forward.
breaking off in frame 11.
A nice break.
He's hit another good one. What's he on? I'm assuming he's on that red.
He's got the red in his corner, hasn't he?
Yep.
And really, somebody of Gio's ability, you'd expect these reds to be gone. Again, nice break. He came off it a bit to the left, but he hit the nice speed as well. That's the timing he gets when he's hitting, striking the ball on the break really well. Where's this red going? Oh, dear me. I think that's the only position he could have left.
He's picked a sixpence there.
Yeah, he's left himself awkward. Is he going to cut this in the middle? Is he going to play the rail shot at the bottom?
I don't think he can cut in the middle. I think that's
Too thin.
too close to the yellow. I don't think he can see it.
Yeah. So you can bump this one out, or you just go for the pot. I like the pot because you get the bag. If you get the pot,
Yeah.
you're good as gold, aren't you?
Yeah, I think you go for the one. Are you saying the pot on the red is close to, or the
red
pot
at
on the one down the rail? Yeah.
Rail, yeah.
Yeah, I think I like that. I think
Because you can
you'd be
I think
unlucky
you
not
can
to get
thin
the
this
pocket.
one in the middle, but the problem is you're bridging as well, so it makes the pot harder. So I'm playing this one on the bottom, just gentle. The white's going to go close to the middle pocket. Oh, he's played with the side as well. Played beautiful.
Doesn't want to land on that red.
Oh, he'd have been sick if he just landed tight on that.
He's all right.
still going to mind his business at a touch. Because this red is awkward. And the lowest red on the table here. Just got to be a little bit careful. Actually, you can get high on that one, so he's just going to run on and off for this one. Then the red in the middle left now. Leave a nice angle for the red in there to run through in the opposite middle, I think. And then you're going to run that one through, so I think that's his route. You can actually roll this through now, down in the middle, red. And then the red next to the yellow, just drop that in. That's the way he's going to do. Leave that nice. Don't overhit it. Perfect. Yeah, red in the middle, red through, red and black. Perfect.
Yeah, he's found the gap nicely there.
Yeah.
Wasn't a huge run for error with that shot.
No, at all. I think even if he's short, he's still good. And that because them two link were always tricky, so he's took them out nice and early. Well, as early as he possibly could get onto them. This looks like a roll into the right middle and the top left for Gio to take a 6-5 lead in the match.
Yep. And Gio, to be fair, from 4-2 down, assuming he gets these, will have then dished his next 3 breaks.
Yeah. And you could see him hit the break so better on them 3 breaks.
Yep.
And he's dished them really, really nice.
And Corey, to be fair, has made 2 sort of minor-ish mistakes and has been punished. We've gone from 5-3 up for Corey Reese to 6-5 down, and Gio has turned on the style here, and he's looking very, very good now. Corey, there's a lot of pressure on this next break.
Yeah, it's huge. Hopefully Corey catches it nice and sweet. I want this to go to the side of that. I want this to go to Hill. See Jason at the back there looking. He'll be worried about the bets he's got on, honestly. Tightest Lancashire man in the planet.
Talking of Hill there.
Yeah, there's a Hill looking over what the score is. Does he want Corey to win a Gio?
Corey breaking. Frame 12.
Throw it back. Better. Straight away.
Caught it sweet. Cue ball.
That'd have been sick going in the middle of that angle, though, Dan. Like, it's so frustrating when you go in that angle. The hit is so good.
That would have been an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
But, as it stands,
these should be gone.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good, mate.
I think he's going to have to go yellow. I don't like that red next to the 8 ball.
No, I like yellows all day long.
Were it not for that red.
Yeah, reds are good.
The reds are lovely, just except for that one. I think they're a more natural pattern.
Absolutely.
But then if you don't take reds, the 8 ball's a little bit awkward.
Well, it isn't. If you use the yellow above the middle pocket on the last ball.
Yeah.
Because then you're good as goal, really, for me. I think he's going to put the yellow into the bottom left, the angle to stun it off the side rail. Then try to get in the yellow nearest the black, below the black. Yeah, perfect. He's going to try this one. He's going to go the other way. Yeah, he's a bit short. I'd have liked to then pop that and run through for this yellow in the bottom left. I think that's what you played initially. So you might have to take this bottom right one to get the right angle. But again, you always check to get the right angle. You're always just wrong. It's so frustrating this game sometimes. So yeah, he's going back to that to get on that yellow like he wanted to in the first place. And is he good? He's going on for the other yellow now.
Yeah,
and this is where you're going to get a problem with the black that you mentioned.
Yeah. So the black, I mean, it will go top right.
Yep. Bottom left.
That might be an option.
The problem is you're going away on the ball, aren't you, on this yellow?
Yeah. Just, I think, because you'd imagine the last yellow now. Well, it could be the one in the centre, or it could be the one bottom left. It might have to be centre now, mightn't it?
Yeah, I think he was going bottom left next.
Yeah.
But the problem is then the angle from that yellow. You've got to, for me, the only shot then is, can you draw it across, or do you play the yellow in the middle off the side cushion to the right, off the bottom onto the left-hand cushion to black
sort of
and
round
top right.
3 cushions.
Yeah, 3 cushions done.
I think that might be it.
I think that's the shot.
Or
You can stun and move the red here.
I was going to say, can you draw into the
He's
red
actually
now?
plumb.
Yeah.
I think I'm doing that. Because if you just do it and miss it, you've still got the option of that shot.
Yeah.
You just want to nudge it, you know.
You've
like
just got to
literally nudge it half an inch.
just full enough. That's the key here.
Yeah.
You don't want to slide off that left-hand side of that red and end up behind it.
Yeah, and concentrate on the pot as well. This is the problem as well, playing this little delicate shot.
Big shot for Corey.
Oh, he's played beautiful.
Absolutely perfect.
He got such a nice angle on that to do that shot. Which obviously I think he was looking
He
at
worked it
initially.
out.
Yeah, it worked
Yeah.
out beautifully.
Yeah, he worked that out.
And this is should be a great reply from Corey. So we go 6-all.
Yeah, keeps us going. Keeps us going towards that potential hill.
Adam Davies now 7-4 against Liam Dunster. He's on the hill.
Liam sort of had a pretty spectacular return to form in the last event as well. So that would be a big win for Adam.
Obviously, absolutely phenomenal play, Adam, as well. So he's going to run deep in a lot of tournaments. Winning that match plays Clint in the quarters. Dan 6-4. Dan Davies 6-4 up.
Tour information for you. Here is what's coming up and what's been. We've been to Newcastle for the European Open. We're in Coventry for the British Open. The UK Open coming up next time, end of June in Glasgow, if you're in the area and you want to watch some fantastic pool, then pop in. And the same goes when we're back here in September. And then we end the year for the festival, the grand final, in a new hotel on the Isle of Man.
Looks amazing, the hotel.
I've been there. It is.
Is it?
It's I went there to
Have a look around.
do a bit of a recce.
Recce. For tables and such.
Oh God, yeah. it's plush is the word I
That'll
would
do
use.
us.
Yep.
End the year in style.
Yeah, we will end the year in style there. That's for sure. Gio's made a ball, but it is probably the messiest layout we've seen in quite a few frames.
Yeah. But he hit them
Possibly
so
the
good
match.
as well. So he's hit them exactly the same, nice speed, beautiful strokes with the ball. And this is pool.
They've all just clustered. Yeah.
You just can't do nothing about it. There's no consistency. Like in snooker, you break off right, you hit the right ball, you know you're coming around, swinging it round 2, you're going to leave past the D. Pool's just crazy.
I don't even know whether it's worth getting a colour set at this point in the frame. It's so awkward.
Just going to rest into this yellow. Gio might go attack.
He's going. I mean, he's got a nice angle to go into those reds, but
I wouldn't go into them.
no.
What I'm doing is trying to get this here. He's just landed a bit awkward there.
I think he might just stick him in behind this red, mightn't he?
He is now.
Is there a gap there that he can just clip
Yeah,
off it
definitely.
and push him right in behind?
Most definitely done. I think he's
Yeah,
just nudged it,
100%.
Yeah. I think you want an angle on this to pop the red at the bottom table and go off the side rail and leave an angle on the far right hand side of that cluster. You went into them balls nice, Dan.
Well, is he
You know,
looking
if
at-
you look at the side rail here, you could have got to the top red. He's still
Taking
going
this
to go
on.
game, isn't he? What a great shot. So he's landed where I said.
Yeah.
And now what he wants to do is just nudge, miss the first red. I'm missing the first red to hit the yellow. You nudge that yellow with a little stun. It opens both balls beautifully.
It does. There is not a lot of yellow to hit there.
No, but I think it's just nice stun. Even if you hit the red and over miss the yellow,
Yeah.
you're still good, Dan, because that red goes.
As long as you don't hit the first red.
Correct.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Getting-
You still could get a bit lucky on it, don't get me wrong, but I think that's the plan.
Yeah.
From the get-go from Gio. Oh, see, I like stunning that. Is he back on the middle? I think he's got lucky.
If he's not, he's definitely on it long.
Yeah.
So he's got a shot here.
I like to see his body language there. He's going top, isn't he? Bottom. That's what he's looking here. Bottom right. But again, you're doing two things. Trying to get the white back out for the red. Yeah, he's definitely going along.
if he's going long, he can probably just hold it on the yellow.
Might just nudge it into the red. Depends on what. It's hard to see here. Missed it.
Missed it, yeah. That was one of those that I thought might just drop, but
I
not.
didn't like the way you played that shot, though. A little stun across. You're nicking and pushing as he ran through it. So generally, he was running through the balls.
Yeah.
He played it so good. Like the finish to kiss off that ball where I said he was going for the finish. Seeing the finish early, thought, I'm going here. I'm playing nice, Q much better from the start, and then just one shot. Is Corey going to screw back and get that red out, yellow out, where he's closest to now?
It looks like he's got a lovely angle to do that.
Yeah, I think he's looked to see if the yellow went in the top right-hand side. It doesn't. The rest all goes, so he's good as gold. I think if he's got the angle to screw back off the side rail and nudge it back out, perfect. Because you're on the other yellows then. Or direct into it.
Didn't miss it thick enough.
He's still okay, you know.
I mean, is he still going here, or is he? I only say this because of the way he approached the first frame of this match.
Yeah.
There's a good safety on here.
Yeah, well, he's going to put the one in the middle, isn't he? And then how he sees the finish. But I just think that yellow, someone who Corey's talent, is not going to like fudge up onto this yellow at the side rail next.
No, I don't think so. It's just that first frame of the match has got in my head, the way he played it.
Yeah.
You know, when we both expected him to go a couple of times, and
he might be looking now, though. He might be looking to cannon that, because that yellow may be touching the rail, you know, so that the white has to come left, not right. I think if he got a good angle on that, I think he was good to go, mate. But you may be right, Dan, but I'm still thinking, is he just wobbling it?
Is he playing that one he's closest to into the centre now? Does that go?
Yeah, it does go. Must do.
Yeah, it's a clever shot, that, I think.
Or can he thin this come and kick the red out? Thin this in and kick the red out. You move the red or the yellow, you're good. You just got to miss that yellow. Oh, he's jacking as well. He's not going to screw into it now, is he?
He tried
what a great effort. Oh, lucky Corey.
Just didn't quite get into the cue ball.
Yeah, because it was so hard to get in so early. Oh, so what's he picturing here now? Is he leaving the double?
I think he's got to.
Would you not play it over? Dan, what I'm saying here, you've got a shot at two. Put it in the top right, come up the table, leave an angle on that yellow to go into the yellow, right, or the red. But if you don't get it out, then literally you have a double anyway. But it might nudge it safer, like, I suppose.
Yeah, I think the key is you don't want to be moving your last ball when you get on it. If you line yourself up for the double, you know where it's going to be.
You know where it's going to go. He's already spotted it anyway. He's going double, isn't he? What a huge moment in this match as well. It's 6 apiece. He knows one double to get him on the hill. Is it Corey to break next as well? Or was that Corey's?
It's Corey to break next.
Yeah. Oh, he's going the first double. I like this better. I do.
So does Corey Reeves.
What a shot.
That's a beauty.
That's a beauty.
That's proper talent and proper...
I like that first, because you're not rolling through, leaving awkward. Then he has to roll through the double to get on the black.
Yeah,
He knew he's on the finish. He's just took a little moment there, hasn't he?
But what that shot
extension
is for me is supreme confidence in your ability.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I think there are very few players that wouldn't have taken on the easier double to the middle and just sort of hoped for a better position on the black.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think because he was straight on that yellow, I liked how he looked at that. I didn't even look at that. But obviously, it was a straight double and screw back at your plum, so he's just got to take his moment. He's a bit hammered on that red.
Yeah, he's awkward because of the red in the pocket. He can't quite get down to the shot the way he'd like.
His extension on his cue, like, so he can come wider on the shot, so he's good. And just drag this one in. Yes, played it nice.
Well, perfectly.
Yeah, 7-6.
The easiest of 8 balls to go one away from the win.
And it's in his own hands.
Yep.
Corey Reese to break next.
Gio Edgar may have played his last shot of this tournament. We are about to find out in a few moments' time.
Dan Davies 6-5. That's been a long old match, that, hasn't it?
Yeah, it must have been a couple of tactical frames in there.
Yeah, it's 2 hours, nearly going 2 hours now. So the quarterfinal lineup will be Andy Crosdale at the top of the draw. He's playing the winner of Dan Davey and Ross Fernie, which is 6-5. Then the next one is Mark Farnsworth. He'll be playing the winner of this game, Corey Reese, and Gio. Corey's leading 7-6. Gareth Hibbert, Craig Marsh in the third quarterfinal game. What an absolute belter, and I'm sure that'll be on the stream, I would have thought. And the last match, Clint will be playing the winner, Adam Davies and Liam Dunster. Liam is trailing 7-4. So he's the big breakdown. Because you know, this could be your last shot if you don't get a ball. Because it's Gio next.
Absolutely. Corey's hit the break so sweet in this so far.
Yeah, in the last 3 breaks he's hit them well. He was snatching them to the left earlier. Yeah, good.
Plumbed it.
Yeah.
Anything down, yes.
You can just see straight away, can't you? You can just hear as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the noise,
Yeah,
where the
you
cue
just-
ball goes.
Yeah, you just know. And then if you don't get a ball, you don't get a ball. But generally you will when you hit them so good like that. And Gio has, to be fair, in his previous 3 breaks.
Well, I mean, this might be the best breaking game I've commentated on in a very long time. So I'm just looking down my notes. There's been 1 dry break in this whole match.
Wow. Couple of awkward finishes, hasn't there? But I think early on you were pulling them a bit. But then after maybe 2s apiece, the breaks have been hit so good and so sweet.
Does this yellow, Corey's closest to here, pass to the top left? Because if it does, it's yellows all day long.
All day long.
But it looks tight.
Yeah.
It looks really tight.
And then there's an argument for reds.
Exactly.
If you want to go red into the middle.
Yeah.
Because then they link all each nice. I like reds, if I'm honest. Because you can over thin this as well, you know. Because you had the yellow to play off.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a thin little cup where you like trickle it in and you absolutely miss it and knuckle it. And now it's just one good shot on this red to get an angle for the red. See where Corey wants it. And if he gets it there, you'd expect him to finish this match. I think the next shot is the most important one, and that's for him. Liam Dunster has pulled one back, 7-5 down. I think he's just going to drag this back.
I think this is all right.
Like, you know, you're playing Coventry, you put bottom left-hand side, you're screwing off 1, 2 and back into the middle. You just, like, I'm just dragging this back. I touch of you, Dan, leave that one in the middle.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
like
not.
he's looking there where he wants to be, and I'm thinking, yeah.
I'm never trying to get too close to this.
Yeah, he's looking as you would in practice. But that's how good of a player Corey is. I'm just dragging this back and leaving a drop in me. And that's why he's a professional winner and an absolutely phenomenal talent.
That is a pearl of a shot.
Just cute. You just trust yourself, don't you? And when you're in that moment, you know you're not going to miss it probably. And that really should lead him for the match.
Yeah, again, 4 reds left.
So many ways.
Could take them in any order.
Yeah, I just like dropping this one through in the other middle. Just rolling through, and then the red in the bottom right, stun for the red in the bottom left. It's just that easy. There, he's looking there now. You just roll this one through, a little stun shot up, and then you've got the match at your mercy.
Yeah. All you've got to do here is just make sure you leave yourself that a little bit wide.
Yeah,
Don't
absolutely.
leave yourself straight.
Yeah. Plumb. Yeah, a little stun up now. Six all with Ross Fernie and Dan Davey now. That's looking like a thriller as well. Perfect. So he can be short there because he can stun the opposite way. He had so many options.
Yeah.
So he's going to do that now. Might be able to just roll it through, but a little stun roll or something. A little like
I think just a little drag back, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. Can you hold it for the same bag? I'm not so keen. Yeah, perfect. Well, it's certainly been a very entertaining match. We've got Corey Rees, this blackball in the bottom right hand, to progress to the quarter-final, where he will play another fantastic match against Mark Farnsworth.
Heart of the pocket. Corey Rees is through to the quarterfinals. Gio Edgar will have to lick his wounds and come back from the Open, but I think Corey deserved that, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both players picked it up after the first maybe 4 frames. Both breaking absolutely fantastically, and just a few little errors here there has decided the match in a close match. And Corey, for me, thoroughly deserved through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Gio just the odd error here and there, but I mean Gio really came on strong in the latter half.
Yeah, the middle part of the match, he was fantastic, and he kicked on. Obviously, winning maybe 5 out of 6 frames or 4 out of 5 at one stage. Yeah. It was always going to be a close match, and that's what it was. And unlucky to Gio, but congratulations to Corey. But we've got some fantastic matches all day, all the way through. And I'm sure you'll be in the comms later, Dan.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm sure I'll be here, there or thereabouts. But thank you for your co-commentary, Chris. It's been a pleasure as always.
Yeah, you're more than welcome, my friend.
And we'll jump over to the interview room now. Mark Pickworth is with Corey Rees.
Thanks, Dan. Here I am at the studio. Corey Rees. Pretty tough match there against Gio, but you'd be pleased to get over the line?
Yeah. Gio's very good, obviously a very good player. I know he's a new pro, but he's not. He's standard-wise, he's not a new pro, is he? So, he broke so good. So I was felt like I was living off not scraps, but I had tougher chances than him from my break, and then towards the end 6-5 down. He had a chance to need to go 7-6 up, and just the last 2. So happy days.
Yeah, and Gio, he's definitely been the player that everyone's been watching to see how he's progressing. He's progressing pretty further on than what most expected, I think. And did you have a bit of a tactical way of how you was going to play, or?
No. Just keep wherever the break or where the balls land. You play from there, don't you? But no extra tactics. So just go down and just dish as many as I can.
Yeah, and Gio's one of them players, he can reel off frame after frame after frame, can't he? Was it something that you was just hoping that wouldn't happen and you just play it at your own pace?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was 5-3 up. I think he's dished one to go 5-4, and it's possibly the only real bad mistake I made in the match at 5-4. And I potted the ball on open table and flicked the ball safe. And it was a pretty easy chance. And after that, obviously, couldn't clear up, and then he's gone 5-all, and then he went 6-5 up. So it was just the one mistake can change a match, can't it? But luckily from 6-5 then they went my way.
And a little bit about your form at the moment. I mentioned before your match started today, the last 3 years, it's been a bit of a struggle in the winners' circle, etc. Because you was quite consistent towards the latter stages. Have you been working on a little bit towards that now? Because you're into a quarter-final.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the thing is, this year, the entire of this year, I've been playing really good. Just things don't go your way. Like the last event in Bolton, played a tough draw, 3 very good players first 3 rounds, won comfortable all 3 games. Get to the last 16, and I had a few dry breaks in a row. First time I come to the table for a chance, I was 7-0 down. And that's the type of things that's been going against me. Maybe not that extreme, but them types of things going against you. And sometimes you just got to take the rough with the smooth. And it's not easy at the time, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and at the moment, with the IPA, it's quite buzzing at the moment. As it sort of, they do a little bit more incentive to put a bit more time in, because there's 64 players here at every tour event. There's 68 professionals. It's very, very tasty in this league at the moment.
Yeah, and the thing is, you knew before if you was going to not play great, you wasn't going to win. But now you might not even win a game. I was speaking to a few boys yesterday, the new Welsh pros, and they said they lost in the last 2 yesterday, 8-6 and 8-7. They haven't really done much wrong. One mistake here and then it's costing them the match.
And the number 1 seed, he's already out. He lost yesterday. The number 2 seed, he's 7-5 down against Adam Davis. We all know who Adam Davis is.
Yeah.
Do you think Adam Davis could, cause a bit of an upset? Not here this weekend. Would you call it an upset?
Liam most probably starts fit. It plays who is Liam, is it?
He is playing
Yeah.
him, yeah.
Well, you'd say Liam's favourite, but Adam
Yeah.
Davis are world champions. So when you've got 2 world champions playing against each other, anything can happen, can't it?
Yeah, I think it's still going ahead. Yeah, Adam's at the table now, so
Yeah, anything can happen, can't it?
they can. But he's 7-5 He's only 1 frame away from ousting the number 2 seed. I mean, we've still got the number 3 seed in, Gareth Hibbert. He's up against next.
Yeah.
Do you sort of look at the draw yourself?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, everybody does. They just when they say they don't, they're just absolute lying. They're talking out. They're absolute talking rubbish. But yeah, I look at the draws.
So you know you've got next then.
Well, I had the winner of Farnsworth and Evan Pye Williamson, I think.
Yeah, Mark's won that one.
There we
So that's your next matchup. You've had some great battles against Mark. Do you owe him 1 or 2 wins, or
Yeah,
is he due, are you due a win, or?
Yeah, well, I hope so. Yeah, but yeah, I think the last few times I've played him, just been very tight, and just he's pipped me at the end. Whether it's a couple of dry breaks from me or a couple of good breaks from him, that's the way it goes, isn't it?
A little bit about this venue, just before you do ask you about this next game. You know, is this a really great venue for you? And you know, there's always a great atmosphere here at Coventry.
Yeah, obviously it's the closest one to us, boys from South Wales as well, so that's a benefit. But the thing is, this is mostly the one venue my results hasn't been as good as other venues, but it's not due to the venue, it's just due to circumstances. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just play well, you lose, and sometimes it's nothing. People say, oh, it's the venue, I don't play well in the venue. It's nothing to do with the venue.
And just before you do go off to try and get ready for your next match, a little bit about your friend here, Craig Marsh, who's up against Gareth Hibbert next. You know, he's had a bit of a resurgence into his pool career. You know, he won the English Grand Prix. You know, you think he can go deep and maybe win another title pretty soon? He's playing really well, isn't he?
100%. I think he'd say this himself. When he's in good form, obviously everybody knows he can beat anyone. But now he's crowned that off with a win. Even if he started the year, he thought, right, if I'll just win one comp this year, it's a benefit. But now he's freewheeling, isn't he?
Yeah.
You've got nothing to lose now, is he?
And what about the fine wine, Gareth Hibbert,
Yeah,
the godfather?
Yeah, he's pretty.
He just gets better and better, doesn't he?
Yeah, it makes me sick, to be honest. It's unbelievable how good he is. Well, it's crazy, really, but yeah, you wouldn't be surprised one bit in 15 years' time he'll be just as good with it.
Absolutely not.
No.
Well, Corey Rees, you are into the quarter-final. I'm going to wish you the best of luck against Mark, and hopefully we'll see you again later on.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, Corey Rees is into the quarter-finals. He's going to be playing Mark Farnsworth. The next quarter-final up next is Craig Marsh against Gareth Hibbert. So, you know, the players are only just a few moments away from getting ready. So I'll hand you over to the commentary box now with Alan Reynolds.
Thanks very much, Mark. Good insight into Corey Rees there. Good to see him back playing well again. All the outer table action going on just now. We have our open event starting, or it is now in starting. And this next match, what a mouth-watering prospect to look forward to. We have got the godfather, Gareth Hibbert, who's the number 3 ranked pro, against, as Mark just alluded to, the resurgent Craig Marsh, who is just off the back of a title win. So that should be a cracker, and that's coming your way just very soon. Now, Adam Davis, Liam Dunster. It's now 7-6 to Adam Davis. Adam Davis did have a chance. I was watching that before I came in here. Adam Davis had a chance to put Liam out. And Liam back in that match now, so it's a 7-6. Lots of outer table amateur and open matches are going on. Andy Lucas, he's 5-4 up, and Paul Bradford. Brian Cummins, 6-4 up, and Sean Michael McGuff. We have got the Ladies Elite quarter-finals going on, and that's on one of the side stream tables. And Alexandra Kuna is 4-1 up on Scotland's Shona Lucas. We have Scott Higgins, 6-4 up on Sunny Singh, and loads more going on. I'll keep you updated with the Adam Davis Liam Dunster game. And there we have Emma Cunningham. And she's, I'm sure that's a semi-final. She's playing Marianne Mudd. A little bit of a contrast in styles in that one. Little bit as we just go into the action about our sponsors. All these tournaments are played on the best conditions out there. We have the Supreme tables. We have the Aramarth Pro Cup ball set. Strachan 861 cloth. And we've got new lighting as well this time. We have the I-Beam Ultra Slim LED lights. And we have the Halo Tournament LED lights as well. All of these products are available from the IPA. And just message the guys. And if you want to play on the best conditions, and get in contact with the IPA, and they'll give you a price for all that stuff, and very reasonable at that. So, straight into the main course. Gareth Hibbert, Craig Marsh. Gareth Hibbert, Amiyad has got just one of the most wonderful breaks you'll ever see. And this is a great chance to get a foothold in the match and get a frame in front. This is going to be a fast-paced game. Both of these players are top players. They don't mess about, that's for sure. The longevity of this man at the top level is just inspirational for any of the youngsters starting out there in the game. This guy's been at the top level for 30 years. He'll hate me saying that, but it's true. So, as a referee, Brian Moss racks him up for frame number 2. Dan Davies 7, Ross Fernley 7. So that's Hill. That's gone to, that's a decider. Oh, there we go. Right on cue. And who's that in the background as well? That's our very own commentator, Stevie the Talker Walker. And just as we go into the Dan Davey Ross Fernley game, thankfully, I've got an expert in with me. I'm joined by one and only Matt Schofield. Matt, how are you doing? All right? Yeah, I'm fine, Matt. So, blink and you miss it sort of a thing with this match. That's for sure. Gareth Hibbert broke, finished within like 30 seconds.
That's standard for a minute.
Of course, it's standard for a minute, and I was explained there to the viewers. He's been doing it for a 30-year period, so you know it's incredible. He just keeps doing it.
Yeah, it's madness. He keeps going. He just gets better and better. Was it world champion last year, or was it the year before?
Yeah, last year, wasn't it? And he's obviously, and this year, he only the two world championships, just the seniors and the masters, you know. So I think everybody will be happy when Gareth retires. It'll give others a chance.
To be honest, he's brilliant to watch, isn't he? But like you say, this year he's let someone else win the men's and give everyone else a chance, I guess.
Yeah.
Give it a rest.
So, Craig's broke here, not great. He's had to play a safety shot, so on Marshy like.
Yeah, well, I played Craig first game in the pro, and he broke dish me in about 30 seconds, just like you said, Matt. Gareth did, so this could be an exciting game. Both very attacking.
Yeah, for sure. So stay tuned, because the action is only going to get better today, guys. We've got Dan Davies 7-7 with Ross Fernie. I think Adam Davies has just taken out Liam Dunster.
Yeah, with 7-4 at Leicester. I've not seen score, but Adam is...
Well, it went, he had the chance, Matt, to win 8-4 and proceeded to miss. You know what Liam's like. Liam pounced on it, then he broke and dished, but I think Adam's just completed victory there. I might be wrong. I'll need to check my Q score.
Yeah, I can't be letting Liam back in. He's so consistent, so solid. He'll give his all every time. It's a bit tricky for Gareth. He's going to play a double, but if he gets it, it's still a bit tricky, to be honest.
Yeah, this has been what I call a low percentage finish at the start, but these guys at the top level, yourself and all the pros, to be honest with you, Matt, you just make it look so easy.
Yeah, they do. But this one, it is a bit tricky though. I'm not sure if that red goes, the middle one of the three goes past the black into the bottom right, but no, I don't think it does. This is a bit delicate. And that's why he's gone into him, because it wasn't easy to land on anything. But he's struggling now.
Is there any escape route now, Matt?
If there is, Gareth will find it.
For sure.
He is one of them players that will just find something. Can he play the red off the yellow above the other red into the top right as we look? I know it's a massive shot, but it frees the other ball up too. He's going to have to play something big. He might be playing the double here. Or the cut. That was very thin.
Look at the position though. He's actually nearly gave himself a chance. He's played that. It was like a real thin check side positional shot.
To be honest, if you've got one guy you need to make that one ball pot, Gareth is one of the people you put up for it. He's a very good potter.
So Marsh is not going to hang about. That's what. Oh goodness.
To be honest, he's safe still. I don't know if maybe did he relax on that thinking he's safe if he misses.
I think with the referee Brian Moss cleaning the cue ball, he expects it was a kick he got.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Straight to white ball then.
And I think Gareth acknowledged that as well. In fact, it was Gareth who got the cue ball cleaned, so he must have seen it or heard it.
I mean, I've only played one match, but the table's playing lovely. It's it's always nice to come to these big events.
Yeah, I was just saying that before. You joined me there about. I mean, these tables are just the Supreme tables are. We always know they're tried and tested. Really good tables, and the 861 cloth. And the balls, just everything's good about the game now, isn't it? It's just so professional. And
the table seems so reactive. You know, you can get so much on the cue ball easily. And it's strange because when I'm practicing elsewhere, I never find a table like them. And then you come here and you've got to kind of adapt to it. But that's the challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the challenge, I suppose. So for anybody that was listening there, Adam Davies has beat Liam Dunster. He sets up a mouth-watering clash in the last 8 with Clint Lienson. So it's still a very stacked field.
Yeah, it's Adam's come back after years away from the game, and I know at the last event I spoke to him and he was a bit disappointed with his results, but I guess coming back, I mean, you've got to get back into it. You know, years away, it's hard, but he was a world champion, or he is a world champion. And he will take some stopping.
Yeah, I did a bit of commentary on Adam's first event back, the tour event. I thought he was fine. I thought he played really good. A lot of very clever shots. I remember him from when he was world champion, playing another rule set, and he was a top player.
Yeah, he was one of the very best, and I think he's just ultra critical with his own game, that these little mistakes, and that's all it takes at the professional level, these little mistakes are costing you like that.
Yeah.
That's not something Craig should have missed. And he can't do that against Gareth.
No, not at all. Especially not when you've left him pretty much straightforward position. And if that 8 ball's available into the right middle, that's just 2-0.
Yeah, it looks like it goes from here.
Oh my goodness.
Has he overrun it? Oh my God. He had so much room there. I think he's just tried being too sweet.
Was the cushion, did it ping? That's incredible. 2 unforced errors from both players. It seemed to ping there as well. That's interesting.
Has that slid a little bit maybe?
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
There's a fair way out on that one.
I know who'll be happy. Craig will be delighted.
Yeah, he will. He didn't really deserve a second chance after that miss, but it's just the way it goes sometimes. We all miss. We all make mistakes. I think maybe the mistake from both players will wake them both up now, because normally when you make a mistake, you give it that little bit more focus, because you know you can't get away with them. You can't keep getting away with them.
As I say, though, Craig will be absolutely delighted to get back in this after making a mistake. Feels like winning 2 frames at times, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. Well, every frame's a 2-frame swing, really, isn't it? It's one you've got that they could have had.
So there we go. We're all the sponsors there. Right on cue. We're on the page. If you need any of those items at all, just get in touch with the guys at the IPA and they'll sort you out. Look at all these new lights.
Gareth's back with his big break.
There he is.
He's got away with that, really.
8 balls in. Oh, and the Cuba. Like Marsh's laughing.
Oh, he's loving that.
Marsh's laughing. So he apologised and then he didn't apologise. Oh, and this looks like 7-7 fairness at the table. Is he on the 8 ball? I can't really see. Ross Fernie has eliminated Dan Davey. And he takes his place in the quarterfinals.
Like you say, it's a stacked field and it's exciting to see who's going to win it. You can't pick a winner. The number 1's already gone, Mr. Boyle. I mean, there's so many good players, it's anyone's. Yeah, so he nearly got kicked in off. And then the Blacks phone in, and then he did get kicked in off, so that was a bit crazy, that really.
And he sets up there he goes again. That's a much better break.
These two have both got huge breaks.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's a bit messy. It's a bit scrappy, this one.
Yeah.
It's hard to see. Does the red bottom middle as we look, does that go in the middle? Because if it does, you've only got the cluster at the top left, and you might have the one nearest to the pocket to develop. But it is tricky.
It is tricky, and it was obvious to me there that Gareth was going to take his extension, because it's I look at this and I see just problems. It's a minefield.
It is, yeah. To be honest, yeah, you just kind of know these guys are going to go for most things. Maybe he's playing safe here, though. No. So even when they go messy like this, when these two players are at the table, you kind of still expect them to be looking at a finish.
I think that's what makes them so exciting to watch.
Definitely.
You know, the fact that they are attack-minded all the time and they're looking to finish.
it's nice to see the attacking pool. Obviously, it's nice to see the other side as well, but it can drag out a bit, can't it? So it must go to the middle. I think he's putting a bit of right-hand side in to help the pot.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the punters are wanting to see. I can actually see I can actually see a way out now.
Yeah, this was always there if that one went to the middle. It's that cluster at the top left, but can he pot one and develop the others? But I don't know if he can
Slide past the yellow.
Yeah, and even potting the one nearest to the bag and screwing into one below it, he doesn't develop the one next to the yellow. It's a bit awkward, this. That's why he's developing now.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure he could, like you say, slide past that yellow. But again, it's still tricky.
Still tricky, but he's got a much better chance than he did when he started his visit to the table here.
Has he only got the long ball now, I feel. But if he can nail that, you kind of back him getting him, because he's just got one more to land on then. But it's a tricky one.
What a pot.
It's
What
there.
a pot. And he's still not out the woods. He's still got a tricky positional shot to play.
It just depends what angle he's got. It looks like he's got enough angle just to stun down the side of it and play it into the where he's looking now, the pocket opposite him. It's a delicate shot, but he should be all right. So just below the line. Oh no, he's played it different.
Oh, it must go at the right middle.
To be honest, it didn't look like it went to the middle, but with the way he's played it, it definitely does.
Sometimes when you're in here doing the comms, it's very, very hard to know if balls go or they don't, and it does catch you out.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it must have been tight.
Well, that was obviously the way to play it. Off one yellow, off the other yellow.
Yeah, to be honest, maybe it didn't go. Maybe we were right. He's just played it off 3 balls instead. Like. I told you it was exciting, didn't I?
I don't think Marsh is laughing this time. That's for sure.
Again, he's got another big shot here, really, because if he plays it to bottom left and he flicks the black, he's risking the corner pocket coming into play with the cue ball. So I think that's why he's playing it to the bottom right. It's a great pot, and he's controlled it very well.
Wow, it has the half.
And a simple black.
Yeah,
so
and another
2-1.
apology to Craig. That will make him feel a lot better.
I know, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he's feeling great now. Have we got any other... Is it the quarterfinals next after this?
Well, yeah, we're already in. I think there's Clint playing Adam. So that game's straight on.
So is that another stream table then?
Yes, we have 3 stream games. We've got the ladies have got a separate stream table now, and that's one of the outer tables that's getting streamed. So if you are a Clint or an Adam fan and you don't want to watch our game, there you go. You can tune into that. Just get yourself onto YouTube, IPA pool streaming, and then make your choice, guys.
Yeah, there's some quality games on. So is the professional event finished tonight?
Yes, indeed. I think our schedule is with either 1 or 2 quarterfinals, followed by the semi-final of the professional event. We then have the ladies' elite final, and culminating in the final of the professional event this evening.
So an exciting day ahead, a busy one. He wants reds here, but I don't think he's got a... Has he got a shot? Maybe the plant to the top right? You feel if he makes that shot, it's game, you'd feel. There's no more real obstacles. You don't really want yellows, because yellows are a little bit tricky. As long as he plays his plant and the red he's playing comes out and doesn't stay on the yellow.
Yeah, he's played it great. Good spot, Matt. And now it's pretty straightforward.
It is, yeah. I mean, there's a few different ways you could go, obviously, but which is your ball for the black? You know, you're on your way back.
Well, funnily enough, I actually like the ball he's taking just now, to me, is a decent ball to go on the 8 ball.
Yeah, he's trying to take this cushion ball out early because I guess it's not tricky, but it's his problem ball, if any. You could use all three of them for the black.
Absolutely. It's quite weird because when I look at that, I was thinking the probably the most awkward ball is the one that's closest to the right middle.
Yeah. Yeah, because you need to land low on that ball, ideally.
But I think Marsh is going to leave that to the end. Unless he slips down for it just now, but he won't, will he?
This is the hard bit with commentary. Everyone has their own routes and whatever they feel comfortable with.
And that's fine if you're as good with the cue ball as Marshy is. Well, this won't be a big issue at all, and there you go.
Yeah.
Because he's just going to float that in, and he's got a great shot at the 8 ball. There you go.
Yeah, he's fine. Looking like 2-all. Is it going to go all the way?
There's not going to be much missing here. Big breaks, a lot of dishes.
Yeah, like after that, was it the second frame where there's a few missed balls? I think maybe it's walk them both up.
This match could pretty much go with break. Whoever breaks best could, because they're both potting well, they're both finishing well. So it could be all about breaks and dry breaks.
Yeah, definitely. I think coming into these pro events, you just hope to break well and get the chances because you don't always get them. First frame with Adam and Clint's gone a bit messy, a bit scrappy.
Yep. And you would think if previous history is anything to do, that would suit Adam better than Clint. But Clint can stick in a frame as well.
Yeah, he's a grinder for sure.
Oh, wow. Every pocket was threatened there for that to be dry.
Yeah, another big break, but it's just hung up the yellow. Knowing Craig, he's going to play the 3-ball punt and develop straight away, straight into his bad ball. It's just where it goes. He might use a little bit of pace into this, but he's missed the cannon. But fortunately, he can still play the yellow to the left and screw into it. It's just, will that red plant and get out of his way?
Yeah, what he has done though is developed all the reds pretty much at the same time as trying to get his own yellow into play. Has he got the angle to come straight into this, Matt, would you suspect?
I think he can screw into it now, but does the red plant and go in, or does it stay as a problem to him? I think he's played it a lot harder because it wasn't a plant.
He's okay as well because he's got the ball downstairs to fall back on.
Yeah, there's enough room behind the yellow he's nearest to now to get back on it if it doesn't go to the centre now. Like you say, he's got the one to the bottom left as we look to keep at the table.
Cue ball's not going to be great for this because you think it's veering towards the red, however.
He might be able to go into a half ball or he's gone round it.
I think he expected to kick into it.
Yeah,
and that's why he's run out of position a little bit.
Yeah, you're right there. I think he's expected to kick into it and potentially the ball to the middle or the bottom left. Is he on anything now? He's chasing this a little bit now, and these reds are sitting pretty if he misses.
He is quite a creative player though, because he's so aggressive. He puts himself in some awkward situations and needs to get out of them.
Yeah, exactly. You know, these players that are ultra attacking always find something or see something that a lot of players don't. And all that, he's gone for a safety, and he's
okay. Okay, Craig. So that's why Craig's not a safety player.
Yeah, he doesn't play safety, and that's why he's made a mistake there. He's tried to go behind the red he's nearest to now and just leave no shot, but he's not played it very well at all.
Craig's a good lad, and I can't help but when I see him win, lose or draw, I'll remind him of that shot he just played there.
Oh, I wouldn't dare. I'd be ripping my hair out. Well, I guess Craig can't really do that, can he?
Yeah. The invitation to your opponent to go in and finish the frame. Well done, Craig.
I think they've both thrown a couple of chances away now. You feel that one of them's going to kick on soon and get fire in, maybe?
Yeah. And Gareth will be delighted because of his dry break. Craig's not fully capitalised on it. We alluded to that a little while ago, that this could go with break. Craig's had a good opportunity there. Not got them, and Gareth will be delighted. It's going to put a lot of pressure if Gareth does tidy these up on Craig's break in the next frame.
Yeah, definitely. These are as simple as you'd like them, really, for Gareth now. You know, you need to just screw back down on line with the middle ball, nice and as straight as you can. Yeah, a little bit short, but it's fine. You can just drag it in, I'd imagine. Oh, soft stun. And a simple black ball to go ahead again.
3-2 Gareth Hibbert. Corey Rees is a frame down to Mark Farnsworth. So Mark Farnsworth's 1-0 up on that quarter-final tie. Oh, there seems to be a bit of movement in the Adam Davis Clint Leanson game.
I think the only movement is him walking around the table. It's,
I tell you what, I would much prefer it to be on reds here.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think Adam must be on yellows.
Yeah, if you're at yellows on the table now, you're going to have to find something.
The match we're watching, Gareth Hibbert, Craig Marsh, and I believe our schedule for today means that we will have Andy Crosdale against Ross Fernie up here next, followed by a semi-final. One of the semi-finals, I think both will be screened, one will be on the outer table, but you'll still be available to see that on YouTube.
Again, he's crunched that, and one of the last balls rolling is gone. His last two breaks, he's hit so well. His cue balls come straight up the middle of the table. Nothing's kicked it. He's cueing the break very well.
How do you see this, Matt?
Well, for me, it's got to be. To be honest, you could go either set. It is down to the player. I feel like yellows potentially topping this first ball through, leaving the one near the black to bump the red and develop the right-hand side of the table, the only problem ball. I don't know if he's landed the right angle on this.
Yeah, so if you were giving that tip to any the youngsters watching or amateurs, not normal pub players that play for the team, would it be to attack the bad one as soon as you can?
You've always got to look at your problem ball early, because otherwise you dig in a hole, and if it goes wrong later on, you've got less options. Right now he's gone for it early, and he's had a few balls he could potentially land on. He's played it with control and he's landed on it good. And if you play it with control, you could do it later, I guess. But as it is, get it out early, get your work done. It's a little bit close for comfort. This, with a push shot likely.
Yeah.
I think that's why he's under hit it. He's kind of not hit it because he was frightened of pushing it because of how close the cue ball was.
So this isn't the most difficult pot, but it's the loss of the cue ball here that's possibly the issue.
Yeah, definitely. He could look at the double, but these tables, they slide, and it does make it more difficult, and it's a big shot then. If he takes it to the centre, he's looking likely he's going to be cannoning his yellow at top left and maybe knocking it out of play. But he will still have two options to the bottom right, you'd imagine. So he's gone for the double. He's absolutely nailed it.
And that's how you take the slide out them, ladies and gentlemen. He absolutely rattled that on.
Yeah, I feel, like you say, you've got to hit your doubles with a bit of conviction just to make sure they hold the line a bit better, because you're hitting them soft and the slide is hard to judge. I think ideally, in the ideal world, you take the bottom right out first, because that was a good ball for the black. He's got to travel a bit of a distance now back up there to get on the 8 ball.
He must have landed a little straight on the one at the bottom right.
Yeah, you'd imagine he wasn't quite where he'd want to be, and this is why he's took that ball out first. So you need an angle. He's got an angle, but he's got to cue it nicely. It's down to the player here. You could screw this up just above the left centre, or you could top it.
He's actually played that magnificently, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he'd have been happy with that from the start of the shot. He'd have been happy with that position.
So it's going to be a break here, guys. 3-3.
Just how we like it. Tight.
That's not the same frame.
It looks like it could be. Adam's doing well to stay in on them yellows, to be honest.
He hasn't half, and I don't know how that 8 balls landed there because it looked pretty much all but over the last time we watched this frame. So yeah, Adam's done well.
Never give up. You never know.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd still want to be reds if you're at the table, but it's you give Adam a sniff on them yellows.
Yeah. Plus, there's the fact that if Clint plays the shot that probably you're looking at just now and saying that he puts that red in front of the black half, you might shut the black half altogether, you know. And anyway, I'm sure those balls will still be there after this frame.
Yeah, we'll get back to that one and see what happens in that frame after this one. Oh, nasty. Just what he wanted.
Oh, that's really nasty.
He needs a touching ball here because otherwise it's horrible.
Yeah, because both sets were sitting really nice there. If he's is there any safe area?
If it's touching, maybe he can go off the top rail and nestle back on the same ball and hopefully land not touching for Craig. But if he's not touching now, this is tricky. I mean, if it's not touching, can he play the yellow onto the yellow it's looking like a direct plant onto?
Okay.
And then potentially send the white off the top
sure.
rail and nestle on the red and try not to leave anything, but it's not nice.
So this is where he needs to, if there's no hiding place, he needs to try and get creative, maybe even try to kick a ball in off the cushion. This is a tough situation.
Yeah, he's looking at going 2 rails and kicking the yellow in, like you say. Sometimes you just got to try and find something.
Yeah.
And he's give it a good go, you know.
Yeah, that was tough.
Sometimes it's better to go down fighting and give it a go.
They'll be feeling the full gods are against him for the cue ball part after the break.
Yeah, it's a bit cruel that really. He broke well, he hit him solid.
But Craig's got to try and take advantage of Gareth's ill fortune now.
He's got to be a little bit cute with his cue ball, but he's a bit straight on the shallow as well, I think. There's a few ways to go in there, but
I've always been impressed with Marsh's cue ball control.
Yeah, for a big lad, he's got a really
great touch.
He has got a really great touch, yeah.
Again, our camera angle's not great on this, but if the one of the 3 yellows together passes to the middle, which thank you, Craig, streamer, I think it does. You can put this and just nestle onto the red.
It looks like he's playing a rake left-hand side just to straighten the cue ball up enough to flick the red out.
Yeah.
If he'd have played it plain ball, he would have flicked the red too thin and not moved it enough. But he's landed absolutely perfect because now he can play the middle yellow of the 3 and nestle onto the next red. And you'd feel he's done and dusted. It's just travelling down to the 8 ball, leave a nice angle on your last yellow.
Again, that looks easy. But it's not as easy playing with a rake left-hand side, you know, to make that shot possible.
Yeah, you swerve in the cue ball and then the side on the object ball throws that as well. So it's kind of a field shot. You've got to know your cue, know your touch, but you play these shots regular when you're playing, so you kind of on the line's perfect here. He's just gone under, maybe a little straight.
It's available in both bags, which is beneficial for him.
Yeah. Stun down the middle of the table, maybe, or a soft screw.
Yeah, that's fine.
Craig's took the lead.
So that's advantage, Marshy.
Yeah, you've got to feel for Gareth a bit though,
yeah,
really, because
yeah, of course.
oh, this frame might be coming to an end. An exciting one at that, because that's oh no, he's got a shot to bottom left, but it's a big shot.
Yeah, you'd expect it to be easier than that though when you're being in such control of the frame.
Yeah, the white's got kicked a little bit out of control from there. He's got one big shot, but there's a lot of pressure on it, really. You know, you want to get a good start, and you know, especially against Adam, who's come back on the scene, and has had some big wins. His first couple of wins this weekend will be heavy. You know, he's playing well. He must be playing well. You don't get them wins in the pro without playing some good stuff.
What a cracking pot though for Clint.
Yeah, he's played it with authority and nailed it.
And so, if we do fly over, I fully expect Clint to get that 8 ball, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'd imagine he's got that one now. I don't think that'll be there when we come back after this frame.
No.
If it is, yeah, I'll be a bit surprised.
Mm.
Matt, he's hit the break well again, not quite up the centre of the table with the white, but he's still cued it nice, and he's got a chance.
And would that be yellows?
He can't go reds here. He's got no shot on a red. He's got no shot at all. Sometimes you've got to go for the harder set. Even I'm not saying they're the harder set, but sometimes you've got to, because you've got no option. He's just got the yellow. What he's nearest to is his trickiest ball now. He has got balls to develop it, so I'd imagine he's going to go yellows. And at some point, he's got to develop that, ideally early. He might try and go off top rail now, but it's a big shot.
He's actually... It's a bad shot because he's put the yellow that he's hit there, maybe unintentionally, a bit safer. But he may land on the kick out of the bad one that you said. A shot from now.
Yeah, I was going to say he can't play it now, but he's landed an angle. But where does it go from here? That's the... Is he going to cannon the red rather than the yellow? Because then he's potentially on the yellow to the left middle. It's probably the most controlled way to play it. Because if he goes directly into the yellow, unless it beats the red on the right middle, it could go a bit sour. So I'd imagine he's going to the red here.
Oh, that's a really good shot. It's a really good call from you as well, Matt.
But he's not done yet. He's a bit tricky, because can he just stop this dead? I was going to screw off the rail. Again, he's cued that nicely, because
just quite not enough though, has he?
Yeah, he does look a bit shy, but the cue ball jumped a little bit there and took the pace out. Can he just play this and play into the red? But again, it might be one of them shots where he's got to play with loads of right hand side, but that makes it very missable. Can he?
This looks as if he's screwing round. This is what I call a typical Marshy shot.
Yeah, the way he's played it, your pot's more guaranteed.
Cut a double, Matt.
I think he's going double. It's a horrible cut from there. Yeah, that's not nice. The cut was ultra thin. You know, if he was a bit better on it, he'd have took it, but not from there. And again, the tables with the slide, the doubles are hard. You know, he's played it with a lot of pace, trying to keep the line as natural as he could.
And for you guys, there's not even a thought of safety here, is there? It's just like...
Yeah, to be honest, you know, you play safe. You at the pro level, you risk someone finding something, and then it kills you. When they find a shot and you had a chance to go from, you didn't have a go. It's just all on this cannon. He's going to take the ball to the centre and cannon these. I'd imagine he's going to do it with nice control, nice and delicate. Again, they've all come out nice. He's got a long ball, but it's a big pocket, I guess, but yeah, he's happy with that.
Yeah, he's fine. He'll be happy if I visit to the table, to be honest.
I don't know if he's played it there in the mindset that he's got a big bag and he's played it a bit thick, but it's just wobbled in. Because it's even though he'd back himself making that pot every time, it's in the back of your mind that it is a big pocket, so you kind of don't commit sometimes. You know, you relax a little bit.
He's played that well.
Yeah, he's fine there. And again, you can take after the left-hand side ball, you can take it either one next. It's whichever you fancy.
He's landed on that absolutely plumb as well. His auto position.
And again, another frame that Craig's had a chance in and let go. There's a lot of swings and roundabouts in this game. Both players have had chances and let them go. So you really can't call a winner. When this game come up in the draw, I was excited because these are two of the best players to watch. They both very attacking, both got big breaks. And I thought it was going to be dish for dish for dish.
Yeah.
And it's not been really, but that kind of makes it exciting because you don't know what's coming next.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Now, still to come up, we have the Normandy Hotel in Glasgow, quite an iconic pool venue that's going to host the next tour on the 27th, 29th of June. So anybody that's not signed up for that, get up there already. All the professionals will be up there. The ladies elite, everybody is going to Scotland. Glasgow Normandy Hotel, 27th, 29th of June. Followed by the International Open down here again in the Coventry Hilton Doubletree, which I think is the favourite venue of all the players, Matt. And then the Grand Final Festival in the Combs Hotel Isle of Man, which I believe is a different class. I think it's on a golf course. If you're a golfer, take your golf clubs with you. And that's where we're culminating the tour for 2025, and that's the 14th, 16th of November. Get on the IPA page and get yourself signed up if you still can.
Yeah, the tour this year, it's come on leaps and bounds. It's exciting. I think there's a lot more advertising and people are pushing forward, and it's exciting for the game.
Oh, wow.
I think I want to buy that break.
Oh, wow.
If you're getting these breaks, you kind of feel like, if you were getting these regularly, you feel like, oh, the tournament's mine.
Yeah.
You know, you can't be complacent, but these are as easy as you like.
Well,
you know?
I think I'd even have a wee chance of putting these reds to be finishing these reds, to be honest with you. That is an unbelievable break for the Godfather.
The thing is with these, as easy as they come, you cannot be complacent because it's one shot away from chasing a finish and making it hard for yourself. And the route he takes them in, he could make these so simple if he takes them in the right order. And I'm sure for himself, he will take them in the right order, what he feels comfortable with.
Yeah, he didn't win before he played his first ball, exactly where everything was going.
Even though there's no bad balls, you've always got a ball that's not your best, so you've kind of got to land on it. You feel like he's going to come across towards the yellow here and try and leave the ball to the centre maybe? Because you can go bottom right or middle or centre.
That's always a benefit as well when you're playing for like an area that puts you on both. It does help.
Yeah, definitely. It's just the way he's going though is perfect. Just roll.
So what a match.
Is this quicker than the first finish? If he gets them?
It's right up there. It's just the same. So this match has went 3-3 on serve. It's then went break a serve, and we're back to on serve again. 5-4 Gareth Hibbert.
Like we say, it could go all the way. It's always nice to see the professionals go all the way in a tight game. It's great for viewing, you know. Anyone can win, you know.
Yep. Clint did pot the black on the first frame to go 1-0 up. I can only imagine, looking at the ball situation here, that Adams had a go and missed.
Yeah, so again, he's had a chance. So it's frustrating letting chances go because you can't do it too often. Not against the likes of Clint or, well, any professional really, you know.
Yeah, and especially at this stage as well, when people are sharp, you know, because they've got themselves to this stage.
I'm not sure. Was it always against Liam Dunster? He got through his last round. I know he won his first two comfortable, and then.
Yeah, I think it ended up 8-6 against Liam Dunster. But I watched a little bit of that match, and it was just a really, really high quality match.
Maybe it's took it out of him a little bit, and
Yeah,
he's set off a bit
possibly.
slowly. It can be hard at these events sometimes, you know, keeping your composure match after match.
Just a little update. Another quarter-final in play, and Corey Rees, who was the winner against the young G. Wegger in the last stream match, he's 2-0 down to Mark Farnsworth. who I was talking to this morning, he was in as normal at 8 a.m, 7 a.m. probably, and practicing. For a guy who's been playing as long as Mark has, oh my goodness. He is still very hungry to put a little bit of time in.
Well, as you were saying that then, he's Clint's missed a simple red. I don't think there's any excuse for that. I think he's just, I don't know, he's just missed it. Maybe he's took his eye off it.
Very uncharacteristic, and I don't know if you heard Marcy there, but as he hit the break, as the ball was coming back, he instantly knew and said, "Oh no."
Yeah, no, I didn't. To be honest, I didn't hear that, but yeah. Sometimes you'll hit the break and you just know it's half a table and you know it's going in.
I knew.
But this might be the chance Gareth needs to break away, because is it gone frame for frame all the way now?
Yeah, it has indeed.
So it's got to be reds. There's two stale yellows on the right hand side. You'd imagine he'd develop the one red that's just below the yellows, push it out towards middle, and leave himself on the red above the yellows.
Yeah, I was just wondering if he could bring them both into play at the one time, but
to be honest, I think the higher one does go.
Okay.
But if it doesn't go, he definitely will be attacking that, like you say now. And the fact that he's played it like that tells me it does go.
Is he on it just now? It doesn't look as if he's on it just now.
No, I think he's going to play it. His next shot, he's going to play the one
Yeah.
top right as we look.
Yep.
Like you say, take your bad balls out early. It's not a bad ball, but it's the tricky one.
And it's also connecting him to the one upstairs, isn't it? The one that's on the cushion, yeah. Or he can go across. Aye,
Yeah.
this is...
Yeah, I feel like you've natural angles coming across now, so you take the two out on the left hand side.
Barring a disaster, this is 6-4 Gareth.
Again, he's had a nice chance here. You know, sometimes the balls go for you, sometimes they go against you, and you can prepare all you want, but you need that little bit of luck, no matter how good you are. Looks like he's stunning into the other red.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it maybe was a bit delicate to screw past it, so he's just played into it.
He's still got a variety of choices, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he can even take the ball over the right centre to put him back into shape, I suppose. So
I'm just, for me here, I'm looking which ball is the connector to the black, which one's the easy ball.
Yeah, for sure.
You've got to keep it as simple as possible. And again, he could use a few, so it's just on how he's feeling.
I mean, if he gets the cue ball back to where it is just now, when he plays the two reds to the top, it wouldn't be the worst thing, would it? To play the red into the right middle, and is the 8 ball available in the left middle? Is that a wee backup plan?
Yeah, you'd imagine he'd want to play the 8 ball to the bottom right, ideally, because the yellow below the 8 ball to the right comes into play if you try to land on it to the middle, but he should be all right. He's got to play a shot here, though. Is he going to screw or stun top rail and left rail as well?
He's played it pretty well.
He might, depend on his angle, yeah, he could go either way.
Can he? I'm not sure he'll be able to pinch back enough. All will be revealed in a couple of seconds, though, Matt. That's for sure.
I think if he can screw back across the table to...
Can he play that shot?
But it looks like he's rolling it. Maybe he couldn't pinch it. But there, he's made sure he's stayed well away from that yellow.
This was his plan B.
He might have been playing that all along. It's hard to tell sometimes, isn't it, when the players are at the table.
Good finish. One thing's for sure, he wasn't going to miss. You just knew he wasn't going to miss.
Barring a kick, yeah. I say he was getting them. Did Adam take that finish out? Yeah, Adam must have took that finish out.
Yeah, that's 1-1. And Corey's on board as well now. So Corey has managed to get a frame back against Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, hopefully he can settle in now. Sometimes, you go 1-0 down, 2-0 down. You need that frame just to settle in. It can be hard. Unless if you've not had the chances, then you don't feel hard done to. But if you've had chances and you've let them go, it hurts.
if you look around the arena just now, we have got loads happening. Ladies matches, open matches. I mean, look at that. That young guy must be about, I don't know, 12, 13, 14 years old.
You know what? I was just looking at him then when you mentioned it, and I've never seen him before. I don't know who he is. But there's so many good
It's
youngsters coming through.
It's great to see, isn't it?
Do we have a name for him? Can you see? Table 17.
Table 17. Let's have a look. Who is this guy?
It's going to be Callum Nichols
Callum Nichols.
playing against Mark White. I do know Mark, and Mark's a very solid player. I mean, so Callum has got his work out. But this is where you come, you know, you
What an
learn.
experience.
You play the best players and you learn the game.
Yeah. And then once he's played his match, he can go around, have a seat, watch all the professionals, and dream of doing that one day himself.
Yeah, definitely. It's exciting, you know, as a youngster looking at the IPA. And I remember coming here when I was about, well, I was a late starter at pool as a lot as it goes, but I was about 17 and I was playing all the best players on the IPA, and it was exciting. And I come back all these years later and I guess took it a bit more seriously and had the experience.
Yep. Well, people's got lives to lead as well, and but it's great. It's great seeing the youngins, and there's loads of them coming through now.
I think you've got to throw yourself in the deep end, and you've got to be beaten. You've got to learn from that. I think you can't avoid it. You know, fair play to him. You know, for getting involved.
Well, he's just rolling balls, and he looks as if he's not in awe of his opponent at all.
I mean, I guess it comes into it where you're young and fearless as well.
Yeah.
Not a care in the world. Ooh.
Oh.
This match is starting to turn towards Gareth now. He has gone dry though, hasn't he?
But he's dry, yeah. He's maybe got away with one because he was so close to getting an off. However, he's not got one, and it's giving Marsh a slight chance. Marsh will just be thinking he needs to finish this, and then needs the break and finish to get the match level again.
I think like you say, they're always looking at a finish, and they're very attacking, and it's great for the viewing.
Once that stopped.
Yeah, you'd rather another option on the table, I guess.
Just as a backup plan, isn't it? He's got a good chance though.
The 8 ball is a tricky one now, I feel. Yeah. I mean, you could run this one through, play the one to the left, top left as we look, and then the one over the right top, and then the centre. They all do connect. It's just the 8 ball is tricky.
The 8 ball would be okay if the cue ball was where it is just now, anyway. He had a shot at it and at the bottom left, but
yeah, it's a tricky one for sure.
I'll tell you what, he played that absolutely fantastic.
I mean,
so does the red go to the right middle? It's stuck beside the yellow.
Yeah, it looks like it goes for me. It's just that 8 ball. Does he try and play into the yellow above it and land on it? Does he try and play to the middle of the balk line? You're probably better off landing a shot and guaranteeing yourself a shot if there's a way of doing that, because you don't want to be. Because it looks like if he's going to develop it, it looks like he's going to have to do it late, and you don't really want to do that when you've got less options on the table.
I think he's doing it now.
I think, like you say, I think he's gone.
It's come out smelling of roses.
He has, because he's landed at angle. I think he's gone for it now because it was a tricky shot and he didn't want to play the cannon late. He's done it now while he's got options, and it's worked out because he's got an option.
This can still go bad, however.
It's all on the cannon.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, like you say, the camera angles are deceiving, and he's absolutely perfect to just roll it in, and he's kind of got away with that a little bit, really.
Absolutely,
you feel?
Absolutely.
Because he's missed the cannon and he's landed perfect on the next ball. Sometimes you feel like it's your day when that happens, but this game has just gone one way than the other.
Gareth will know that sitting in his seat as well. Oh, okay.
Could he not hold? Because he's played a cannon there, and you kind of felt like he could drag it in and just hold. But he's at the table, he knows better than us.
He's still got a double though, hasn't he? Or can he cut this back?
I think he's got to play the double, but
Oh, this time he's not managed to double it. He played it with a lot more conviction, harder the last time. He had the same shot, but he couldn't do it that time because he tried to hold for the 8 ball.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's deceiving from here, but you kind of feel like he could have dragged that in and landed a shot to the middle after everything. He's got himself into prime position and then let it slip a little. And for Gareth, this is just a practice finish now. Hold your head, just roll them in, stun them in, keep it simple.
To get yourself one away for victory, you're certainly not going to make any mistakes here. That's for sure.
You can kind of relax a little bit. I mean, you don't want to too much, but because you didn't think you was going to get this chance, and to go 3 ahead, it's huge. So stun to the right middle, roll to the left middle. So you probably want to play this one to the left middle, run through a little bit, and then it's all stuns and rolls. It should be, and it's a 3-frame lead, which is huge. It's the first big break in the game.
Yeah, Marsh will be preparing himself for his break just now. And knowing, let's give him a bit straight. Fine shot though, good little shot. Yeah, knowing that he probably needs to break and finish to stay in the match.
Yeah, if he goes dry on this break or get kicked in off, it's going to hurt because he's let one go there. He's let a chance go to keep the game a bit closer.
Okay. So
It's got to a stage in the game now where Craig might have to play faultless pool, and even then he might not get the chances. You know, Gareth's got the breaks to win the game and not give Craig the opportunity.
Now, is this a quarter thing? I'm just wondering. I thought the Ross Fairley game earlier on was... I don't know what's happening. But that looks like Andy and Dan Davey. And on Cuesports it did say that, but I thought I seen Ross Fairley shaking hands with Dan Davey earlier.
Yeah, it's definitely Dan Davies 4-2 up on.
And that's a
Andy
race to 9. That's a the race to 9. Oh, is this a race to 9? The match for?
Maybe
no,
Ross,
this is the last 16 match, isn't it?
Maybe Ross was shaking his hand for the decider.
Aha.
And we've missed the trick because, it, like you say, it looked like he'd won, but maybe he'd not.
Okay. I need to go on that just now.
So again, Gareth's back in here. There's not a problem on the table, really. It's just keep a tight white, and you feel he's going to clear the bottom end of the table as we look. Either row or stun this one to the bottom right. Take his centre ball out next, and then work his way up to the top of the table.
He's played that really, really nice for that little trace aside. It looks all but over here. Is it a race to 7 that now is?
And this is to go on the hill, so...
Okay.
It's
So sorry anybody out there listening to me, don't listen. I'm getting that excited with how well Gareth's playing here that I don't even know what the race is to. It's races 2 and 9 now.
Hey, the long
at
days.
this stage. Yeah.
The long days. So it looks like he's got a little bit of an angle. I think that's his only problem. I mean, he should be all right. He's asked for his extension just to give himself a little bit more time. He's got a little bit of an angle and he wants to be straighter. He might even go up top of the table and come back.
Yeah, race to 9 indeed. So the quarterfinals that go up to a race to 9, semi-finals race to 9, and the final is a race to 10.
Yeah, he's just used the red and kept it simple.
Indeed, that must have been a decider. So Ross Fairley must have... 8-7 Dan Davey. So sorry for any Ross Fairley fans that were thinking he was still in the tournament. Apologies to any Dan Davey fans that thought he was out the tournament. But Dan's in and he's playing Andy Crosdale right now. And he's 4-3 up into the bargain. So all the quarterfinals are in progress.
Can he take the yellow? Is he straight on that yellow? Can he get to it bottom left? Because if he can take that now, it's just a stun and he's done. His work's done. I feel like because if he takes the one to the,
I think he's on that.
if he takes one to the corner and leaves the wrong angle, this one is just a stun, middle ball stun.
Yeah, perfect.
I think he's apologising there to Craig because he didn't play on that ball.
Yeah, he's such a gentleman, Gareth, you know. But he's an assassin gentleman.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He apologises when he gets it done.
Yeah, sorry, I've just gone 8-4 up. Yeah.
And I thought I had not missed a ball for like 3 or 4 frames. Yeah.
I think that's the first time in this game though where it's been like that. There's been less mistakes. Well, certainly from Gareth's perspective, you know, he's broke away now. Was it 4-all, and now it's
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
it's crazy how quick the game can turn on you. You know, you miss a couple of chances, even one, and the game can.
That's all it takes. Especially at the level of the guys that's playing, because they pounce on any weakness.
That's why it can be so frustrating coming to these events, because you make one mistake and you lose 2 or 3 frames. But it's where the best players are. It's where you want to be. You know, this is where you learn, and this is where your game improves. You know, you learn from it.
And you still to play in the Open then, Matt?
Thankfully, yeah. Yeah. To be honest, I played Craig on screen in my first game, and neither of us was at our best. I've kind of come here with all the confidence, even though the practice has not been there.
Yep.
So I've had a lot going on, but I'm happy to be here, and it's nice to compete and watch the pool. Hopefully that was a practice game for me, and I'm ready for tonight.
Yeah. Well, wish you well anyway. So, I think even I know what he's going to take here, but take it away, Matt. How's he going to go about these?
He's going to go. He's got to go yellows really, because the red top left. I mean, you could go either, but he's going to go yellows. Yellows are so much more simple, but it's for the game, and he's got a bit of freedom now because he's ahead, but you can't really feel like that because, again, one mistake can cost you a few frames. He's tried playing that clean and he's just clipped the yellow. It did go, but it did.
They were disappointed with that, weren't they?
Yeah, because it did go clean, but he's just cued it.
Is it
not as sweet as he wanted to?
Has it fell into a plant, however, or is it a little off?
You know what? It does look like he can potentially make it. So he can play that. He can play the ball across the left rail as we look now, and land on the plant, and it's just all on the plant. You know.
If that is the case, he's had another nice touch.
Yeah.
Craig was sitting steaming in his seat.
Yeah, you're right. He's had a little bit of a touch, but sometimes when the game starts going your way, all the chances start going. It just turns. It's crazy.
Okay. So I think what he actually played for there, but that couldn't be a plan. I think he played to get an angle to the right middle to be able to pot it, go forward and kick into it, or come off the cushion and kick your head away.
Yeah, he's either not been able to hold, or like you say, it wasn't a plant in the first place. Craig playing safety, but it's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good save.
He has just about got the bag. Also left his ball potable, and obviously Gareth's got the work at the top right as well. So what's he looking at here? Can he move the red away? I think he's feeling like because he knows he's got a bit of control at the top of the table still.
Yeah. If anything, he would have liked to have brought that yellow further into play, but I think the risk of that was actually potting the ball that he was bringing it away from.
Yeah, he's tried to get it away, like you say, but he didn't want to pot. He didn't want to give Craig a foul. He knows that Craig has got the pressure on him here. You know, the pressure's on Craig to get back into this game, and especially a tactical frame. Craig would rather pot balls, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
So Craig's got to play a game he doesn't like to get back into it. But if he does win it, you never know.
Craig seemed to not like the outcome of that shot there. I'm just wondering if this yellow goes in past the red.
I think it must do. Like you said, he wasn't happy.
Nah, I thought that was tight. Okay.
To be honest, if Gareth's playing it, you feel it.
Yeah.
He thought it went himself. So, and so did Craig because he wasn't happy. But it was, I think, with the red being so close to the rail, obviously he's double kissed it, which it was tight. But he has tied Craig's red up.
Yeah.
So it's a bit scrappy, this one.
Yeah, it's because of the skill shot though. Sometimes it looks tied up, but like 2 shots later, he's left an angle on a ball to obviously pot it and then go into that. However, that's a very good shot he's played.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah, he's tried to play an attacking safety and develop his ball. He don't want to mess around for too long. It's not his style. And Gareth's got his work cut out now.
Although Gareth's always been attacking his full career, he'll know this game and he'll know the tactic will get him inside out as well.
Yeah, he is very, very attacking, but he has got a very good all-round game. He's one of the most solid players I've seen. You don't see him play safety very often, but that's just because he's so good at attacking the game. You know, he can pot off lampshades. His cue ball's as good as anyone's. You know, he just on his day, and he's proven that over the years.
I mean, the start with Gareth as well. Anybody that's ever watched him playing pool knows how he's talented, but like to have back-to-back 1-4-7s, it's just unbelievable for anybody that's ever held this acute at snooker. They know how difficult the game is. You know, even just to do a century or what have you. But like to do back-to-back 1-4-7s, and it's just unbelievable for like an amateur player.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever going to be forgotten about, is it?
No. Craig's
got away with that there.
Neither should it be.
No, it's crazy. I've actually spoke to Gareth about that, and it was actually I'm sure he said it was in a local league game, in a singles semi-final or final or something, and he said he'd never had a 1-4-7 until.
That's even more unbelievable. Actually,
until the first one of the night, and then the very next frame he did it again.
Unbelievable.
And the way he worded it was, the first one was kind of easy. And that sounds crazy, and I don't think I'm mixing my words up there.
Yeah.
He said it was kind of, there was all there.
Yeah.
Which, they're never all there, are they? Not on a 1-4-7 on the big table. So there was kind of all there, and then they said the second one, they were just going in from everywhere.
Right, okay, that's mad. That's brilliant. What a story.
So to put it simply, I had an easy 1-4-7, then a tricky one.
Yep, okay. What a man. So while this frame's a little bogged down, Mark Farnsworth's now 4-1 ahead of Corey Rees. So that mini revival for Corey to get back into the match at 2-1. It didn't last long.
Gareth's looking at him, putting in a world of pain here. He's going to put him tight behind the yellow if he can, if the knuckle's not in the way. I think the knuckle's slightly in the way.
I think there, if Gareth would be truthful, if you asked him, he wanted the cue ball to stop short a little more, and then he would have been able to get him real good.
Yeah, he's fighting for 2 visits to clear. Well, one of 2 areas, and like you say, he's gone a little bit too far, and he's had to swerve the cue ball, which has meant he's not got tight behind the yellows. He would have been very tight behind them had he stopped short. And that's come out nice for Craig. This frame was like all in Gareth's favour not long ago, and it's turned on its head.
Gareth needs to finish this, I believe. But I mean, is there any hiding place? What else can he do here? How can he prevent?
He's just trying, if he can get one tight safety, you never know. But again, he's not got it, but
at least he's prevented Craig from finishing it.
Yeah, he's kind of bought himself another visit at least. But I think he was trying to get a bit tighter maybe. But Craig's can't take anything for granted here. He's got to be careful, because you don't want to, if he opens this yellow up, he's played a great shot there.
I'll tell you what, he hasn't half, because he wasn't a wee bit at it. So I've done Gareth at this service there, saying that he had to go, because he played a pretty good shot, but Craig's played a better one.
Yeah, Craig's played a great shot there. He's developed it. He's put pressure on Gareth now. What can Gareth play here? Is he going to play knuckles and across it? You know, it's the angles are tough here for him. and he needs to get it safe, really. Or he's trying to masse around it, which is a tricky one.
Great shot.
It's a hit, but Gray's got the chance now.
Yeah.
But he's still got the bottom left. I don't know if he can double kiss that red in while he's got one over the bottom right still, you know, so he's got options.
It's not the best cue ball in the world. He might have to play the plant now. Matt, you know, so...
I mean, he could play... like you say, he could clip the red he's nearest to and go into the plant. He's looking at that now.
Right. So he's like the carom shot.
Because he's got options. He's got the centre ball to be on. Oh,
okay.
Dear. That's a big mistake.
I didn't want to do that.
I think I don't know if he's took his eye off it and he's trying to pot the ball in the middle.
Yeah.
I feel like he was going for just the plant, and then maybe he's not committed to either shot.
Yeah.
He's got the ball to the middle or the plant, and that's not good. You need to commit. Because he's left Gareth a chance for the match. I know it's tricky, and he's got a black that's in a world of pain, but Gareth will be made up with this opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. So he'll just be what pot balls here and just give his cell another pot, then give his cell another pot.
You kind of feel he wants to take the middle one of the three next and land on the rail ball, because he doesn't want to get from the rail ball to the 8 ball, because that is horrible.
Yeah.
He needs to land. I mean, what is he going to do with the 8 ball? Does it double past the red at the top right? I think it does, just about, but it's tight.
So when he's playing this, he's pretty much want to put the cue ball back to where it is just now, or even land a little shy like that.
Yeah,
which is plumb.
And with this one now, he's going to land an angle to either get on the 8 ball, which there's not many places it goes, or kick it out. But to be honest, even kicking it out, how's he doing it? You know, it's tricky.
I think the treble's the shot on the 8 ball. Can't believe I've spotted it, to be honest with you, but
he has got a big bag on the treble, but it's a big shot. I think you're right, though. I think the treble's the shot. So if you could stun down the left-hand side of the table, you probably want to be pretty much in a direct line with it.
He's coming round to look at it now, actually.
You're right. You've spotted one there.
If he had a host of space to do it, I wouldn't have spotted it because he was so limited.
This is it. He's not got many options at all, so he wants to travel a little bit more. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay, so for Gareth Hibbert to cement his place in the semi-finals of the professional event, he is taking on a treble.
Could be a highlight reel. It's there.
And he's got it.
What a great shot.
What a brilliant match. Gareth Hibbert's just evergreen. Unbelievable. Matt Schofield, thanks so much for doing this match with me. It has been very interesting. Thanks for your insightful commentary.
No, it's been a pleasure. It's been nice to be with you.
And now we go back over to the Dan Davey game. Not Ross Fernie, Dan Davey, who is playing Andy Crosdale in the quarter-finals. And it's 5-4, Dan Davey.
Another tight one. But as we've just seen, you know, that was neck and neck all the way, and then suddenly one player breaks away. It happens, you know. You cannot let up in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And it's now 4-2. So Corey is stealing a frame every... But he would need to go on a little run to get back at Mark Farnsworth.
But again, he's one of them players, isn't he? You know, there's a hotbed of pool from the Wales lads, and he's one of them he's won major events. You know, he's one of them that can do it. Yeah,
for sure. An interesting game. I don't know if that's in the opener there. I was think it's the opener. Young Ryan Martin, 6-4 up against a well-established player, Scott Pope. Ryan's a young Scottish player. He's only like 16 or 17 year old. He's dominating like our under 18 section at the moment, and he's one to watch in the future.
It's crazy because I mean I know he's from up Scotland like yourself, but I don't know him. You know, there's that many good players that you just don't know of.
Well, he's one to watch in the future. Mark Pickworth with Gareth Hibbert.
Thanks, Alan, and everyone back at the studio with our latest winner, Gareth Hibbert. Another IPA semi-final incoming. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, pretty good, Mark. Yeah. It's just a bit of luck here and there, and the odd good break, bad break. But I think he missed a double at 4-3 up, and it just started going my way after that. Just obviously was never in a position to win that last frame, and it just felt nice for me. So.
And I know we're only on like tour 2 of the 2025 season, but you know, with your standard in that, you've probably had a slight slower start than your past seasons.
Yeah.
Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I've not had much motivation since the Worlds, to be honest. I've probably been in my pool room 4 or 5 times since the Worlds. I've not been up for it really. So once you get it, you want to do well, but it's actually building up to it. So yeah, so the Worlds just sort of took it out of me. I've not really been that bothered since, to be honest. But I got to the semis of the Open at the last tour, so I'm usually better in the Pro, not so good in the Open, so that was a good Open for me. But yeah, the motivation hasn't been great, to be honest, so hopefully a good run here will get me back into it.
And a little bit about your opponent. You know, Craig Marsh, he's had a bit of a resurgence in his the way that he's winning matches, etc. You know, he's been playing some good stuff.
It's great to see. I saw him the week after that he won in Bolton, because obviously we left by then, but saw him the week after down in Wales, and he had a celebration drink down there. It's great to see him back winning, because class act on and off the table.
And a little bit about your next opponents. You're either playing Clint Jansen or Adam Davis in the bottom half of the draw. Currently it's 3-all in a race to 9.
Yeah.
And you mean, you know, 2 former world champions as well, as you know, the same as yourself. Do you prefer to be playing either of them?
Not really, no. The 2 lads have gone well with both of them. I've actually been looking across, and it's been quite scrappy actually up to now, what I've seen. So hopefully they keep that form up. But obviously I got a bit fortunate getting the bye in the last 16, because Scott had some bad news from home, so hopefully things are okay back there for him. But yeah, it has opened up a little bit, and we just have to see what happens with Adam and Clint. And
a little bit about the IPA at the moment. You know, it seems to be very, very buzzing at the moment. You know, not just this venue, but the way the IPA is at the moment. There's a lot of professionals, there's a lot of high-class games at the moment. Are you sort of glad to still be part of it?
Yeah, definitely, Mark. Yeah, it's always nice to be at the latter end of tournaments and doing well, and just there's some class players in the pros and the amateurs and the ladies, so it's good to see everywhere you look there's a good pool player, so apart from here.
All right, no, don't be like that. And you know, a little bit about the top half of the draw. I mean, I was talking just before the quarterfinals started. It's a very tasty lineup for the quarterfinals. Probably one of the strongest lineups we've had for quite a long while.
Yeah, it's a lot of the old names, isn't it? Really, it's obviously Clint's back doing well again, and Mark, and the other Mark's missed out on this one, but is Liam still in? No, Liam's out.
Liam's got beat by Adam.
It's very strong. It's nice to see Corey back doing well, because he's had a bit of a quiet spell.
Yes, I think he's 1 or 2 frames. I think it's 1 frame away at the moment.
There's some big names left in, so that's what you expect.
And what about your expectations for this year? Have you sort of put any pressure on yourself? What do you want to do? I know you probably want to get back into the winner's circle, but you know, expectations come the end of the year. Where do you want to be?
Just win a tournament or 2, Mark. Really, I do put a lot on the World, so I put more time in for the Worlds, and once that's out of the way, sort of dip in and out of it a little bit. But just to win maybe 1 or 2 tournaments would be great, and just to keep myself up in the top 2 or 3. I think I'm 3rd at the minute, so as long as I'm top 3 or 4, you should be getting half decent draws. So,
do you think the number 1 spot can be taken? You know, Mark Boyle had a bit of an early exit, and I mean, there's still 50, 60 points in it between Liam and Mark. Do you think that can be overtaken this season?
I lost a lot of points last tour because I got the 2 that came off were 2 runners-up that I had from 2 years previously, but I don't have many open points to defend, because I've been rubbish on a Sunday for the last couple of years, to be honest. So if I can start picking up more open points, hopefully the Pro will look after itself. But yeah, it's the Sundays where I just need to pick up more points, to be honest.
And Mark Farnsworth, has got himself back into that top 4 as well. You know, it's going to be a very tasty outcome come the end of the season, surely, between all of you.
Well, yeah, and there's others as well that can get themselves up there. Any one of the top probably 16, and some of the new boys are good enough to win tournaments and get themselves up there. So yeah, it should be interesting.
Very interesting indeed. Well, you are into another IPA semi-final, so I'm going to wish you the best luck. I know you've probably got a little bit of a rest period, but hopefully we'll see you come the end of the night.
Cheers, Matt.
Thanks very much, Gareth Hibbert, into the semi-finals. We haven't quite got a game ready for you quite currently. There's a lot of games going off at the moment, but I'm delighted to be joined by Deb Birchall, 2-time IPA world champion, and currently the IPA number 1 elite player. Debs, just wanted you just to jump in and talk to me about the actual ladies game, how it is currently. I mean, we started with 8 elite players. We then went to 16. We're now at 22, I think it is.
Yeah.
How do you think we're going? Are we going in the right direction?
I think it's brilliant. I think it's growing match by match, tournament by tournament. I think it's just a really exciting prospect for the ladies. I think it's been growing for some time, and I think it's just starting to get on a precipice of a massive explosion. I think it's just building, and it's going to get more and more and more beneficial and sort of out there for all the ladies to be on, and they need to get on it because it's brilliant.
And a little bit about, obviously, we've not quite got the elite final ready yet.
No.
But, Emma's currently in there. She looks like she's probably going to edge through. But,
It's tight.
this tour here, so the top 8 seeds haven't got to the semi-finals. It must be the first time ever. Does that surprise you?
I just think it's a different dynamic. I think when you got all the new players coming in, they're hungry for the places, and obviously there's myself and Rhiannon and people like that who've been getting to the sort of finals and semi-finals and winning things. You've got added pressure of that, and the other people wanting to take your place and win, and I think that makes a difference, and it's difficult to just keep that going sometimes, and I think they've got a bit more hunger maybe coming in than we have. So it doesn't surprise me. I just think it's sort of like the sort of natural order of things, people coming in and just trying to take your spots, and I think it's just a general consensus of what's going to happen, really.
And obviously we know about Emma, we know about showing, multiple competition winners.
Yeah.
But, the players like Marianne and Alexandra, they're into their first elite semi-finals. I mean, it just proves how good the ladies' game's in at the moment.
I think that surprises me more, to be fair. They haven't been there sooner, to be fair.
Yeah.
Both quality players. Marianne's been around a long while, and so is Alexandra. Both brilliant players, very measured, very calculated. And both excellent, all-round games, both of them. I'm not surprised at all, and they're really tight, these semi-finals now, and I think they're just one frame in each semi-final at the moment, and Emma's in front in one and Alexandra's in front in the other, and I think it may stay that way, it may not, it depends how the others play, but it's quality matches we're seeing all the way through.
And in the quarter-finals in the elite, we had a repeat of the World Championship final between Emma and Ashley. Then we had a repeat of the last elite final between Jenny and Shona.
Yeah.
Both. Emma obviously got the result against Ashley, so she never got any revenge. But Shona got revenge against Jenny. Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't surprise me at all. I think Shona, in the last tournament, Shona wasn't on fire as much as she had been, and Jenny was just fun. Jenny was superb. I was so pleased for Jenny when she won that. She was absolutely superb in that final, and really deserved that win, and really fought hard for that. And Shona then has shown her class and come back and gone, right, no, we're not doing that again, we're doing this, and this is, I'm going to win today, and really took it to her. And I watched both matches, and Emma's and Ash's game was absolutely fantastic, and it went right down to the wire, and it just came to a little couple of balls missed either side, and the 7-6 scoreline, it was perfect for that match. It was just absolutely brilliant to watch, and just superb all around again.
And we always talk about the underdog story. Pretty much. Let's talk about the Jenny Lawson. Winning that elite final last time against Shona. And you're right, she played absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
But is it great to see these underdogs? If it's fair to say that.
I love it. I love to see different people win. And I was very emotional when Jenny won. I don't think she knows this because I haven't really spoken to her a lot about it. But I was quite emotional for her. We were sort of sat there like welling up, like watching her win, and it was just a really proud moment for her and all of Scotland. And obviously Bob Sterling, who supports her all the way. He's an absolute gent, and he supports all the Scottish ladies, and especially Jenny. And it was a shame he wasn't here to see it, but he's just such a stalwart supporter, and he's incredible. And Jenny winning that, and he was just so proud. And I spoke to him earlier about it, and he was just so proud of her winning that, and it was just a brilliant moment for her.
And just before we talk about you, a little bit about, obviously, the ladies have had a great addition to their IPA tour this season with their own stream. How's that been coming across in the ladies' game? I mean, you go to competitions all over the UK and you talk to people all the time. Is it been sort of well fed?
Oh, they love it. I think, a dedicated ladies stream, for match after match after match, showing all different players across all different level, is fantastic for us to see. And I think everyone is loving that and loving the opportunity to watch it, not just the same people over and over again, but a lot of different people. And it's a really good addition to the IPA. And I think it's absolutely brilliant that that's been brought in, to be honest.
Was it something that you expect was going to happen? I mean, there was obviously we had quite a few communications about it. And has it surprised you that it's coming very quickly?
Not with the new people who've taken over, obviously Santa and Paul, etc. It's when they've come in, they've really sort of, shook it up a little bit and are really pushing us forward, and that's what we really need. And it's superb that that's been done for us, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, I know we want to move it on, try and get the commentators in there and that, and I'm sure that will come in time.
Oh, yeah.
But everything, at the moment looks in very good stead, the ladies' game, do you think?
Very much so, yeah. I really enjoy it. I think it's for me, I mean, I know there's a lot of different opinions about different tours, but I think it's brilliant to be on. Absolutely fantastic. Everything's always good quality. Everyone's always really friendly, and it just feels good to be here when you come to a tournament, and I really love that about it.
I mean, you've stuck with us, with the IPA, ever since the transitions, etc. But do you feel it's got a lot more buzz about it now? The people coming back or whatever it is, etc.
Yeah.
But there's always been that really family environment about it as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think the buzz is here, and the buzz is now, and I think everyone needs to sort of get on this and go forward. I think a lot more people have come back, and a lot more people have signed up than possibly people thought that might do this year, especially with the amateur series, and that's going down really well. And the more elite, the better, and just keep growing each side and make it bigger and better every year. And it's just been brilliant, to be fair.
And a little bit about you then, Debs. You're currently
Me.
the IPA #1 elite player at the moment. You're about 70 points clear, I think it was, give or take 1 or 2 points,
Just a couple.
etc. But do you think that gap's going to close even more? Because them 2, 3 and 4 places are swapped around so many times I've lost count myself. But you've been the #1 player since day dot.
Well, I think I've had a good run, and I think I'd like to build on that. And obviously I've got this lead at the moment, but that will dwindle over the season, and also next season. So I've got to start putting more time in, and just get myself back to a place where I feel better about my game, which I'm not at the moment, to be honest with you, after a lot happening, etc. But when I get that feeling back, then I'll be able to motor forward again. At the moment, I think I'm struggling, but it will happen.
And expectations for you this season, what do you think that could happen for you? Have you put any pressure on yourself? Are you just sort of taking it tour by tour, see how it goes?
I'm just literally taking it minute by minute, to be fair. At the moment, just taking the ball by ball and just doing my best to get over the lines, and that, and I think it's the best I can do at the moment. I'm just trying to keep going, day by day.
And obviously Rachel, your partner, she's had a really fantastic one in the IPA. I remember when Rachel, she was a very quiet person. We never thought that she'd probably ever win a game at one time, but she's even gone on to win an elite title. You know, she's done an amazing all the way through. I mean, did you have any doubt that she would?
No, I never did, but she did. And I think what changed was the belief in herself over a period of time. And when she found that belief, she always had the game. It's finding the belief to win and the belief that you can win. And when she found that, she eventually won, and I was in tears. I couldn't even watch when she won. I was absolutely in pieces. And I even said to her, I'd rather you win this IPA tour than I ever win anything ever again. And, I wanted her to win it so bad. And she did, and she was so proud. And, the smile on her face in the photographs, you could just see the pride. So, yeah, I was thrilled.
And I know you do quite a lot for us at the IPA, don't you? You always help us out with a bit of commentary or whatever you need to do. But obviously you'd like to be in the finals yourself. But who do you think is going to get in the final for this elite final? Do you think it is going to be a Shona and Emma final?
I'm not sure. I think from what I've seen, I think Emma has been an absolute on fire from what I've seen, and Alexandra's played some really good stuff, and so has Shona. I think Maz has struggled a little bit in the games I've seen. Not that she can't win, but she struggled more than the other three, and I think it's a bit of a toss-up between Alexandra and Shona, and I think Emma will go through the other semi, and then Alexandra and Shona depends on what happens. It's going to be a real tight one.
Yeah, because Marianne, she's won an IPA title. She won the amateur event in the Isle of Man.
Absolute quality.
I think she beat Kelly Egan, didn't she?
Yes.
But yeah, as you say, Emma, she's won multiple titles, 2 IPA World Championship titles, exactly the same as yourself. Yeah. She is going to take some beating.
Yeah, I like I said, I don't think Marianne can't win. I'm just saying at this moment in time, I think Emma is stronger today, and Emma's quality. She's been quality for years. I've known her since she was 15, and the amount her game moved on. Strength after strength, year after year, she's been absolutely phenomenal for a long time, and everyone knows it. And it's good to see her performing like we know she can and just push forward all these events. It's absolutely brilliant.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Mark.
And really enjoy. Hopefully, good luck for your next match, because I know you're playing at 6:30.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay. Well, that's Deb Birchall just giving us a little bit of insight there about the ladies' game. I'm going to be talking to Rob Wilson next. You know, the guy that won, well, the professional player that won the professional event at the last tour. So I'm just waiting for him to come down, and we'll have a few words with him. But till then, don't go too far away, because I'll be back.
What a fantastic interview that was. That was brilliant stuff, Mark. And well done at the Diamond, Deb Birchall. Great insight into the ladies' game. Great insight into Deb, showing a true bit of emotion, especially when she was talking about her partner, Rachel, and when she won her tour. So, just a quick scores check for you. The two ladies semi-finals elite games, it's Emma Cunningham at 5 and Marianne Wadd 4. And the other semi-final between Alexandra Kuna and Shona Lucas, the girls can't be separated. It's 5 frames all. And that's races to 7 in the semi-finals of the ladies elite. The quarter-finals of the men's professional. Clint Leanson 4, Adam Davis 4, so they can't be separated either. Corey Rees is 7-2 down to Mark Farnsworth, and a cracking match on table 14. It's 7-6 Dan Davey against Andy Crosdale. Andy's playing very well, and that's the game we're actually currently watching with Andy at the table. Okay, so great chance for Andy to level this match. And then it's going to be, if he does get these, which I fully expect he will. He's played that fantastic. Just needs it to slow it down. Oh, he's got away with one there, Andy. And he knew it was taking off. So if Andy gets this 8 ball into the right middle, he's going 7-7 against Dan Davey. He's missed it. And he knew he'd missed it as soon as he hit it, to be fair. And he will be gutted. Back over to Mark Pickworth.
Thanks, Alan, and I'm back in the studio, just about to talk to Rob Wilson, winner of the last professional event. Seems many moons ago, but, you know, was it one of your proudest moments in your career?
Yeah, it was, to be honest, because I'm going on nearly 15 years since I won one, because I won a pro event before that, and then I stopped playing, and then I come back and won another. But yeah, there's about a 15-year gap in between, so yeah, it was nice.
And you know, you've obviously played pool for a lot of years, haven't you? I mean, but it's probably one of your biggest wins. But you know, you've been known as the underdog story. Would that be fair, considering how many titles you have won throughout your career?
Yeah, considering, because obviously our class is like a newbie, really. Even though I think I won, but yeah, I think the underdog's slightly a bit harsh on the pros that are in it this year, because there's some like really top talented players now, and like I'd say anyone can win the pro event. So it's obviously you've still got your main players. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there's another underdog story.
Yeah, pretty much. How much do you think you've been an inspiration now of like people think, oh, wait a minute, Rob Wilson can win one. Surely I can. Is that always fair to say? Is that a little bit harsh on yourself as well?
Yeah, no, yeah. But yeah, I think it will give other people like the lower end, so to speak, thinking, oh, if he can do it, I can do it. And it's not one of the main people that you see that are there in, week out that are doing it. So it just shows that other people can do it. But you need to put work in and still got to practice and reap the rewards.
And I remember 2 years ago when I asked you if you wanted to come onto pro ranks, and you was doubting whether you was going to go or not going to go. And, are you pleased that you made that switch in the end?
Obviously now, yeah. Yeah, but it was more just for the commitment to it, really, because I wasn't going to do it full time again. I was just going to do like the odd event, but obviously I had to, because I think if you have to finish in the top 4, you've got to do it. And then I were umming and ahhing whether to come to the last event, because then that means I would get it if I had a doubt. All right, it's run, had I got in the top 4, and I ended up getting to semi-finals, so that more or less cemented it, really. But yeah.
And winning that title, has it changed, things at home? You're obviously quite well sponsored and that, has it made it, I don't know, you're a little bit more recognised, is that fair?
Yeah, to be fair, when I come back to my local club, Murphy's, where we played, everyone was just coming up to me and saying, well done, and we've got European champion in house and all this, and I'm quite shy, really, and I don't really like all people shouting and giving it all this, but yeah, it was nice.
What's your expectations for the rest of the season? I mean, you've obviously probably not exceeded them, but you've got the that one off the mantelpiece now, haven't you? And now, do you want to really strive on and try and win 1 or 2 more?
Yeah, obviously I'd want to win another, but my main aim was to try and get in that top, like cement myself in that top 16.
So you're currently 26, is it?
I think I'm 24.
24, you're in the 20s, aren't you?
Yeah.
So, but this is your second year, so come the end of the year, we'll know which Rob Wilson is where he is. Is that right?
Yeah. So I will just, I don't know if it works, if this is how it works, but I will basically say, like, if I double what I got the year before, I will try to work out my points where it'd be in the rankings.
Yeah.
And I think it worked out roughly around the 10-11 mark, but obviously with people, that's if they don't do well as well. So it'd be nice to do that, but obviously I've had a great start. Just try and push on from there now.
And how do you see the IPA at the moment? What sort of steps are they making, to be the sort of leader of the pack, if you know what I mean?
It's a lot better now. Like, obviously, like, it's like Marmite, the cloth people either like it or they don't, and I love it, really. And the cloths are always good, the arena's always a good setup, we've always got loads of room, the stream's amazing. Yeah, it's just like going leaps and bounds now. There's some good strides they're making.
And a little bit about the quarterfinals that lined up in this last professional sort of event. How do you think it was one of the strongest ever?
Yeah, there's just like Boyle missing, really, and Liam. But I think it's about time they give other people a chance, really. But yeah, there's some good players like Adam Davis is in it and that, but he was like quality player back in the day, same as me, really. He stopped playing. And obviously, you've got like Gareth, he's just like test of time, he just does it. Then you've got your Clint, Mark Farnsworth, they're all still there, so it's a class lineup.
Yeah, because I was talking to some of the professionals over this weekend. Is Mark Boyle going to lose his number 1 spot? Losing in the sort of lower rounds and the amount that he won last year, there is probably a chance that he could lose that number 1 spot come the end of the season. I mean, Liam's definitely chomping at the bit.
Yeah, because Liam's just, is he on his 2 year now? So
he is.
Yeah. So, like each event, every bad one that Mark has, if Liam has a better one, he's just going to keep creeping it back. And if it goes as it is, he'll probably take over the number 1 again.
Yeah.
But still a long way to go, because I think he's way in front of me.
About 50 now.
Yeah.
It's closing the gap. It was about 100, and it was looking like it could be a top for the next 2 years. But he's definitely closing the gap a little bit. And I know Mark's busy with all the other stuff that he does, etc. But Liam, he's got that. He wants with that expectation to try and get that number 1 spot, because he's had it before.
Yeah, he's got the hunger back, hasn't he, for it. He's been there before. He wants to be number 1 again. I think that's what you can sort of like get a feeling of him that's what he's striving for, to get obviously win the events. But I think he wants to be number 1 again.
Yeah, he won the Open event back in Newcastle, didn't he? But losing to Adam, that'll probably just make him more hungry. And Adam Davis, did that surprise you? Adam beating Liam Dunster?
No, not at all. Because he's a class player. He's Adam. Like when I was playing years ago on the tour, and that he was one of the top boys. They were winning pro events, TV events, world championships. He were studying. He were like really high regard as a top player. And it's good for him to, especially come back on the IPA. It's good for the tour.
And Clint Anthony, he's playing Adam currently. It's good to see him back in the sort of latter stages of the event, because he's been away from it for a little while, and it's about time he got back in the winner's circle.
Yeah, I think he's been mixing the Chinese and the. And I've seen loads of people mention that it's hard to do it. I think if you've got to either do one or the other for me, because there's no point half-heartedly coming to the tour not knowing which Clint's going to turn up, one that's going to win the event or one that can't really. So, but it's good to see him back, and it looks like he's playing well, to be honest.
And Mark Farnsworth, he's still in it.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going to edge that match. But do you sort of see that he could probably pick up a trophy? 'Cause I can't remember the last time he picked up a trophy, to be honest.
You can never count him out, because he's too good a player to think that he'll never win one again. I think the last few times he's played, I think he's been a bit unlucky, but what you can with his personality as well, he's like a winner. So for him not to win, it hurts. So that'll just give him more hunger to win some more events.
And Gareth Hibbert, he's already into the semi-final. Would you like to put, a bet on it? Who's going to be winning this professional title? Because I bet nobody backed you winning that professional title back in Newcastle in March.
If I were going to put my betting hat on, I think Adam Davis is going to win it. I've just got a feeling that took him a couple of events to get used to Clough. I think he's ready to go that one step further now.
Wow. The words from Rob Wilson. Well, thanks very much for your time, Rob. Been really appreciated. And wish you the best of luck for your match. In the morning, are you playing tonight?
Morning.
In the morning. Right. Thanks very much, Rob Wilson, the winner of the last professional event back in Newcastle in March. Really great to get the insight from him. We haven't got a match quite ready yet, but we're hoping it's going to be the men's professional semi-final. I'm going to hand you back now to the commentary box with Alan Reynolds.
Thanks very much, Mark, and that was a good insight for Rob as well. Thanks very much for that, Rob. And we have Andy Crosdale again at the table. He's now 8-6 down to Dan Davey, so that 8-ball that he missed was to level things up. Dan took the next frame. So Dan's on the hill, 8-6 up against Andy, but it looks as if Andy don't want to tempt fate, as I did the last time. Has a pretty straightforward finish on these yellows to take that match into a 16th frame. Right on cue, Mark Farnsworth has cemented his place into the semi-final. So Andy wins that. It's now 8-7. So he's fighting. The winner of this will play Mark Farnsworth. And Rob's tip, Adam Davis, is 5-5 with a Clint Leanson. So there's still a little bit of play in this game. It did have a couple of tactical frames early on. Lots of last 16 amateur games going on as well. A young Ryan Martin is now 7-6 off in Scott Pope, so he's let's sail back into that, and here's the Andy Crosdale break. He's just evaded to get an off in the middle. He's scanning the table. He's potted one from the break. Looks to me in this overhead as if he's got a good chance on yellows. It might just be the opener. As I predicted, Andy is going for it on the yellow balls. So there's a mini resurgence in Andy's pool career as well. Andy was a unbelievably talented player as a youngster. Won loads of events. Again, just business getting the road. And he's pretty successful now at what he does. And he's back playing again. It's good to see him playing at the latter stages. He's played that great. He's got great natural talent. Doesn't play an awful lot now. He just lets the natural talent take over. This has got to go right for him though. That's your Dan kicking round to see the way these are going to come out. Has it come out good? Down on it very quick. One of the quickest players you'll ever get, Andy. I'd like Dan's around the other side now. Has he potted it? I can't see. He's potted it. Has he got a shot at the 8 ball? So this is anything but the best view. I think he can cut it into the left corner. Maybe got to watch his cue ball. From this angle, we'll soon see. We'll see if the 8 ball's in first. Oh, he's overcut it. Or undercut it. So that's a couple of 8 balls Andy's missed. That one was obviously because it was the shots became harder and harder. He was chasing his tail a little. And those little positional shots, and losing the cue ball, that's when the practice comes in. The guys that are at it all the time are a little bit better with the cue ball. I think back in the day, Andy would have been, if he'd put more time in, he would have been on the 8 ball better. And previously, when we'd seen him missing the 8 ball, he'd have been on that 8 ball better as well. And I don't think he'll be too disturbed with me saying that. So the men's amateur, last 16, it's now Scott Pope 7, Ryan Martin 7. Marianne Wadd, who we see in the fixture there, she's now went 6-5 in front of possibly tournament favourite Emma Cunningham. So she's on the hill against Emma. It's still 5-5 with Alexandra Kuna and Shona Lucas. So that frame's been on a wee while now, so they must be locked in a tactical battle. And loads of open matches going on as well. Loads of them. Our very own, who you've not heard much of this weekend, our very own Ali McCoist, Stevie the Talker Walker, he's 6-5 up in the open against Liam Power. Oh, and Clint's just played that outstanding skill shot to go 6-5 up against Adam Davis. As I welcome in beside me, Mark Pickworth. Mark, I was just saying there, what a couple of cracking interviews those were.
Oh, you enjoy them, do you?
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
It's great to have the insight of the elite, all professional players into it, and I think they deserved it, to try and get themselves out there as well. Because Deb, she's had a quiet couple of years, and now Rob Wilson winning that title back in Newcastle in March.
Very much so.
Yeah, it's great just to hear, their insights of the whole of the IPA.
And it's good to get to know people through TV, through the interview process, because Deb got quite emotional in that interview there. You must have been feeling that as you were asking her.
Well, I was going to ask Craig to see if we can get a box of tissues over at one time, isn't that? So, which she's very passionate.
Yeah, very
really
much so. And she's a legend. She's a legend in the ladies game.
And a credit to the IPA as well, What a
Oh,
shot
what
that
a
is
shot.
He's played that.
That's the Andy Crosdale I used to know. I was just talking about how Andy...
Is 8-all now?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Unreal.
What a match.
Unreal. Now, as I was talking about one legend of the ladies' game, Emma Cunningham's now 6-5 down.
She was 5-2 up.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Marianne Wadd is on the hill against Emma Cunningham.
2-time world champion, Emma Cunningham. Or 2-time IPA world champion, should I say.
And she's at the table just now. I've got to admit, the very first time I seen Marianne playing, I was very, very impressed with her knowledge of the game.
Yeah. She's very steady, and you know, she won her first IPA title in the Isle of Man last year, and I mean, she played fantastic against Kelly, and deservedly won that title. And here she is now.
And that's what I was impressed with. Marianne's very much a, if I don't get it, I'm going to make it difficult for you, and I'm going to put the ball over the bag. And
yeah, because she's meant to just cover the pocket there, and really
for
making Emma
sure.
to come out and, you know, play against her, and that.
And Shona's finally won the drawn out 11th frame in the second semi-final, and Shona's on the comeback trail as well, because Alexandra was quite well in front.
5-3, weren't it? 5-3, I think it was. So she's taken 3 frames on the bounce. I'm looking at that, and she's now 1 frame away.
Yeah, it's all going on.
I think it's going to be some fantastic finals tonight, isn't there?
Oh, very much so. The amateur. We've got Scott Pope against young Ryan Martin, who's only like 16, 17-year-old from Scotland.
Has that gone 7-all?
That's went 7-all also.
Oh, been some fantastic game. That's just an amateur game. And say just an amateur game. Fantastic players.
Now Andy's got a fantastic chance. After just playing a cocked dart. Probably a chance he shouldn't have had. But
yeah, very uncharacteristic miss from Dan Davey in that corner.
And I don't wish Dan Davey any harm here, but I would love to see Andy get these. Especially with him being presented with a chance to get them.
Yeah, these are on.
Yeah.
You know, I'm assuming the red he's closest to goes into the corner.
Actually just lost the cue ball a little from his first shot.
Yeah.
He's then...
Maybe it doesn't.
Yeah.
Maybe it don't go.
And that's why I'm saying I hope he gets him, because they were all presentable. He's not played the greatest first shot. His second shot, that then leads to him playing not the best second shot, and now he's chasing his tail a little.
What's he playing here? Is he cutting it back into this top pocket near us? No, it goes in the centre.
He played it great. So we're actually doing him a disservice there.
Yeah, they did go. It's hard to see from that camera angle that we've got.
Very much so. So Emma's back to the table because I've seen her just bouncing up. Andy's taking his time. And that's probably to do it with the proximity of the tables. It's a very intimate venue. It's really, the players are loving it though, Mark.
Yeah. Oh, he's missed that
Oh
one.
my goodness, and Dan Davey could not have got out his seat quicker. And he'll be feeling that. Not only has he missed it, but he's not stuck the red in the best position either. The yellow. So even if he'd have got it, it'd have been difficult. These are all here for Dan.
Didn't see who won that last frame. That one in the on table 8, wasn't it? It was
oh yeah.
that Ryan Martin.
It's all going on.
Scott Pope. Normally it comes up at the end. It sort of tells you what the score was, but it hasn't this time. But we'll find out for you. We'll find out. We've been so engrossed with this match that's going off at the moment, and now Dan Davey, an opportunity to close this match out. He's already had one, and he's missed it. Missed the opportunity. Can he now take this one? There's going to be some pressure out there. This is to get into an IPA semi-final.
And it was the more experienced Scott Pope that has won that hill battle against Ryan Martin. He has won his last 3 matches 8-7, 8-7, 8-6.
Yeah, I was going to say he's had some really tough matches to get to where he is. Does that get him into the quarters now?
That's him in the quarterfinals.
Yes,
that's correct.
That's right. Is he got an opponent yet, or is he waiting for the
still
winner?
waiting on the winner of Craig Hart and Zach Wilkinson.
Yeah. Yeah, two great players again. I mean,
they're locked at 6-all.
The amateurs is just stacked with great players. It's frightening.
Our very own Stevie the Talker Walker. He's locked in a hill battle against
has he
Liam
clocked
Power.
in yet? Has he clocked in for work or anything yet?
I've not seen him for 2 days. I didn't know the guy could play pool. I thought he only talked a good game, but he's in both tournaments. He's played doing really, really well, Stevie.
Did he win his open match? I didn't. Oh no, that's his open match.
That's his open match just now.
And then he's in the 16s for the amateur.
He's still to play. He's the last 16 in the amateur.
I don't think we're gonna we'll see of him this tonight, are we?
Listen, I wish him well. He's so passionate about it.
Bless him. But this one looks like Dan is going to maybe get over the line here.
And he'll be gutted.
Yeah, he had a great opportunity there. But what a fantastic match, whoever wins this one.
Absolutely.
I mean, it looks like Dan Davey and Mark Farnsworth will play the winner. And that's going to be our next match on the main stream. It's going to be a fantastic matchup. So this 8-ball into the centre. Is Dan Davey going to be playing Mark Farnsworth?
Yeah, there we have it. And he's a bit gutted. Well played, Dan Davey, though. You can only take the chances when they're presented to you. So he sets up a nice clash with Mark Farnsworth, which is going to be on the stream very soon. We then switch from that straight over to our ladies' elite semi-final.
6-5.
Absolutely. Emma Cunningham's got this red and 8-ball to level it up, and they would then go hill.
It is all happening here in... Sorry about that. I think I've got a bit of a loose wire. But yeah, it's all happening here in Coventry. At the Hilton Doubletree Hotel. Some fantastic matches, some fantastic atmosphere. And this black, though, it's not straightforward. Not at 6-5 down, it's not. But are we going to go into a final frame decider? We are indeed.
That's just Emma all over. Just holding herself together, and she's never missing that black. Never missing that black.
Is it going to be Emma to break? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Emma's going to be breaking in the decider.
I think because Marianne's had such a good chance there, it makes Emma a big favourite to win this frame. Just with her experience, been used to winning so much.
Yeah, current IPA world champion. Can she see this match out? She's been taken to the wire from Marianne, so credit to her. And whoever wins this match, you know, they're going to be a deserved winner to get into this ladies' elite final. Still don't know who they're going to be playing either, because that match is still going ahead.
And what a brilliant shot! If you just switch tables a little and just look to the outer, Adam Davis has just played, and he needs these to level up against Clint.
Yeah, then they'll be into a best of 5. Bit awkward queuing, but I'm expecting to be getting this one.
Rob just tipped him and Adam Davis to win the tournament.
Yeah.
So that shows you what Rob thinks of Adam Davis.
Everyone does. Everyone does.
Especially with the field that's still in it.
Yeah.
You've got Dan Davey in it, you've got Mark Farnsworth in it, and what a performance for the Godfather.
Yeah. It certainly was, and it's a fantastic quarter-final lineup. It could even be more of a fantastic semi-final lineup. So, but yeah, it's going to be a very interesting, you know, come the end of the night, who's going to be picking up that big trophy and that big check.
Tell you what, Emma, I think the yellows are better here. But her opener's much more difficult. But I think she needs to take a yellow into the right centre.
Yeah, I think that's I mean, she has got a red, but the only problem with the yellows, Alan, is obviously the little cluster in this bottom half of the table. They can get in each other's way. And it's about how she navigates her way around that. Because if she does take these ones out in the top half, which is what pool players normally do, she's that next shot, you know, the one after this one, that's going to be the important one. Oh, it's going down table now. No wrong with this. Could be a containing shot, this. It went. I didn't even realise that yellow went.
No, but that's actually pretty clever.
Very. I actually thought all the yellows were blocking each other. That's why I was saying it. The little cluster was difficult. But now, great chance.
It's a good chance. It is a good chance. And I think when she puts this one into the left middle, it's auto position for the one down to the bottom right. So she'll just slow roll it in. She'll know better than us though, because she's down on the shot. And would you believe it? Oh dear. Oh, sorry. Oh, well done, I should say.
Boo. I'm joking, Stephen.
He's not, Stevie. He's not. Stevie Walker's just won there, so that makes her job a lot more difficult.
I've never known it. What's going off with that lad?
Yeah.
Hey.
So the talker.
He don't want to do any work in here, does he?
Yeah, the talker's doing the business on the table. Well done, Stevie. He's just won a hill battle against Liam Power. We should get him in to tell us all about it, but
we're not.
Yeah, well, we're certainly not. We want to get finished sometime this evening. Oh, this might be him. No, luckily it's a member of staff. It's walking past.
Yeah. Can you imagine Stevie running in here to tell you? No, good luck to him. And he's got another match now. He's going to have to play his last 16, the amateur. And that's his next matchup, I think.
Oh, I tell you what, while we were having a laugh there, Emma's just went about the business, and it was so, in my opinion, this was so predictable that Marianne had a chance. The champ steps up, and then breaking finish in the last frame, showing her class.
Yeah, it looks like this simple 8 ball now into the left centre, and Emma is going to be into the elite ladies final.
She's got it, yeah, that was the one.
I think.
Yeah, it's fine.
Still
That's fine. Yeah.
Someone's a little bit button happy.
He just wants, Craig. He just wants to show everything that's happening.
Yeah, he does. He's excited. This match here. 6-all. They're into a best of 5. These two have known each other years. But are we going to see Adam really pull some triggers now? And is he going to make the professional final?
Yeah. Unlucky Marianne. I have to say that. A great effort to push Emma so close and have a wee chance of actually eliminating her.
Yeah, still waiting to find out who Emma is going to be playing. So currently between Alexandra and Shona, it's 6-5. Shona is leading at the moment. The game that you're watching, Clint Ianson against Adam Davis. That's currently locked at 6 frames apiece. The winner of this one will play Gareth Hibbert in the other men's professional final. It's hard to say, even like predict who's going to be winning these matches, isn't it? It's all so close.
Very much so. I mean, Dan Davies now dangerous because Andy had such a good opportunity to eliminate him. He's like pretty much free rolling now against Mark.
Yeah, he's won a pro event here as well. Dan has.
Mark's been solid though.
Yeah.
I don't even think he's been on the TV table yet.
No, he hasn't.
Mark usually is,
yeah.
And but that might be. I was just about to say it might throw Mark off a wee bit. He's probably the most. Him and Gareth are the most experienced. They know that the TV table plays different. He's played on that more than anybody probably.
Yeah.
So he'll adapt, no bother. As will Dan, to be fair. Very, very impressed with Adam Davis.
Solid.
Yeah, he has the art of making the game look simple. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go and just check to see where we're up to on this next match on this stream table. So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Alan Reynolds. Thank you.
No bother. Thanks, Mark. Okay, so right up to date. Mark Farnsworth, Dan Davey is coming up on our main table. And here it's 7-6, Adam Davis, race to 9. However, what a brilliant split by Clint. Clint's looking at the yellow. I quite like the reds, but the issue with the reds, there's one stuck on the left sand cushion and then there's one up close to the 8 ball. It's not easy to get on. Yeah, I think he'll be going reds. I think he probably needs to play the one up the cushion, possibly next. Yeah, there is an out on reds. I'm not sure he has got a starter pot on yellows into the top left, actually. The yellows are simpler. It's just a tougher starter pot. So he's plump for reds. And he's taking all the balls downstairs. He's played that a little too heavy. Or is it perfect? No, it's heavy. He played for the ball he's going round to look at just now. So he wanted to be straight on that and then drop back a little and then he would have been plumb. Now he's lost control of the cue ball a little. He's never back off. I mean, he's on this one to the middle, that's fine, but that was the best ball to connect him up to the ball, side the 8 ball, and now he's going to have to play a really tricky shot. He's going to have to play this and try and get the cue ball over where he's pointing just now. The only way he can get over there is with a tracer right hand side. So not only is the pot difficult here, but the positional shot's difficult as well. Yeah. Yeah. It was absolutely perfect to me, Ad. However, he just left it a little bit too difficult for himself. Now, what does Adam do? Does Adam go for a tough skill shot? Or does he fudge downstairs? Yeah. Fudge downstairs is the shot. And now Clint needs to make sure he doesn't foul. If he doesn't foul, there's still work for Adam to do. If he fouls, it should be over. This frame should be over, that is. It's a race to 9 to play Gareth Hibbert in the professional semi-final. Oh, it's actually it's a pretty easy hit.
Right, just as Anna just nipped out for some refreshments, we're only a few moments away now from getting this next semi-final underway between Dan Davey and Mark Farnsworth. Currently watching quarter-final between Clint Ianson and Adam Davis. And Clint's at the table. Looks like he's going to play the double here. Is it there? It is there, and now this black to go 7 frames apiece. They're into a best of 3, race to 9, remember. There you see it. It's going to be Adam Davis to break as well in frame 15. We'll keep with this as long as we can, but as I said, we're only a few moments away now from getting the first men's professional semi-final underway. Then after that men's professional semi-final will be the ladies' final. Still don't know who's playing who yet. I know Emma Cunningham's in one half of that final, but who is in the other half? I was just watching some of that match just as I nipped out, just to see where we was up to with things. And it was nip and tuck, but I can tell you now that Shona Lucas is into that final. She's beaten Alexandra Kuna by 7 frames to 5. So Emma Cunningham against Shona Lucas will be the ladies' elite final, and that'll be up after that men's professional semi-final between Dan Davey and Mark Farnsworth. So frame 15 here, Adam Davis is breaking off. Is this going to go all the way as well? He's got a ball. And what a break that is. Great opportunity now for Adam to try and get on the hill. And first glance at these, it's got to be yellow, surely. I mean, if he's going red, he'll be taking the one along the top cushion first. But he'll just be working out his pattern now, the way that he wants to go on. technical as it is, and you've got to say he's probably going to make light work of these. He's just overdone that. He's just got into that too much. He's lost the cue ball. Now what does he do? Cutting this back. You know, he's going to have a bit of a wild cue ball. That's an error from Adam. He's going to have to pull something out of the hat here now. That's not there. Chance for Clint Jansen. Just as I... watching the end of that, Mark Boyle has just stepped into the commentary box, going to be assisting in this first men's semi-final. Mark, thanks very much for joining us. And I mean, obviously we keep going back to this quarter-final. It's a very interesting matchup between Adam and Clint here, and that was a great chance. I'm not sure how much you've been watching of it, but it's been a fantastic match.
Yeah, you always knew it was going to be a fantastic game between Clint and Adam, both quality players, but it's hard to pick a winner here. Clint's not played the best of shots here, but there wasn't much he could do there, because he had to cannon into the yellow, and the yellow's covered that red on the top cushion, so he's got a wee bit of work here.
Yeah, and Adam's had the the first opportunity in this frame, but hasn't taken it. But this is not an easy chance, and missing that red.
Yeah, he was thinking about his cue ball there to get low on the red in the middle of the table to go up and cannon into the yellow or the red, whatever he fancied. But he's let Adam off the hook here. I expect Adam to clear these ones up.
Yeah, the second opportunity, but if he does get out, he will be on the hill. How do you see this first men's semi-final going off, though? Dan Davey, he has won a title here in Coventry, so he's no stranger to it. But Mark Farnsworth, first semi-final for a little while as well. How do you see this one going?
Basically all down to the break. I don't expect anybody to miss much on these tables. They're playing beautiful. It's really all down to the break. Who'll decide to win this match? It's two quality players with Mark and Dan. Dan's had probably the better form over the past year or two, but anybody on their day could win this tournament who's left in it.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Davey, you go on about the break, and Dan Davey, goes, a little bit sort of unheard of when it comes down to a good break, because he has got a fantastic break.
Yeah, he's got the front ball break and he crunches into them. Where Mark, he'll be more a controlled side break, well, for what I've seen when I've seen him play. But no, it's definitely down to the break, and I would say Dan's definitely got the better break out of the two of them. It's just how they all fall out. I think Dan's going to go yellows here. He's pushed into the yellows. He's got one tough yellow on the top cushion. So that's his problem ball. So he's going to try and play off the one into the left middle, up for the hard yellow. Really just needs to land about the baulk line, just over the baulk line, and then he's got a natural angle to come back down for the remaining 4 yellows.
You think he's got enough angle on this one in the left centre now? And he's probably going to have to pinch the pocket, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the camera angle's deceiving. I think he's got plenty of angle.
Yeah.
Just a wee soft stun. Yeah, you can create a wee angle there. Just a wee soft stun up. There you go. Perfect. And now he's got it's all about the pot. He's got the natural angle. You're just looking for the gap between that left, well, basically the red and the yellow in the middle of the table. That's your gap for your white ball to come down, and then you'll have a choice of 4 yellows. So this ball is basically a frame ball, and he's got it.
Pretty perfect there,
Yeah.
I'd say.
Yep, right middle, left middle, and then either way you want to go into the bottom corners.
He's got a choice of 3 yellows here, hasn't he?
There you go.
It's the absolute beauty of this game, though, isn't it,
That's
Mark? You know, everyone's got their own ways, haven't they?
Well, he had 3 yellows that he could pick from there. That's how it's always good to have options. So just a wee stun for the black.
And that's the opening frame for Dan Davey. Well, I've only just done the opening frame, so I'm going to head off now. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Alan Reynolds.
Part-timer.
And of course, our number 1 IPA player, Mark Boyle.
For now.
Quite interesting insight. I was just standing behind you. Seen you map that finish out absolutely perfectly. So why you sat here then, Mark, is the question. But you know how to do it.
I know how to do it, right? I'll give you. I've got confidence in knowing how to do it. It's doing it these days. I'm a great believer. You get what you put in. So I'm not putting in. So it's only inevitable.
At least you know how to do it.
It's
a wee bit of practice.
I've got confidence. That's just decades of dedication. So no, it's a case of you've got to put the effort in as well. You've got to put the work and time in, you know. And then maybe 8 6s you get beat or 8 6s to you. It's massive. The wee silly mistakes are no longer there, which I've noticed. I've had a couple of them come in over the past few tournaments. So, but I'm just relaxed about it. I obviously gutted at getting beat, but at the end of the day, that's just the competitive side in you. But I've got to be realistic as well. I've got that much going on, spinning that many plates off the table. I've just got to just roll with the punches, you know, and hopefully I can get a bit more time and get back on the practice table.
That's a good thing, though. That is a good thing, to be honest. That you are so busy, and sometimes life just takes over, Mark. It's that simple, mate.
Yeah, well, my life's always busy, and it's the best way to be, because otherwise I would just sit and think about everything, you know. But I've just great philosophy. Keep your mind busy and mind active, and always do stuff rather than. I'm not a sitty about person, you know. Well, sitting about person. I like to keep busy, so a lot going on. So a lot of good things going on.
Interesting as well. I was listening to your synopsis on the players' breaks, and
Yes.
it was basically that Dan breaks better than Mark.
Yes.
Now, it was very last second stuff there with Mark's side break, the ball falling, and Dan was nearly out his seat. But he gave himself a great chance.
I just think with the break, the harder you can hit them, the more time the ball rolls. See, like when you hit into the pack, the harder you hit them, the balls are going to roll for longer. Where in Dan's instance, the extra balls that roll an extra 1 or 2 balls is a big difference, you know, because that's when you get the last balls going in, or they're hitting off balls and going in. Where Mark's break, it's more controlled and timed. It's like a Liam Dunster kind of break. You're relying on a set ball going in more times than others, you know. You kind of know where the balls are going. If you're hitting them softer, where you're hitting them harder, they kind of crash off each other more. So I would say hitting them harder, you're going to get more balls.
Yeah, for sure. Now, as Mark's going about this finish, Adam Davis has got himself into the semi-finals. He has clinched the win there against Clint.
No surprise, because Adam Davies is a quality player. For any time I've seen him, he's just rock solid, you know. So it's he's just got used to the rules now. So I expect him to be winning a title very soon.
He'll earn by a great crop of players coming. You know, the Gareth Potts, the
Never heard of
McHills. Yeah, so I mean, if he can mix it up with these guys, he can certainly.
Oh, of course, yeah, 100%. The cream of the crop, as they say.
That was very on Mark Farnsworth, like. He played for a yellow upstairs, decided he wasn't quite good on it, played a yellow to the middle, and then it just all went wrong.
That's what happens. You get chasing at this game, and then the wee problems look big problems, and then you just end up. That just looked half-heartedly there. That effort there. So it's a long day.
Yeah, and he's very much prides himself on his cue ball, Mark.
Yeah,
very like Liam.
100%. You've got to have a good cue ball. The minute you lose your cue ball, everything's 10 times harder.
But doesn't it bother some players as much as it bothers these guys because they are actually so good with the cue ball?
Especially the Welsh players. Their cue balls are normally all over the place. You know, because it's just the way they play, and they just rely on their potting, which is amazing to watch because they just don't miss, so they're not more precise on their cue ball as they need to be.
Yeah, you think they're back in the frame and not. Oh, no.
Krangbash Wallop. Especially that Simon Ward.
Yeah.
I blame him, he's the instigator. So Mark's got back in here. He's got one positional shot to get down for the yellow. It's quite a wee tricky one because he can't come down too far because he's going to hit into the red just off the cushion. So it's one of these he's got to pop fin and play with lots of side, or either he comes back over and takes the yellow long. But I think might get a wee gap. He's got plenty of room. He's got away with it. Depends how thin this is. Either he might need to run into the black, or he can come off the side cushion, top cushion, and back round for the black into the top left. Top left now. Oh, he's missed it. He's concentrating on that white again. So easy to do that, Renzi.
Yeah. And they can ill afford to let down out the traps too far in front, you know. So it's
you're playing catch up.
Yeah. How do you see this then, Marcus? Are you going to attack this bad area right away?
Yeah. I don't know if you'd pot it off the yellow to make it a bit easier. To crash it open, or straight for it. And he's a wee bit unlucky there.
So what's the motto here? Is it still attack, take the one up the top, or is it just touch us and
depends
percentages?
If he can hit the middle of the white and that red goes, but it looks like he's playing a safety. That's the right shot unless he can hit this side cushion.
Yeah. The issue with playing that extra safety is you're not at the table next.
Not exactly. You're out. It's not in your control. You've got to sit there with sweaty palms for a minute, just seeing everything that could go wrong.
Yeah, so he is. He's going to try it.
Right, he's about $1 million to one to get this.
Oh,
$1 million to one.
See, when you said that, I was so hoping we'd get.
But that shot was never on.
Yeah, that's a very, very difficult shot.
He was thinking he was mailing there for a second.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Mark just wants this frame over.
Yeah, had his chance. He's kind of went, let's rack them up and start again.
Twice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. Does want it over.
So it's a case of now Mark's at that stage now. If he doesn't win the next frame, I don't see a way back.
That's quite a big prediction. That's early in the match, Mark.
Just because he just looks like it was the shot in the top rail. To screw back up the table, it was a mile shot. Then he went for the pot, and he was a mile out. And then he's played a shot that was $1 million to one there.
Is that the thing you guys look for then, Mark?
1,000,000%. You can tell when somebody's struggling.
Right. Okay.
Not saying Mark's struggling, but he just doesn't look at the races.
Yeah, so would you have taken something for that there if you're his opponent? Would you have said, all right, okay.
Take confidence out of that.
Okay. Yeah. That's a great insight into the professional game, guys.
Yeah.
It's out there listening.
Oh, Dan, but you've got away with it, Dan. Yeah, you've got that. But when you're switched on, you see stuff like this. When you're not switched on, you don't even notice anything like that. You know, you've got to be focused, super focused. When you're at the top of your game, you know, yeah.
And Dan is, to be fair, isn't he? He would notice things like that.
Mm-hmm. So that 2-0 to Dan just now will feel like he's 3 or 4-0 up, you know, like the way the 2 frames event. So this next frame is massive in my eyes, you know. Or next 2 frames, because, well, Dan's breaking this frame, so he's likely to win it. The next frame after this is massive.
Okay, so the second semi-final, Gareth Hibbert is playing Adam Davis. This one here, this is a big break for Dan Davey, Mark.
Listen for the crunch. Boom.
Oh, and
Right.
it's fruitful as well. Oh my goodness.
You memorise that crunch, Renzi, and listen to Farnsworth's break next. You'll see what I mean.
Okay.
You'll know yourself.
What do you think here, Mark?
Reds. It's got to be reds because he's not really got an easy yellow. So you've got the red that you can't miss. Exhibit A. And the only ball, well, it's not really a problem because he's got this one into the top right. Yep. And he's come down for the one into the middle. And all you want to do is land straight on the one just below the black spot. And you've got the other one into the right middle, into the top middle at this angle.
There you go, guys. That's how easy these players see it.
Yep, unless, I don't know if the 2 reds go into each corner with that angle. It looks like they do. Makes it even easier.
Fine opportunity to stretch his lead though.
Yep. Perfect, because they didn't want too much angle on that. That's how secret you want to keep. You want to leave fat shots, I call them, because you want to hit the object ball fat rather than thin. Because if you're hitting it thin, your white ball's moving too much. So that, like, there's a 3/4 ball maximum, near a full ball, where if you were left a quarter ball there, your white ball's running.
And as you see, it's not the greatest in the commentary to see balls actually pass, but that flew in, no problem at all.
See for that top angle, you didn't think
yeah,
they went.
absolutely.
So it made it a lot easier.
Yeah, there's quite a few commentators out not knowing whether the ball goes or not. Oh, we know that goes, Craig. That's a bit too late, mate.
Well, there we go. So nice and easy, 3-0. Told you this is a big frame because it's back on Farnsworth break. And listen for the crunch here, or the lack of crunch, because it's side break. So side break, you've got to hit that hard.
Yep.
Or time it. Timing it's more than hitting it hard, to be honest. But you still want the balls to move, so you've got to hit them with a bit of pace.
So the only thing about the game at this time of night, when you look at the crowd,
I know.
we've got one guy in the crowd. As everybody wants to eat at this time.
He's sitting in his phone.
Yeah, as everybody does modern day. We need to rent a crowd for the later games and take care of themselves.
Yeah. Right, big break. Listen for it. There's just nothing there. No action. No, last ball. He's got away with it again.
Oh my goodness.
Tell you right now, 4-0.
There's the prediction.
The Reds are absolutely... Everything goes.
Yeah. There's nothing needing moved or shepherded out the road at all, is there?
Yep. Just Mark's not timing that side break.
Yeah, it can be a long day out there if if your opponent's crunching the breaking and you're not.
So really, the one over the bag next, take the bottom red into the bottom left, and that'll leave the next red up into the left middle. And oh, he's went too far. Didn't want that, but he's still okay. Because that one is just above the blue spot. You'll be taking that kind of like into the top right and rolling up for the one into the right middle. Oh. Is it Crystal Palace that's playing today?
Crystal Palace are playing Man City. That's the FA Cup final.
Is that the FA Cup
There's just
final?
been a row. I could only imagine it's Crystal Palace.
Yeah, I seen them with their tops on.
Yeah, don't think you would get that roar if Man City had scored, because I don't think there's that many Man City fans here or in the pool fraternity.
Is Crystal Palace a local team to here? Where are they
They're
based?
a London team,
London.
so yeah, that's it's closer than Manchester.
So he's going to run this through off the bottom cushion and take that red on the blue spot next. That must go into the middle, and then he can
Yeah,
roll
it
into the
does.
yellow.
It does. I'm not so sure he played that. I'm not so sure if he played for your shot, Mark, and he came a little too far. But
Or he's just played in an area,
Yeah.
he's got options.
this was a lot easier than it's proven now.
Yeah, it was that shot over the corner bag, so the ball that was hanging. Renzi, it's hard to judge him, you know. It's they can fire off the cushions. He's okay.
Yeah, can he?
Goes in.
As you say, play this thick again and hold for the red to the middle.
Yeah, he's going to hold this with lots of right hand side as well off the cushion. Watch his side, check the cue ball up. Oh, he's not even put any side on that. I'm surprised. He might have had half a bag or something there, I don't know.
So Dan's made a straightforward finish look a little bit harder here,
He made that look difficult, didn't he?
but got it nonetheless.
But it's easy sitting here watching.
Oh,
you
of
know?
course. You never miss a ball here, Mark.
Oh, I've missed a few.
I haven't, to be honest with you. It's I'm so glad to do this now.
Well, what I find, obviously doing the pool parties, I just love watching other people sweat it out rather than me. You know, like going to money matches and that now as well.
It's quite sadistic. And
You feel their pain, Renzi, that's what it is, eh?
anything in the horizon, Mark?
Honestly, Renzi, my work's flat out.
Yeah.
Pool parties are flat out. I'm planning for next year.
Okay.
And I've still got the grand finals to finalise all the organisation. I'm dealing with, obviously, on board. There'll be a big announcement with on board later on.
Okay.
Then I'm basically a single parent, so I'm trying to keep a house and
Yeah, for sure.
a kid happy. Well, tidy the house and keep the wee Marcus happy, you know, running about after him. So I'm just spinning so many plates. So I don't even. I've played about 20 hours this year.
Actually, there's no you couldn't possibly play a money match just now because you couldn't dedicate a couple of months practice towards it.
No chance.
While you're talking about on board,
cue balls away.
I was saying quite a bit about the sponsors earlier on. Forgot to mention on board. Sorry, Ben, and sorry to the guys at on board. It's great having them involved with the IPA also. As Supreme Tables, 861 Stratton Cloth, the Aramith Pro Cups, and the new lighting systems, which are all wonderful. Mark.
Yeah, the halo, the halo's above this table. It's beautiful. I was lucky enough to get one fitted in the pool hut. Be good to get. I've actually cleared the stuff out the hut now. I had all the party stuff in there, so what a difference it's made. It was like I was playing in the dark before. You know, it's amazing, the halo light. And then you've got the beam, which is on the outer tables here as well, and everybody's complimented them, saying they're brilliant. It's just there's no shadow on the other tables, even though the tables are quite close to each other. I've noticed that this event, but it is a smaller room, and there's still limited shadows on the other tables, which is massive. So a brilliant addition to the tour. having the halo, the 8-ball direct lights.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks good.
Yeah, it's crystal clear. It's like a white kind of daylight you get off them, and it just makes everything stand out crystal clear.
So everything's available anyway, guys. All those products are available. Just get in touch with the IPA guys, and they will steer you in the right direction. Mark needed that, didn't he?
Oh, massive. Because it would have been a long match if Dan won this frame to go 5-0. So big frame for Mark to go 4-1 down, and it's his break next.
Okay, so Mark Farnsworth's on board.
We've went one down in the audience to somebody else appearing. So
And there we have it.
it's consistent.
Anamith Billiard Balls, Stratton 861, Supreme Tables, obviously. ADR 147 tips, the choice of many of the top players. On board, Halo Tournament that Mark's just bigged up at the LED light.
Yeah, you've got that. Sorry, I said called it the beam. It's the I-beam.
Yep. The I-Beam Ultra Slim LED, and we have a smart rack watch, which I know from a refereeing point of view has been a godsend.
Yeah, smart rack's brilliant. It's
Even I can rack them okay with that, Mark.
Is that right, Renzi? You've been practicing in the house?
I sure
Practicing on the dining table?
Still not as good as the 9-ball racks. It's impossible to get wrong, but
there you go. There was the I-beam lights there.
yeah.
Perfect.
So great additions.
They just need to get a new poster for the background, don't they?
Well, look at those guys. I mean, come on.
Let's try.
Let's try again.
And the reds look good. Oh no, there's a two. I don't know if he can get
I
that
know
top
two. I
one.
know two of the three guys there. Mark Farnsworth and Mark Boyle.
There's two players in a daddy.
I tell you what, I think it makes Marshall look good.
Do you think he'll squeeze this red if it doesn't go direct in off the yellow?
I think it does go direct, Mark.
There you
No,
go.
you're right.
In
There
off
we
the
go.
yellow. See, I'm learning my angles, Renzi.
I need to get my glasses on as well, though, Mark. That's the difference.
That would help.
That's shit. It's a pretty easy out now, isn't it?
Yeah. We'll just stun this one in and leave the angle to the one on the right middle to come down the table for the two reds at the bottom. Ooh, he was up right away there. The minute he hit that, his head
Dan's
was right
got
up.
that kind of a
Edgy.
natural born pool player kind of style. It's he's not came for the world of snooker.
Do you know what bugs me with Dan? See when he wins a frame or whatever. No, before he sets the balls up, he'll put the cue on the table, but the butt will be on the cushion. And the tip on the bed.
Okay,
so I'm
that's
like,
very strange.
I know. I'm like, you end up bending your cue.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's the only guy I know that does it. And I feel like saying to him, but I've never said to him, I was like, why do you do that?
Is your OCD
Oh, my
kicker?
OCD.
That's
my OCD, ADHD, whatever I've got, it's getting worse the older I get. But he's the only guy I ever see doing that. It's like you would see that in the pub way back in the 90s, you know, like the pub queues. Aye, with a pub queue. No, with a £300-400 queue.
No, of course. So the only thing can go wrong here's the two of them drop, man, but I think he's far too experienced for
Yeah,
that.
just catch it thick. There
That's
you go.
played it great.
You get a wee double kiss there.
If he keeps on getting them.
I'm telling you,
he's
Renzi,
gonna
my
take
prediction was early.
Yeah, it was.
You can just read
It
mannerisms. Obviously, there's a lot to do with the run of the ball as well, you know, but you
but
can
that
just
happens
tell.
early in the match, doesn't it? It's
But that's the thing, see matches like this, it's the wee edges like that make the difference, you can spot them.
and these two guys here, I mean, Gareth Hibbert was just like sensational in his quarter-final match. But Rob Wilson was in doing an interview with Mark Pickworth.
Right.
He predicted Adam Davis to win the tournament.
There you go, big call. Do you think they're doing a deal?
Oh, that looks like it, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. These guys will know each other from before, and yeah, they are, aren't they? It's
What do you think they're talking about?
money.
What are you having for dinner? Remember the last time we played about 30 years ago?
yeah. We did a deal then. Do you want to do another one
Aye,
now?
that was about £250 to the winner.
Yeah. They chopped off 100 quid. Great to see Adam back playing.
Yeah.
And fair play to him because he's been rewarded, getting a good run.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's got a nice club down in Stoke as well. We were down there a couple of months ago. But when we went and played the Lolas, it was obviously we said it was blackball rules, and everybody looked at us like I was an alien.
Okay.
They all play international rules down in Stoke,
course.
so we'll just need to start working on that, Renzi.
Yeah. As long as as long as the rules are right for the final, I take it you could swap them over no problem at all when it suited you, Mark. To be honest.
Yeah, true. There you go. There's that crunch, and there's about 4,000 balls away.
Oh, he could have been doing with that red drop. Oh no, of course he can. He can start with it. He can start with the ball over the bag, and
Just stun down the cushion, or he could screw back, straight line back off the cushion. But wait now, Renzi, he's got a wee problem. That red just below the white.
The one he's closest to.
Yes, that's his problem ball. Does he screw and play on that first? Or is he going to screw into the black and the yellow? It's a shot.
The issue he's got with that, Mark, I can only say is
problems could go.
Well, he's not guaranteed on anything.
Yep. If he hits
you're
it
never
well,
100% guaranteed on anything when you're kicking in, but you want one close to a bag, don't you?
yeah. If he cannons this right, he wants to hit the middle of the two balls at the same time. The white will stay there and just split nicely, but he's going to punch into it. There you go. And he's got a wee tough one into the middle, screw off the top cushion.
You'd be happy with that, would you expect?
I think he would want to have landed better. So this one's a bit of pressure on it because he'd have hoped to have landed better than this. But on these reactive tables, it's not like playing in a club where you need to smash it. You can control this. Just glide the cue right through it, get the reaction out the cue ball. There you go. And he's... He's fine.
Was he?
I thought the black rolled back a wee bit there. He must be okay.
Yeah, he's not down looking at it like that.
I thought he'd be swinging this with a wee bit aside, but... Oh...
That's a little unforced error, to be honest, because that obviously pocketed.
Yep. Surprised they played it plain ball. I thought they played it with a wee bit aside.
Yeah. Again,
swing it in.
The camera tells me that the two reds that's on the left-hand side, one can go inside the other.
No chance.
No, not this time. Come on, Craig.
Think so?
Because if you look at that, Craig, or maybe not, maybe not.
He's short again.
I don't think I've ever seen Matt Farnsworth toil as much but with the cue ball as he is here.
He looks a wee bit out of touch, yeah.
That's so unlike him. As I say, I watch all the guys and I think that's one of the best 3 or 4 with the cue ball, with putting the cue ball exactly where he wants pretty much all the time, and it's just not been the case so far.
He's just not got going this game at all. But you know, like anybody, he can flick the switch and then away he goes. No, he's struggling.
Yeah. And Dad'll really be wanting to punish him.
Yeah, you've got to. If you don't take these chances, you don't deserve to win.
He's played that lovely.
I thought he'd just swung off the 2 and played that red into the bottom right, because this one now is white's going up and down the table. Because that way he was playing in 2.
I think he can hold, Mark. I mean, who am I to argue with the IPA number 1 here? But I think he can hold this in the middle and hold for the one in it, yeah.
Hold about the belt line.
Here we go. This is why I got... Oh, there we go.
Oh my God.
He's missed it because of it, though. Aha, okay. So that's why you should never do what I say and always follow what the number one in the IPA
You still
says.
talking, Renzi?
We're trying to hold his
Wow.
must fought. Yeah.
Wow. It's amazing how many shots, but just sitting here half an hour now, people missing shots because of the cue ball.
That is a massive swing in this match, especially if Mark gets these.
Huge. Because that makes it 5-2. Then it's back to Mark's break as well. You're thinking in your seat, 5-3. Then it puts the pressure back on your break. And if you get a dry break, 5-4. Mark's break, 5 each. That's how I'm surprised Dan played off the 2 cushions and right down the table. I'd have played off the 2, and then if you're short, you've got
Shy.
the 1.
Yeah, so you've got a choice.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're getting away that problem ball bottom left to clear the one into the middle.
Yep.
I don't know what Mark's doing here.
Makes total sense to me.
It's
as if the cloth either dead or the cue ball's dead or the way, but it's just so unfamiliar to see him doing this.
I don't know how you can dig into this enough. Off 2, round the swing behind, like that, and get the nudge. Making hard work of this one.
He hasn't half. That's even more important that you get it then, isn't it?
Because if you get it, then you forget about it. If you don't get it, you remember it. Oh, he's got to be with it again.
A little nudge again. Yeah, that's so hot then.
Yep.
Yeah, very much so. Okay. So Gareth Hibbert has taken the opener in the second semi-final. He's at the table again.
It's going 2-0.
So, it's interesting. One player talking about another player, but what do you think that Gareth is? What about his longevity, Mark?
What age is he? About 904? Honestly. Guy was about when the dinosaurs were here.
904. Indeed.
And he just, he looks like he could play for another 50 years, couldn't he? You know, he's just...
Yeah, he's just so sharp.
Aye, brilliant.
At all times.
And I tell you, whoever he's got a crunchier break.
It's unreal.
That's frightening,
Unreal.
honestly. It's like a gun going off when he hits the balls.
And such a nice guy.
Oh.
Which
Well, that's it.
into the bargain.
Yeah, 100%. See guys like Gareth winning events, you love that because he loves the game. He's a genuine person, you know, and he's just a top quality player, and he always has been. Yeah, watch this. We're not going to see it. Hurry up, Gareth, run.
I could hear Dan announcing there for the...
Run, Gareth.
Come on, Gareth.
Let's hear the break.
There we go. Oh, there we go. Right,
so you got 6 balls there.
It's like yeah, it's like a gun.
Right. Oh, he might hit them a wee touch better, but still, he's got it. But he's not hitting the break at all.
Yeah.
He hit it a wee touch better, but he's still not getting the pack opening.
He's still
exploding.
getting, and that means they're getting congregated to the side.
He's not timing it. It's all about timing. The pace he's hitting them at.
Yeah, that's the issue with the side break. That they do tend to fall to one side if you're not timing it right.
Yep.
From the soft side breaks, Liam's probably mastered it better than most.
He's trying to get the ball he hits into the middle. And that's what I said to him. I was like, you're heavily, because he was obviously struggling with his break there for a bit. I says, you're too relying on that one ball going in. If you don't get that, you're not really getting much else. So he was actually contemplating going back onto the straight break, but I don't know what he's breaking with now. Not seen him play in a while.
And your one, I mean, you could take that to Dragon's Den.
Doesn't get it's what's after it.
Oh no. The amount of people. How do you break? How do you break? How do you break? How do you break? How do you get that crunch? If you patent that, take it to Dragon's Den. I think you'll do all right with that break.
Get a $5 for it.
Yeah.
Right, so he's got this yellow one at the bottom right. I'm just trying to work out a plan here, Renzi. What do you think?
It's very, for me, the issue for Mark, maybe the one down the bottom has to be the one that connects him to the 8 ball, because I don't see any. But I don't know what he's on here. Is he on this to the left middle?
Yeah, take that in the middle, then take this one long down to the bottom left. Just drop this in.
Okay. Okay.
Now, where does he go here? Does he come down for this one down the bottom right, and then back up?
And
for the
then
two
across,
left?
and then he's got 2 to play for instead of 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
We'll
Need
make
to
some
really
team, don't we?
Yeah. You need, this is all about being a confident Potter, though, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
In order to be able to see these finishes, you need to be, and you need to leave angles as well. Oh,
That's
is that okay?
Yep. This red is a big red though in the middle of the table, because that's the ideal line you would want. So you just want to come above that, because if you land, you can always take the outside yellow first and nudge it into the other yellow to slow the white down a wee bit. So he's got plenty of room to work with. Wouldn't have played into the red, I'd have played above it.
No, because that makes sort of he's gambling a little here, because
He'll be fine if he just cannons it like quarter ball.
but he's having to cannon it, Mark. That's the
Yeah.
issue, isn't it?
But if he doesn't cannon it, his white will fly away.
Yeah.
Because he's punching this in a wee bit. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, he's okay. But as you say, that red was a big red, because without that being there, he wouldn't have had to play any cannons, because he would have been obviously over.
Makes it 10 times easier. So big finish by Mark there. Dogged, you would call it.
Yeah. You don't expect anything less, to be fair.
No, he's woke up now. That's him part of the match, so puts the pressure back onto Dan, and that's all you can do as a player, put the pressure back on.
Absolutely. Wee bit of a major shock here, and not a major shock for anybody that knows, but we have got former world champion who is now playing in the amateurs, Andy Lucas. He's 7-5 down to young Brian Cumming for Dundee.
Brian's been playing well.
He hasn't half.
He's been putting hours in, by the looks of it. So big scalp if he can win that game.
So we're over to Gareth Hibbert again. It's 2-1 Gareth Hibbert, a race to 9.
And Gareth's got the reds here. It's just really working out the two. Oh no, there's no. 2 reds at the top right hand side. Well, we're multiplying, we're up to 5. Or 4.5.
So here's the crunch again. Oh yeah, they are the spectators, yeah. I was like, what is going on?
What's Mark talking about here?
Yeah.
Oh, cue ball.
Oh dear.
That's twice Dan's went away, and that's twice. That's let basically Mark into the match.
Yeah, for sure. So a wee turn of events here. Dan was looking all but 6-1.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how many times the match turns around. How do you see Mark Farnsworth's body language now, Mark? It's a lot better than it was a few frames ago.
100%. He's got that wee bit about the teeth now. So, but it's all about his cue ball. Let's see how he can handle his cue ball here.
I take it, but yeah.
Surprised he went reds.
Are you? I think the red goes past the 8. I think the red closest to the 8 ball goes to the left centre. And I think he would probably putting the 3 of these reds into the left centre. Yeah. So I think he'll go left centre, maybe even bottom right, left centre, 8 ball. But I'm a novice.
Sure. I'll crack the jokes, Renzi. There you go. Just come down for the one. Oh, he's a bit short.
Now you might have to change.
Yeah, we'll go bottom right after this, and then.
No, he's old school that way.
No, bottom right after this red.
Oh yeah. That's. Oh, he's on them both, great.
Yeah.
He's on them both,
just
great.
whatever you want, Mark.
Yep. I thought he may have went bottom there.
Oh, right,
just
okay.
because he was hampered.
All of a sudden, it's 5-4.
All of a sudden, indeed. One little mistake, and it's turned this match around.
2.
2 little mistakes.
2 in-offs.
2 in-offs.
Aye. And then plus that frame that went scrappy that he had 2 chances.
That was the one. That's
to
the
go
one.
6-1.
Yeah. Okay, so and again, that just shows you the way the top boys think. The top boys think going in-off's a mistake.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
You shouldn't go in off your break.
No.
Unless you get kicked in off, but that will happen every now and again. You shouldn't go in off your break straight direct like that.
So will you be critical of yourself if you're doing things like that, if you're losing the cue ball on your break?
100%.
And yeah.
Because there's no way Dan's cue ball should be anywhere near that corner bag.
Is it a thing when you are putting the time on, Mark, and you're playing all these games? Is it a thing you practice? Is it a thing you would like spend an hour on a couple of hours on and say, right, okay,
Yeah. Well, my break's quite simple. You hit the side, second ball down, and your weight's coming off the cushion back into the pack, and you want it to stick in the pack. You know, like hit a ball and stay there.
Yeah. However, what I was chatting with Liam about his form. I was asking him how's the form, blah blah blah, and he was like, "Aye, okay." And I was like, "What's turned it round a little bit?" And he says, "I discovered something with the break." So obviously, I asked him what, and he was like, "I was breaking bad for about a year and a bit." He says, "And I just he says I'm breaking for the exact same spot." There we go.
Look at the difference how hard they hit them.
Yeah. And he said he just played lower. Just found a recipe with just playing a little bit lower, and he's now hitting them much better.
Good.
Good for Liam, I suppose, if he's found that. So,
It's got to be reds, but he's got one difficult red that you could double.
Yep.
Because you've got the red down here that's covering the 2 yellows, but so it's got to be reds, and it's all down to a double, I would say.
Yep. Wonder if this is interesting, isn't it? Because it looks all, but he has to play the red into the left middle, but he could also play a yellow into red, couldn't he?
Yeah. I would take the red into the left middle, come up for the one up next to the black, or you could swing round and take the one into the right middle.
Okay, so
shot.
Yeah, but that's what. So
terrible.
That's how I seen the first problem, because I thought he was cannoning into the yellow there.
I thought you could. Sorry, I never noticed that.
No, it's.
Now he's a bit of trouble. He's got.
It's okay. You saying you didn't. I don't think Mark noticed that.
No, I thought he could have swung off side cushion and then top cushion, and then he could take this one into the right middle, take the one long, stun for the double. Now he's just took the bag.
Yep.
But wow, I think
this is an opportunity. It's anything but easy, but it's an opportunity nonetheless.
You shouldn't have had. Yeah. Because you're thinking the minute you see them, or this game's done, or I'm in big trouble. I don't know if he'll nudge the black up into the corner.
Yeah, he could do that. He could even play a pot and then put the ball over the bag and leave on the red. There's numerous things.
I don't think the finish is there. I would nudge that yellow off the side cushion up onto the black full ball, and you're putting that black right on top of your yellow.
Kill the red and the ball at the same time.
There you go. The older I'm getting, the more fudgier I get.
Oh, absolutely, Mark.
There you go. Good shot, Dan. Brilliant.
I've noticed it. I actually know. I noticed it a while back.
Is it you just get scared? Is that what it is?
No,
Renzi?
I don't think so. I think you just get more wise, mate. I think that's what it is.
So he's created a big problem for Mark. But I think Mark will just even nudge his... take his red off the side cushion and come into... Or is he just tying his red or bringing it out?
Put the black over the bag and kill his 2. Ah, okay.
It's a nothing shot really, eh?
Yeah.
I would call that.
Yeah.
Because Dan could even swing in behind the black now and then Mark's not got a shot. But it's a big... But he needs a good angle to do that. He's not got the angle yet. Even take this yellow down into the bottom right hand corner. Try and take this bag.
I don't understand why Mark would want to.
He's going to crash into them here. Right middle. Missed it. Got lucky because he didn't cannon.
What an interesting frame.
Buckle up. We could be here a while.
I just don't understand. I don't understand Mark's philosophy by leaving the red there.
Because he should have just brought it out.
Yeah.
Or bring his hard ball out, but then he's leaving that corner free for that yellow to get tucked in there.
Or even, like, see when he was moving the red away.
Yeah.
Maybe go half ball into the 8 ball and, like...
Nudge it over the bag.
Yeah, and then you're killing the 2 yellows as well as developing your own.
Now I would say Dan's favourite in this frame.
Very much so. You can see a finish for Dan on yellows, but you can't particularly see it on reds because of the red beside the 8 ball.
I think he'll just clip off one of these yellows and go up the top of the table. Unless that yellow he can see, he can pot that one. Just screwing into.
And stick this in the middle, can't he?
He's missed a few into the middle. He's got that one.
Got that one.
But he's not really got a shot here, unless he wants to snick that one into the middle as well and run round and cannon that other
he's
yellow.
Chasing his tail here a lot, wasn't
You're
he?
digging a wee bit of a hole.
So while this is going on, 4-1 Gareth Hibbert. So he's pressed his foot in the accelerator in the second semi-final.
Dangerous.
Very dangerous. Mark will be regretting putting that red up there now.
I think Marco's see this red on the right hand side?
Yep.
I think he'll nudge that in front of the yellow.
Yep.
Try and get it in there.
I agree.
And beside the black.
So he's cut that. Oh
goodbye,
my
black.
goodness.
Goodbye, black. Wow.
What an outcome to a particularly strange frame.
Well, I've just got to thank Mark because he's saved me probably about half an hour there. Or us, sorry, half an hour.
Oh, I'm sure if he listens to us
Means
back, which he will.
Means I can get my dinner earlier now.
You and me both, mate.
That could have been a long one. If he got that red in there,
Yeah.
it could have been a long one.
Aye. So that's why he did it.
Told you he's a good guy.
So we're back over to Gareth Hibbert.
He's 4-1 up and he's at the table and he's on yellows, I think. He's got a long plant if he's on yellow. Or he can take the...
So we've got quite a funny story, Mark, that I know you heard yesterday, right?
I heard it yesterday.
Aye, about it, yeah. That's Gibbsy was telling you about the no purpose safety shot.
Oh, right, aye, big Louis.
That was very much like, and I mean, Mark Farnsworth is a Hall of Famer, but that red beside the black was right up there with a no purpose safety shot.
Well, Dan's managed to keep the cue ball on the table this time. And the yellows look delicious. They've all got a bag. I think these are gone. Renzi?
Yeah, you're probably right, Mark, to be fair. The only slightly difficult one is the other one. That he's going to start with the one into the left middle, but there's the one beside it. If that's readily available, it's a pretty standard finish.
Yeah, as long as he's quite thick on it like that there, perfect.
Yeah,
I would get rid of it now.
Yeah.
And then it's really top right, top left, left middle, bottom left, and then up for the yellow to the that's just above the red on the bottom right hand corner.
Yep.
You don't have to do anything with the white here. Just bring it back.
Nice plumb.
That's it, nice and straight. You want to be straight in that one, the top right, so you can just run through about 3 or 4 inches. I'd leave his bottom 2 for last.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he'll do. I think he'll follow your pattern to the letter.
I just text him the route, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
My phone actually buzzed there. I was like, that's Dan just saying thanks.
Could not have timed that better.
So run this through about 4 inches. There you go, perfect. And then you just want to leave a wee angle to run down for the one in the middle. So you're
After-
running through about 2 inches here.
And Mark Farnsworth's going to be feeling it there after the mistake in the last. He's going to be like double punished.
Yeah. Well, that mistake there, you look at the mistakes Dan's done. He had that frame with 2 chances. Then he went on off twice and 2 breaks. So that's a free frame swing. And they were mainly on Dan's break. And then Mark's had that chance to go 6-5.
Yep.
And then his break next. Now he's looking like he's going 7-4 down.
Yeah, sure.
See, I was surprised there. I thought Dan would have left more of an angle on that one into the middle, so his right would come down, so he could leave an angle on that one on the right. I know it doesn't make much of a difference, but he might be flicking this red here just a wee touch. Yeah, he might just catch it.
He's going to steal a bat, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's perfect.
Yeah.
Just natural angle. Doesn't matter if he catches a black, to be honest.
Just what the doctor ordered for Dan.
That'll make Dan feel a lot better after that.
A lot better. So as you say, he made the 3 mistakes, the in-offs, and then that frame.
Now they're all forgot about.
I forgot about now, of course.
Your Mark's still thinking about going on off now. And then if Mark, say, has a dry break here, that's it. His head will be pickled, I think.
That was a hell of a good job for Adam Davis. I don't know if you noticed that.
Don't know if he can clip this, any of the yellows. It looks like he'll just need to come off the bottom cushion with a wee bit of side.
I'm not even sure if he can get that.
Or they should tag Mark in to play a banana shot again. Give him another shot at it.
He might give Louis a run for his money, the non-purpose.
Well, this is a non-purpose shot. That means when you play a shot and you don't know what you're doing, you just go and hit balls. A non-purpose shot, but invented by Lewis McCool.
The non-purpose safety by Lewis. What a character! I think he's running deep in the amateur, as you would expect him to do,
he's class.
because he's so talented.
Yep.
It's not true.
Class, and just one of life's good guys as well.
Oh, very much so.
Right, so Mark's break, he hit the last one a lot better, so let's see how he hits this one. Well, he's hitting them harder, so he's loosened up a wee bit.
That was a great break.
Yes.
To be fair.
And he's got the yellows are looking good.
Yeah.
Alright, mate? No, I would take yellows.
Normal circumstances, you would have this chalked up for Mark.
He's only got one issue with the yellows, and that's the one in the top left-hand cushion. Just sticking out a couple of inches, that's his problem ball. I'm sure that the yellow, it's just below the black, I'm sure that goes no problem. So he's got a wee bit of work. You can get it from there, so maybe if he plays that and then rolls over off the top cushion for that one on the left-hand side, they might be able to just drop that into the middle. But that's his problem ball. So it's a big frame.
Yeah, and he's taking his time.
7-5 or 8-4. It's massive. I think he's got an angle on this one, if you can see it.
He's pretty good, isn't he?
You want to nudge this and hit that yellow full ball so it's hitting the cushion just below the red. And then that will ping the red out and leave that yellow.
The yellow available.
Yep. And then he's got this yellow into the bottom right or one into the middle, or he's got a choice.
That's also a good connector for the yellow. It's over closest to the right corner.
Yeah,
And he balls it.
He's not on it.
He's not on it.
So he's coming down for this one. Oh no, he's going to come back up for that one.
He's playing up for that because he knows that's the key to the finish.
That's it. It's not the perfect angle because this white could move for here. He's not going to catch this dead fin. He wants to catch this yellow thick so the white stays roughly where the yellow is. There you go, like that. And yep, he's got it too thick.
Now he's chasing his tail a little.
I think I'd say he's went to about 20 to 1 to dish this now.
Although Mark, can he thin snick this back into the left corner and these fights can round off 2, possibly 3 cushions to...
Let's see it. He's about to do it. Big shot. And he's played it well. And he's unlucky.
And that's why Mark Boyle says he was a 21 chance. Just too much.
You're relying on
yeah.
but obviously you've got your line and you've got your shot, but you're relying on a bit of luck there. Because that red that's just below the bulk line, that was in basically the path, the perfect path.
It was actually
for the cannon.
Hit out in the end of.
So Dan's favourite now to go 8-4 up. He's just got to map out his route, whether he goes for it just now or not, but I think he will. He's got the one problem ball, it's below the black. The red that's below the black is his problem ball. So he needs to try and get that out as early as possible.
He's taking his time here, he's taking his...
I think he might clip off this and play a safety.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Because Mark's got that yellow at the top cushion that's tied up, going nowhere. And then if he leaves his white on the bottom cushion, Mark's not really got a shot.
Yeah, there's no need for him to go here.
No.
It's probably better to, if he can play the red down the bottom left thin and take the white over the other side of the table, it'd probably be more beneficial.
Yeah, I think he'll just clip off this. Because he's leaving it too long, so I think he's just...
Maybe even snicker behind off the cush.
Clip.
Yeah. Use the red to snicker behind, okay.
Just thought about a good white.
Yeah.
So Mark's not really got a shot here. The only shot he's got is try and get this yellow over the top right hand corner somehow. Or smash it in off the red on the top left.
I mean, you're really pushing the boat out here though.
Oh, is that kind of... You're at that kind of desperation stage, aren't you? The frame, you're trying to get that worldy shot to get back in it. There you go, he smashed it. And what a shot he's played.
How unfortunate is that?
Unfortunate.
Fortunate at the same time.
I would say he's tried to play it off the red rather than clean, but still some shot. But he's, got the short Renzi. He's only got one shot here because he's got too much angle on the one that's on the right hand side. So another shot.
Is it to try and, is it like the big creation shot then of try to play the plant, come over, hit the cushion and yep.
But, or Mark's...
No, he's going to just play, is it? No, he's trying to play this. Okay.
Top it.
Top
it, so he's going to follow through, right? So he'll pot the red, the white will stop and then fizz forward and he'll pot the yellow with the second attack.
He must think it's going to counteract. Oh no, he did try and top it. Yeah.
What a shot that would have been if he got that.
That would have been on the real ones. That would have. However, he may very well have just handed the match to Dan.
Well, Mark's got to win the last 5 frames. Simple as that. Or Dan Davey is in the final.
It's certainly not impossible, but I've seen Mark a lot better. He'll be disappointed.
He's just never really got going. He's never looked comfortable. He got his break working a wee bit better at the end. But the bad thing as well for Mark is Dan Davey will have 3 of the breaks if it goes all the way, so he's up against it.
You would expect Dan to... I think he'd probably... Is it his break next?
Yes.
I think he'd probably get him first attempt. Dan Davies on the hill. Lewis McCool is in the quarterfinals. I just did a wee check on that.
The non-purpose safeties are working, do they?
The non-purpose safeties are holding Louis in fine stead.
And Gareth Hibbert, he is... Where is he on the board? 4-2 up. Going 5-2 up.
Yeah.
Just drop this yellow in and run through it about an inch. Or 2.
He's just looked super solid.
Always is.
All day.
Always is. You've got to scrape Gareth off the table if you're playing him.
It's more than super solid, actually. That actually does him a disservice. He just don't look like missing at all.
Just class. I'd put him up there with one of the best players I've ever played against, I would say. Or if not the best that I've played against regarding that. That's how good I rate Gareth.
That's high praise indeed, Mark. It really
it's
is.
class, absolute class.
But it's probably justified, to be fair. And everything I've watched him.
Yeah, million, but same. Every time I watch him or I play against him, it's like he's unreal. Is that Savannah Lowe? And
This is Savannah
Val?
against Val. Right, okay. Yeah, that's table one. That is indeed.
Should get wee numbers put up.
I should actually know by the stream.
Dan Davey to break. And his cue ball is away again for the third time.
Big mistake, as Mark says. Especially
Consistent.
doing it consistently. Yeah. yeah.
So what are you taking here, Renzi?
Well, this is interesting. Thanks for putting me in the spot. I'm probably taking yellows, Mark, but I'm
You
either
sure?
yeah, positive. I'm either potting this yellow and then I'm playing. But you've still got a free table. You can still play the red onto the yellow there, can't you? But yellow's definitely. He's overrun that.
Mm-hmm. Is the screw by the red, or
Yep.
he's going to? No,
He's such a precise player, Mark, though. You know, everything's about being
It just
great
looks
with
a
the
bit
cue ball, great with the cue ball.
lackadaisical
Yeah.
today. Well, on this match, it's not the usual pinpoint.
Yep.
You know, like he takes that wee extra second.
Yep.
But maybe he's like the rest of us. We're just trying to find it a wee bit because we've all got jobs, we're all working, we've all got stuff going on away from the table, you know. So we're not just constantly playing pool every day. So maybe he's just trying to find it himself.
What I like about Mark, though, is like, see if he makes a little mistake, he plays at such a tempo that it doesn't look as if he's made a mistake. His recovery powers are really good.
Yeah, he hides it well. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
It's the best way to play, just flow.
Yeah. Especially at this stage.
Yeah.
When he
He's
knows
back.
in the
He's
eyes.
just got to let the back arm go, Renzi. There's no pressure on him now. He's just like, he's basically beat, so he's just trying to work. He's just going with the flow, and then before you know it, you could be back in it.
And surprise, Gareth Hibbert is back at the table.
He doesn't hang about, Gareth,
Yeah.
does he?
That's not the best positional shot you'll ever see, but you'd still expect him to get them.
He's fine. He'll stun this into the middle. He's pin at the corner and then take the one in the middle. As long as he's low on the one in the middle, so his weight's going back up the way. Just like, oh, he's short. Doesn't like it. No, that's poor. For Gareth. He might need to leave a long one into the top right. Yep, right about there. And then screw back off the reds. Just use the reds as a wee blocker, or try and squeeze by it for the one down the rail next.
It's a big frame as well. It's a big finish.
Yeah.
Because that will put real distance. That'll put a full frame swing.
Let's see how Mark hits these. I hit them a bit harder.
Is that them
But he's
good?
still getting a lot of them over to the left hand side.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so.
But he's got a ball, that's the main thing. I think he'll go reds here. Does look a bit messy, but I think the reds have got a chance.
He's going to need to play a dislodge at some stage, Mark. Well, can you hand pick them?
No. He's got the one into the right middle. I don't think that one above the yellow goes into the bottom right. If that does, he's got a plant maybe after that.
Does this also double? No, it's available.
He's going for the double. He's got it.
Yeah.
And then plant next. This is a plant, yep.
The great thing about the double was it actually made the yellow get put half safe.
Yep.
So it's cleared the pathway for him.
There's two ways he can play this. He can play the plant and punch it, and then the other red's coming down towards this bottom left hand corner to maybe play the plant again. Could go two balls go here. No, it was too thin. That's okay.
So he's created a chance.
for nothing really.
Yeah, for nothing.
Looked like nothing, you know. So the way, as you said, the double opened it up a bit more, and then that plant was sitting okay. So he's got a wee shot here. He'll swing in with a wee bit of right hand side, or he can play into it. But then he's got to land on that red.
The hampered goon makes this much more difficult, Mark.
Yeah, because it will just swing more. It's not an easy shot, this one.
That's why he's taking his extension on this one, because he obviously knows that.
Mm-hmm. He's putting a wee bit of side on it, punching it. Missed it.
Yeah, such a shame because he created the chance for himself, but again, it's just that millimetre.
And Dan, he's left Dan the perfect chance to get his hard yellow out.
Yeah.
That's what happens, eh?
Yeah.
Comes back to bite you. Any mistakes you make this game?
Sure. Yeah, and he's made it.
Good shot. And I think we'll leave that yellow for last, you think?
The one that's closest to it, the 8 ball.
Yes.
That's the auto connect for it, Mark, isn't it?
Because that's what I think you taught me that, Renzi. Your last yellow, you don't want to move the cue ball after it as much.
For me, I think,
and especially when there's pressure involved.
I think probably the most important object ball is your second last one. Because if you're good on that, it then makes position on your last one easy, which in turn makes position on the 8 ball easy.
It's all about keeping it simple.
Yeah. I think the best players make it look simple, Mark.
You've got to, because... Oh, has he lost his shot?
He's just lost his shot.
I thought it went down. I thought it went down the pocket there. That would have been funny.
Over excitement there with Dan. He's losing his chalk. Dan's put the chalk on the table, kind of guys. That'll annoy you. That'll annoy you, Mark.
I know if they leave it, I'll end up throwing it out the arena. But have you ever seen anybody drop the chalk down the pocket?
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's shot. Oh, he's okay. But if it was our last bit, would they need to open the table?
I did need to buy another, but.
Brilliant.
Can you see the match getting stopped to open that up? And
that would be funny.
Always have 2 bats of chalk in your case, guys, just in case that happens. He's nicked it in well.
Short. No, he's perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
Just nice.
Yeah. So it's 5-3 Gareth Hibbert.
And it's about to be 9-5 to Dan Davey. He's got one wee shot to hold in for the black, and he's perfect. But it's been well deserved by Dan, even though he's went in all 3 times. Mark's just made a few too many mistakes.
Well played, Dan Davey. All the best in the final to Dan. Mark Boyle, thanks so much.
Your insight been a pleasure.
Has been absolutely fantastic, and hopefully we don't have to get you in here too much because you'll still be in the tournament. All the best in the Open.
I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed commentating me.
Hopefully you learned a lot in here, and then you can take that out into practice when you're playing in the Open.
Well, no, what I've learned, they're not as good as what you think they're good as. There must have been about 10 mistakes there.
Mark, thanks so much.
No, Renzi,
thanks
legend.
so much.
And thanks everybody at home for listening. Hopefully speak to you all soon. Take care.
Thanks again, Mark. Straight back over now to this match here. Brilliant performance there from Dan Davey, who just edged out Andy Crosdale, so it just shows you how things can swing so much. Andy Crosdale had a real good opportunity to eliminate Dan Davey, then he's come out and took out Mark Farnsworth. Now over to Mark Pickworth with the winner, Dan Davey.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Mark. And here I am back into the studio. Dan Davey, another IPA final incoming. How do you feel right now?
Well happy, yeah. Yeah, I've been sort of struggling a little bit, and then there I played really well. I made a couple of mistakes, but I played a lot better there. I just felt a lot better there. I've played well in patches, obviously, but I've had 2 decided. I've got 8-6, 8-6, 8-7, 9-8. Just, done it the hard way sort of thing. And there it sort of clicked a little bit, played a bit better, and I did definitely get like the easier chances, definitely. He seemed to have clusters every time he came to the table. I had quite a few, probably at least 5 or 6 where I was like, these are quite easy, so it helps.
That was going to be my next question. You've had quite a few close matches. Is that just down to Dan Davey not playing as well, or is there the old IPA sort of players, are they all sort of lifted the game a little bit?
No, so the last event was 5 weeks ago, and I didn't play at all apart from the 2 frames on a Monday until about 10 days ago. So I probably played about 5 to 8 hours since the last tour. And I felt all right. That's normally what I do. I'll play, close to the time until I feel all right. I did feel all right. Played the flyer on Thursday night, which was good because I played 4 matches. And I don't play on this cloth normally, so I felt fine. But I've played a couple of ropey matches and got through, but I'm starting to feel good now. It's all match practice, isn't it? So I feel good now.
Good. And obviously, you've won it at this venue before. Is it a little bit of a favourite for you, this venue? Do you really like it? And if so, what's the reason?
Did I win it?
You've won here before.
Have I? I think I won at Newcastle.
Yeah.
Got to the final of the mixed doubles there. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
I like the venue. I like the venue anyway. The aircon's quite good, even though you probably can't see it. Probably sweating.
Yeah.
But it's just a nice hotel.
Yeah.
It's a lovely hotel. It's quite a lot of space around. It's a good atmosphere. Nice little area where you can all sit and mingle when you're not playing your matches and stuff, close to everything. Lovely hotel.
And obviously, the top half of the draw sort of cleared out a little bit when Mark got beat. Has that made a bit of a difference? I mean, you have got quite a good record against Mark as well.
I've got a good record against Farnsworth, not Boyle.
Yeah, that's Mark Boyle I was on about. So let me just clear that up.
Boyle's probably like a bogey player, if you like. I've lost so many close games to him. I've probably lost 5 or 6 times to him and only beat him once. But yeah, I don't really. It's one of the most annoying things when people say, "Oh, you got a nice draw," because it just puts the pressure on you, doesn't it? And everyone's a good player. You can lose to anyone. You can, there's a difference between people that maybe can win a tournament and not win a tournament, but everybody can beat everybody in a one-off game if you take them lightly. So I try not to think like that too much, really.
A little bit about that quarter-final. I mean, it went 8-all. I mean, and Andy had a chance to beat you. Did you sort of thought that was the end of the road when Andy was at the table?
Ross Fernie had a chance to beat me. I was 7-6 down to him. He missed a skill shot on the black to beat me. I was 1 shot away from being out in the last 16. Andy Crosdale shook my hand at 8-6 because he thought it was a race to 8. And then all of a sudden I'm 8-all and he's at the table and I'm thinking, oh, God. Take it when you can.
A little bit, about the opponent possibly for the final. It's between Gareth Hibbert or Adam Davis.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, obviously you've had plenty of matches against Gareth. Have you had many matches against Adam, even though he's been out of the game for a long while?
I think I played him once in a £500 a man thing at JFK's in London about 15, 20 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was like 3-2 in sets to him. I had a kick on the black to go 4-all on the deciding set, and it's the only time I've ever lost my temper, and I punched the sink in the toilet afterwards. And I never ever do that. I never lose my temper, but I had a kick to go 4 on the deciding set, and I sort of just gave the sink a little punch. That's the only time I've ever done it, so I do remember playing him, very well.
20 years ago, though.
Must have been 20 years. I'm 37. I was probably late teens. Yeah.
And a little bit about the oldest man in the tournament still, Gareth Hibbert. He just seems to be getting better and better.
Like a fine wine.
It certainly is, yeah. I think he was 5-3 up the last time I looked against Adam.
Okay.
So, there is a chance he's possibly playing him in the final.
Yeah. Well, he just, like you say, he just gets better with age, doesn't he? He's cool, calm, collected, massive break, great under pressure. It's just a perfect all-round player, really, isn't he?
It certainly is. Well, I'm going to let you go and get your rest now. You've definitely earned it because you've had some very close matches indeed. But well done. Good luck for the final, and we'll see you later on.
Cool. Thanks very much. Cheers.
That's Dan Davey into the final. So just as we're just waiting for the ladies' elite final to get underway between Emma Cunningham and Shona Lucas, and that's going to be coming up next. So we'll get over to the commentary box until the ladies are ready. So it's over to you now, Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Mark. Yep. Here for the IPA British Ladies Final. And I am joined in commentary by Rhiannon Graham.
Hello, hello.
Good afternoon. So, Emma v Shona, you've obviously had experience playing both of these, I'm guessing.
I'm not actually sure I've ever played Emma, but I have played Shona a couple of times quite recently. EBPF Tour last week and the last IPA Tour as well.
Yeah,
both very, very good players, both very good reputations, and I think you'd say,
we're still live, don't you?
looking at the draw right from the off, they'd be two maybe comfortable favourites in a way if you looked at the draw.
Yep.
No major surprises, I don't think.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a surprise to see either of these two in the final. Emma, of course, from the Emerald Isle, Northern Ireland, but up against the Scot Shona Lucas. So it's an all United Kingdom final. As we turn our attention briefly to table 2, Gareth Hibbert and Adam Davis battling it out to play Dan Davey in tonight's professional final. It's Gareth who's 5-4 up, but Adam at the table. What do you think we can expect, Rhiannon, from Emma and Shona? Do you think there's a difference in style between the two?
From my experience of watching them both, definitely, I think they're both very well accomplished players. I think it's going to be a very high quality final based on what they've done so far. Yeah, I'd say from my experience of them, Emma is maybe slightly more attacking. Shona has great control over the game and will set herself up nicely until she's ready to take on the finish and plans it out really well and works it out really nicely.
Do you think Emma's more likely to go for the more difficult finish, whereas Shona's more likely to turn the difficult finish down?
Potentially, yeah. That's a better way of describing it than what I've tried.
Yeah, I mean, they're both sort of valid, tactics and forms of the game, and it'll be interesting to see them come up against each other. I don't think I've ever watched them play each other. I've watched both of them play numerous times, particularly Emma. So it'll be interesting to see how they face off.
I believe, if I'm right in thinking, they played each other at the last IPA Tour in Newcastle, and I think Shona won.
Yeah, Shona, of course, made the final and lost in that one to Jenny Lawson.
Yeah, that's right.
So this is the second Elite Ladies final in a row for Shona Lucas.
Yeah, she's on brilliant form at the moment. As I say, I played her in the semi-final of the EBPF Tour the other week, and she went on to win that one as well. So she's definitely in really good form. I think both these players are more than capable of taking down this title, so it'll be a really good final, hopefully.
Yep, Emma, of course, the IPA World Champion as well this year, beating Ashley O'Neill in the final. So these two have form. Both of these two have plenty of form so far this season. Adam Davis has let Gareth Hibbert back to the table here.
Adam's done well here. I think Gaz was 4-1 up.
Well, it might be 5-all in a moment because Gareth has... I mean, it wasn't the easiest pot down the rail, but he was nicely on it and you expected him to make it.
This would be a great comeback from Adam.
Yeah, a long way to go yet. Race to 9, of course. 5-4 at the moment. We are starting to get towards the latter stages of everything now, really. We are, of course, about to watch the Elite Ladies final. The professional final will be next on the stream after that. And we're sort of getting there in the Opens as well. Adams made work of that fairly routine looking finish, but he's got over the line. So 5-all in this one. As we turn our attention to the main stage, Emma Cunningham on your left, Shona Lucas on your right. This promises to be a cracking final. It will be Emma to break first. She's won the lag. Be interesting to see if anyone can really spring out of the traps here, sort of establish an early lead.
Yeah, in these kind of games, that can make a big difference. Who gets the best start? But at the same time, both of these players are so experienced that I think they're both more than capable of holding their nerve, even if someone gets an early lead and keeping themselves in it. So it could very much go all the way this final, I think.
Well, your referee there, Rick Lloyd, setting up the rules for the first time in the match. And not quite the capacity crowd that we're used to for the ladies' final. I think there might be a football match happening somewhere that's taking precedence at the moment.
They're all busy cheering on Crystal Palace at the moment, I believe.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see those seats filled once the final whistle goes. Emma's struck those beautifully.
Great break. Where's the white?
Cue balls. Close. It's a nice looking layout. Options available. I don't think she can take a red on. I think that would be too difficult. So yellow to the centre it is. Nicely controlled. I think that yellow towards the left centre pocket will squeeze past the red. So she'll be...
Yeah, from that angle it does look like it goes past.
Yeah, it's one of those where off the knuckle and off the red, perhaps.
Yeah.
So I think she'll be looking to use those two reds on the right-hand side as a bit of a stopper here for the cue ball. Doesn't want to end up behind it.
She might have just got away with that, I think.
I think she's all right. Yep.
Yeah. Will she just drop this in and try and take the yellow at the bottom of the table first?
Looks like it. Yeah, it was always an interesting one how she was going to get on the 8 ball, because there's no ideal ball on the table. There never was.
No, but she just didn't want to leave this one till the last ball and then have to try and get back down for the black.
Yeah.
If she can get this one in the middle last, then hopefully she can get some position on the black then.
Yeah, she'll want to finish straight enough on this that she can screw back across.
I think she's okay there.
Yep. To be honest, there's options to play this. You can either try and play it a little bit thinner and go up and down, or we'll try and stun across.
Looks like she's stunning across a little bit, doesn't she?
Probably would have liked another foot on that cue ball. That's under hit a little bit. Possibly worried because she didn't have a full pocket for that last yellow. This is a tough black now.
Played that lovely.
She slides it in like there's grease in the pockets. Gareth Hibbert at the table. Five all in this one. And if that red passes the yellow, which it clearly does, you would think it would be 6-5. I say clearly. He's jumped back up off it, so perhaps Gareth is a little bit worried about that one. Maybe he's just making sure that he can get the cue ball through far enough to be able to screw back. Either way, our first look at Shona Lucas in this match. And that is dry, but not all that inviting for Emma Cunningham.
Not a great layout, is it?
Any particular colour choice taking your fancy here, or?
I'd definitely have to go yellows if she can develop those balls in the middle of the table. That's not ideal, I don't think. But she might have another opportunity using this yellow into the middle now.
I was going to say, it could have come out worse, couldn't it?
Yeah.
She's got a nice angle to go into them. The problem is I don't think you're going to break them out in such a way that all of them will be possible afterwards.
No,
So
I think she was hoping to miss that yellow on the rail and break into the ones in the middle previously, but she tried to make something happen there.
Yes, not getting any easier.
No, I think she might be looking to contain things soon.
I'm a little bit surprised she didn't attack that from the yellow to the left.
That would have been probably my choice, yeah. Play into that red that's next to the yellow and try and knock that down towards the pocket, maybe.
Yeah, you were sort of guaranteed at least one ball coming out nicely from that shot.
That's okay for her, though. I don't think she's left... she's left showing her a pot on, but not anything easy, I'd say.
Yeah, miss pot from Shona, but she won't be too bothered.
No, there's still a lot of work for her to do here.
I think Emma might just be trying to cover that bottom left pocket here. Don't think she'll want this one in, but it's going to. So what now? I feel like she's sort of getting drawn into taking a finish on that's not really there at the moment.
There is a chance to contain again with those three there if she can play that middle one, but looks like she's going on the attack more. If she can land this white well, then potentially she can do this.
Yeah, I mean, she's contained Shona, but Shona's got to be massive favourite for this frame now.
Yeah, she's left Shona a lot of opportunity now to play safe if she needs to, develop her balls, but not leave Emma a chance to finish.
It's not the best shot from Shona. I think she'd have been trying to...
Leave that over the pocket.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, just as extra bit of insurance. I mean, is there a way that Emma can squeeze that yellow that's between the reds through the gap? She's looking at it. I think she might be able to play the cue ball into the yellow and stun into
play
that.
it off one yellow and into the other yellow.
Yeah, a bit of a carom shot potentially coming up. Oh, it's a great effort.
That couldn't have turned out much worse for putting two balls on cushions either, but a bit unlucky there.
No, although Shona's got a problem of her own now with that red in balk, where that's ended up. That won't go past the 8 ball. Not the easiest ball to land on.
If she can play this red into the middle now, then it gives her a chance to get up into the sort of problem area at the top.
Cue ball's got to slow down a bit. Oh, she took a liberty with that one slightly.
She might have left herself the perfect angle, though, to come across and take this difficult red into the other corner.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Just float it past the black. I mean, it's better than nothing, but that's... She shouldn't really be missing that. And it has left Emma a shot. She can cut this one in on this bottom rail. She should travel into the red next to the yellow. You never know. Could come out nice.
Help her other one.
I'd argue that's even better and probably what she played.
I'd potentially be looking to get this difficult red out now and double it across. Emma still has the issue of the black at the moment.
Yep.
And not a particularly easy ball to get onto it either.
No, I think the way to play this, I think you're right on the double. If you sort of stun the cue ball back so it's on top of the yellow as well, then Emma would have to take her ball over the pocket next. I'm a bit surprised at this from Shona. She's trying to cover that rail. She's just about done it, I think. But it's sort of it's a free hit for Emma to move her yellow now, and Shona could have got that red out of trouble. Well, Emma's just done it for her. I'm not quite sure what her intention was with that shot.
I think now would be a good time for Shona to try and take this difficult red at the top.
Yeah, she's got a free hit at it, basically, hasn't she?
Yeah.
What do we know?
I was out first round, so clearly nothing.
Me too, in the in the amateur, if that makes any better.
I'm currently playing for demotion.
Just painting herself into a corner slightly here, Shona. Because
She's leaving this red on its own down here. And
yeah, it's not great, is it, where it is? With Emma having that bottom left corner pocket covered. She's gone after it. This cue ball, I think it's gone just too far for Emma to take that double on. But Shona's put her red on the side cushion.
I was about to say, I wonder whether Emma still might take on this double, because even if it doesn't go, Shona's still got the problem of trying to do something with that red now.
Yeah, she could take the long double on, take it up to the bottom right corner. I'm pretty sure she can't. It's not even worth trying to get it into the middle.
I think she could have nudged that out a bit further so that it went past that red.
Yep, I think that was probably the intention, just slightly under hit. Oh, Shona. Oh, that's a terrible shot. What have you done there? She's opened up another of Emma's bad yellows, and now all the yellows go, and just the black to be aware of. I think it's time for Emma to go. Is she going to get a better opportunity? Is there a skill shot on now? Great
That's
effort.
a great shot. Yeah, brilliant by Emma. That's opened it up perfectly. And she's actually landed dead on a difficult ball that didn't go in the corner.
Yeah, that would be a contender for shot of the tournament in any tournament. Brilliant from Emma Cunningham. And I think Shona Lucas might just live to regret.
Oh.
Well, I've put the knockers under there, haven't I?
Sorry, Emma.
Good shot from Shona. Needs a nice bounce. It's not bad.
This still isn't easy because she's got to get on this red that we mentioned her trying to move earlier in the frame.
Yeah, I mean, she's had 2 or 3 chances to get rid of this
Yeah.
red. Hasn't taken them.
At the time, she had the reassurance of that red being over the pocket, and now she doesn't have that. She's got to try and play a really nice shot here to get onto it.
Yep. I'm surprised she almost lined that up with what looked like left-hand side to me, when I'd have sort of tried a bit of right-hand side to get round the back, I think.
I'm a woman. I've never played side in my life.
This is a very, very thin cut now for Shona Lucas. And that cue ball's going to be travelling down towards that yellow. Now a bit of running side might help. The red's not in. Where's the cue ball going to end up? Oh, that's very fortunate she didn't pop the red. But it's a big pocket up to the top right for Emma.
I was going to say, can she see enough of it to clip this into the middle?
Quite possibly.
And get the white to come off the cushion and
I
down the tip.
think I'm playing the big pocket just because if I don't get it,
Covers it.
Shona's still in trouble. And then after that, I mean, depends. She could possibly move that yellow with this shot, but I think it might just run slightly wide of it.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Is it going to get there? It's not.
No.
So Emma Cunningham, from miles behind in this frame, did all the hard work and then missed a sitter. And that allows Shona Lucas to get herself on the board. It's 1-1. Scrappy frame, Rhiannon.
My favourite sort.
Gareth Hibbert is 7-5 up on Adam Davis now, I can tell you. And this is table one we're looking at here. Savannah Lowe and Val Finney in the Ladies Open, I assume.
Both amateurs, but two very good amateurs, I'd say. So it should be a very good matchup.
I lie, this is the Ladies Amateur semi-final. The first one. The second one will be contested by Charlie McDonough and Claire Biddle.
Emma's breaking, I think that's dry.
Yep. It's quite an open looking table as well.
I think there's points for either colour set here.
Yeah, I think the problem with yellows is your only first yellow is that one in balk, and you're going to be travelling into those reds. And I don't think there's any sort of guarantee of position on the next ball.
Can she see the yellow to the middle?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think she can. If our wonderful referee would step out of the way, we might have had a look there.
From that angle, it seems like it can, but I don't know.
I think that's reds. I think that might be why. This is a good shot. Has she found that gap? Oh my word, that is unlucky. No. Unless she's found the gap between those two yellows and is on that red to the centre, that is desperately unlucky for Shona.
There's a gap there, is there?
And the referee's going to check for total snooker, so that probably gives us the answer. And it's been called. You could play that shot in a month of Sundays and not get it there.
I would have missed the pot.
Well, what a chance now for Emma Cunningham. Because the one yellow that was a bit awkward, Shona's just moved.
This yellow nearest to the white's probably a toughest ball, but if she gets it early, then everything should be relatively routine to Emma now.
Yep. Just got to be slightly careful with this next shot, not to under-hit it. Sometimes these top cushions can sort of kill the cue ball a little bit with a bit of unwanted side, so put plenty of pace into it and come out absolutely plumb. Lovely shot. Not the best from Emma. I think she'd probably like to have flicked that yellow a little further. She should be all right. I I think she might have to take that one in a shot's time, take the one to the bottom left, and then come down the left-hand side of the table with the cue ball. Again, just got to be careful not to underdo this, and she has, in a big way, far too much side. Is she still on the one to the middle? Because that is a result if she is.
If she can punch this in and come back across the table, she'll be fine. Oof.
It's not vintage so far from Emma. She's had the frame at her mercy 3 times now, and she's only taken one of them.
Still early in the match. I think both players seem to just be settling the table and the environment at the moment.
I mean, obviously, these two, particularly Emma, have been on this sort of stage for a long time, you know, many a time. But how difficult is that adjustment from playing on the outer tables all the time to suddenly, for one match, being in this sort of pressure cooker environment?
For me in particular, I find it very difficult. I think it depends on the player. I know some players thrive off it, that kind of environment. And I'll be honest, I like having a referee. And, you know, it means you can almost take your eye off the table when your opponent's at the table and relax a little bit. So that there are pros and cons to it. But like you said, both of these players, I think, are so experienced that I'm not sure it will affect them as much as it could do some other players. But it is quite an adjustment when you have been playing on the outer tables all tournament, and then just for that one match, you've then got to sort of almost...
Yeah. Do you feel like the shot
about
clock
more
helps
things.
you, or... Because I feel like you're quite an attacking, aggressive player.
For me, having watched some of my matches back after, I've realised that I actually didn't use as much of the clock as I could have done, and maybe almost needed to slow down a bit and was sort of rushing too much, because I'm already quite a quick player, I think. So I don't necessarily need to worry about it as much as I have been. Again, I think it's player dependent, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Shona's got herself into a spot of bother here, I would say. She's the wrong side of this red. She can't really easily get the cue ball to the bottom end of the table unless she takes this on as a double. Might be worth it. I don't think she'd leave too much for Emma if it went wrong. She's tried it. It hasn't quite gone to plan.
Bit more pace. I wonder if that would have clipped off. And
Yeah, although the thing is, where the cue balls ended up, she needed to be in the bottom half.
she'd have to have played another cross double then
Yeah.
to give herself a chance on the black.
But this is a tricky spot for Emma now. I don't think you could play this with enough left-hand side to come back up the left-hand side of the table, and she needs to end up
I
on
wonder
that
whether
side.
she can screw across and come around the angles and land the right side of it.
Yep, she's going to go around the back. One
That's it.
off 2 cushions. She's overdone it. I don't think the double's on. I think that red's in the way. Can she cut this
I was
back?
about to say the black will be moving if it does.
Don't see a lot of choice. Maybe a treble, but would you want to take that on? I mean, would you be tempted to play safe here? Just try and get the cue ball in
I was
behind
about
the
to
8
say,
ball.
I wonder if she can sort of clip off it and send it the other way. Maybe play it as a double into the other corner and just leave the white up that end. Like that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The only thing I don't like about this shot is this is actually so easy. It's such a big target then for Shona to come cushion first into those reds.
Yeah.
And the way that they're lined up, you've got a massive margin for error, and you're probably going to pop the one in the middle.
If she can come cushion side of the back red,
Exactly,
then
yeah.
it'll send it straight in. There's not far for it to travel.
Well,
She's playing a safety here. Oh, ignore me.
Well, I was with you because I don't understand. I mean, she was going for a double?
Unless she was trying to play off that back red to try and knock the other red in, maybe. I don't know. I couldn't.
No, I can't. But I think this is quite a nice angle for Emma. Is she going to screw across it or just run into the 8 ball?
She can run into it, can't she?
She's missed it. Where's this yellow going to end up? Is the red going to drop? It's not.
That is not nice for Shona to have to try and get on.
I mean, I think...
Oh, actually, can she drop it in from the other side if she can get across that side of the table?
I wonder if she can just thin the cue ball off the red and into the yellow and pot it that way.
Yeah, but that could be risky because I suppose if she then misses it,
Yeah.
and she could snooker herself, but just leave herself very awkward on it.
Maybe this is just a double. Okay, just going to leave it. I don't like that shot because Emma can play this skill shot. Emma's got quite a few trick shots in her repertoire, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her try and top this directly on. It looks straight enough to do that to me. Yeah, she's lined up with loads of top. Oh, not there though. So that really should be frame to Shona, you would think. When you're playing that particular type of skill shot, you have to cue that so solid and so straight. It can't be overstated how difficult that shot is. Perhaps slightly under hit there from Shona, but she should be all right with this 8 ball, and she is. 2-1 to Shona Lucas after 3. It's been a scrappy start to the whole match, really, hasn't it? After that break dish from Emma in the first one, there's been a few errors creeping in from both players.
Yeah, unusual errors. Don't see many like that from either of them, really.
Here's Gareth Hibbert at the table, and at the table with a chance to win. He has blitzed the next 3 frames from being 5-all with Adam Davis, and he now leads 8-5 and has just this finish to progress to the final against Dan Davey later tonight. You know both of those players personally, but Gareth probably better. Will you be rooting for him in the final?
Definitely, yeah.
Shona sent the cue ball off the table. I thought the 8 ball was going to track to the pocket then, but it hasn't. So nothing to her rescue. As we see
for Gareth.
The shaking of hands between Gareth and Adam, and it will be a Gareth Hibbert Dan Davey final later on tonight. First, there's plenty of this final left to go.
This is a good opportunity for Emma now, I think, to get her cue and arm going. Find a bit of rhythm again after a couple of scrappy frames.
Another miss from Emma. And that, of course, was her free shot as well. So she left an open table for her opponent. Can Shona Lucas make the most of it? She's taking on this plant. This is a big shot. What's your pattern look like here, Reed?
I think I'd be dropping this one into the top right corner. Just getting the white a little bit off the cushion and to play that other red into the middle. And just naturally float down onto the one in the bottom. The difficulty is then getting back up onto the black.
Yeah, because that yellow's a big ball, isn't it? That's like a wall in front of that 8 ball.
I almost wonder whether she can play to come round the back of the black. I
I have to say, from this angle, think you might be right. She's going to come down the right-hand side of the table and leave the 8-ball.
Either into the other corner or the middle.
Yeah. There is a gap. If she can play this with enough top and just check it off that top cushion. But if you do that, I think it kills the cue ball, and I don't think you get far enough up the table again.
There's also a chance that she'll then snooker herself behind that yellow.
Exactly,
in front of
yeah.
the black. So I think it's almost better to just not risk snookering yourself and give yourself a chance at it. Which is the words of someone with a severe lack of cue ball control.
Oh, she's hit it wide. How's it going to come out? That's all right.
That's okay. She can cut that back.
Cue ball sort of sprung off the side of that red. Thin little cutback this. Not an easy shot. She's nailed it. Cue ball is just about safe. Heart in mouth time, I think, there for Shona. But she leads by 3 frames to 1. And again, you have to say it's poor from Emma, because she had first visit with a free shot and didn't even get the colour set.
No, and I think the thing is we come to all have such high expectations of Emma. It is always a little bit jarring when you see her miss shots like that. But, you know, everyone's human. Give her a bit of time to settle into the game, and I still think it'll be a really good quality final as they both get into it more.
Yeah, still plenty.
Still a long way to go.
Plenty to come. There's Savannah Lowe.
Ladies amateur semi-final again. Left herself a little bit unfortunate on that red. It's a lovely plant.
Emma Cunningham again crunching the break, but for the second time in the match, and I think that's probably the best one she's hit, this is dry.
Yeah, that's surprising it's dry. It's such a lovely split.
It's massive, yeah. It's
not the best first shot from Shona, but she's got other options.
yeah, I expected her to just run that through for the red over the top right.
She might have to take this one down the rail now and take a medicine a little bit.
I mean, the nice thing about taking the one down the rail is you're not likely to leave anything for Emma.
She needs to use her extension here and have a bit of time to think.
But equally, if you play it that way, you're not going to give yourself a next shot either. So
no, if she's going to play it, I think she almost needs to just screw back a couple of inches just to leave herself a chance on that red in the other corner.
Just tried to run it through. It hasn't worked. Hasn't left too much for Emma. There's a snick to the right centre.
Is there enough space between those two yellows at the top to be able to almost sort of plant them and send one down to the corner?
I was wondering that, yeah.
Oh, she's got space to see this one in the middle of the table. Yep. That's a nice shot. Whipping those two balls up.
How well has that worked out? It looks pretty
like
good.
It goes past.
I mean, it doesn't need to either, actually, does it? Because they both go into the centre. It's like you're reading my mind.
Jinx.
Haven't heard that for a while.
Primary school antics.
Well, that's proper primary school, that, isn't it? Jinx. Jinx, no return.
Reflection of my mental age. That's a nice shot by Emma.
Yeah. Primary school times, holidays in Spain, the usual. The simpler times before we all had to grow up. Anyway, back to the pool.
Go on more sophisticated Italian vacations now.
Oh, of course. The Riviera, darling. That's France, isn't it? Sorry.
There's me thinking it was Azerbaijan.
Moving on. Emma's taking these out nicely. She's got one good shot to play here. It's this next one. Just got to screw across. Ideally, I think just avoid that red, so that you're high on the next yellow to the centre, but not too high. See that? Now it's a bit thin. Again, it's just she keeps leaving herself options, but neither of them are great. Like this one, you can come either down the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the table, but neither of them are guaranteed. I feel like our cue ball is just letting her down at the moment, Emma.
Yeah.
Just slightly.
So the general consensus that the stream table plays a little bit differently? Is it a bit quicker?
Yes, it's the general consensus. How true it is, I wouldn't know. You have
been
more
on stream, Dan?
You have more experience of that than I do.
Not recently.
Well, that's Emma has tried to punch across. What's she left herself here?
If she can avoid these reds, she could potentially cut it into the middle and come back down the table for the black, but it is a case of avoiding all the reds on the way back down.
Yeah, it's either that or does it go long and she can screw back and take the 8 ball into the right centre? I can't really tell. It looks very straight if she is going long. Nope, it's the shot you called. This is in off. Oh, horror show. And it is going from bad to worse for Emma Cunningham at the moment. It feels like every small mistake she's making is magnified because everything, you know, she's not getting away with a lot.
No. And it seems to be at some quite critical points in the frames as well.
Having said that, Shona's hardly put a foot wrong.
No, I can't envisage Shona not clearing these.
Well, she certainly should, that's for sure.
She's generally very good at her patterns, Shona. She played that nice.
Be tempted to get rid of the one by the 8 ball now, just to open up that pocket for it, so you're not, because the perfect ball to get on the 8 is probably the one to the left centre. So I think that will be her last ball, but she's taking this one to the bottom right now, coming round off 2 cushions. I just feel like if she'd taken this one first, it would have been 3 stun shots. Now she's in a situation where she could under or over hit this. And she's missed it. Has she left it?
Has she left the gap?
I don't think she has.
I don't think she has, but I think there's definitely scope for Emma to now try and leave this black in front of the red and just create a problem for Shona.
Yeah, that's the question. Is there an aggressive shot on, or is it?
I think potentially if she was 3-1 up instead of 3-1 down, she'd be taking the aggressive option, but at the moment I think she'll look to just try and keep herself in this. That's a nice shot.
Played it very well, but
unfortunately there is a very good chance for a safety here.
Yeah, Shona's just going to knock this red basically on top of the black and leave the cue ball on the cushion. Surely. She's come round to look at the middle pocket.
She could play the one in the middle somewhere and just leave Emma not enough of the black to be able to pot it, and it forces Emma then to move the black out the way.
Yeah. That's a good safety
That's worked
shot.
out well.
Yeah, that's a very good safety shot. The only problem is, if Emma does get the hit on this...
There's a chance the white's going in.
Yeah, but if Emma... The problem for Shona is if Emma gets to hit the other side of the 8 ball...
Oh, yeah.
Then Shona might struggle to get it safe again. And it's going to be all about weight, this shot. Oh, that's well wide.
I think she was almost trying to make sure it didn't go in off by playing it off the cushion first.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps just hasn't quite allowed for the slide on the cushion. Shona Lucas, who had done all the hard work in this frame, gave Emma a second bite at the cherry, but she hasn't been able to take it.
This is tricky, but she's got a big pocket for that last red.
No problem at all. Surely now 4-1. He's approaching. Oh, Shona.
Oh, she's got away with that.
It was such a big pocket. All she had to do was hit it thin.
Drop it in.
Just, yeah. But, oh.
Playing off the jaws?
I'd be tempted. It's the kind of shot that I really like, and I think the cue ball's in a good position for it.
Yeah. It's not the sensible choice, but it's the choice I'd make.
I don't think it's not, but the treble's a good shout as well.
That's a very good shout.
Oh, no. The pressure's on Shona here, though, a little bit.
Yeah.
She's got to play this right. It's not... Where the cue ball's ended up, I think she's going to have to take ball in hand.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to push it towards the 8 ball.
Can she clip off the 8 ball to take the red into the other corner?
Oh, risky, that.
It's risky. Who doesn't love a bit of risk?
Do you like a bit of risk?
That's why I lose. Ah! Gotta love commentary with sound effects. I don't know what to say about that one.
I'm speechless.
Baffled, I think is the word.
What? Anyway, moving on.
A couple of matches started in the Ladies Open now, tonight, that are ongoing. We've got Alexandra Cunha, who's shown a beat in the semi-final of the elite event and is doing well. She's 2-0 up, representing Portugal.
Yep. Yeah, we don't get many strange flag. Although we do have Johan
Maltese.
Attard, who's just won from Malta. He's beaten Nick Powell in the Open. There are plenty of games going on. We still have a lot of pool to be played this weekend. Yeah, it's all go in the Opens.
The Ladies Amateur semi-final is that. Claire Biddle, Charlie McDonough. Claire Biddle is 1-0 up at the moment.
Yes, it is.
And the other semi-final is Val Finney, Savannah Lowe, and Val is 5-1 up.
And we're having a quick look now at our beautiful new lights supplied by 8 Ball Direct. The I-beam and the Halo. Halo on the main table and the I-beam on the outer tables. And they are available from 8balldirect.com, along with the smart racks, of course, that we use as well. We pride ourselves here at the IPA on having the best equipment, and I think we certainly do. Along with the Pro Cup balls, the Strachan cloth, and the Supreme tables.
How much you been paid for that?
I wish. They are the best, though. That's
are.
the thing. It just is.
I find it so easy to adjust to the IPA tables every time I come onto the tour. It's they're just so nice to play on that I find it very, very easy just to come to the table and just be able to play well because the standard of the tables is so good.
Yeah.
I say that like I've won a match this weekend.
You've only played one, to be fair. You've got another one to go. It's not like your weekend's been a total disaster.
Yet.
I mean, I didn't want to say it.
Someone has to.
I'm glad it's you. I can't be that horrible to you on the stream.
Why change the habit of a lifetime?
Val Finney there at the table on table 1. That game is available to watch on YouTube, as well as this one, of course. And table 2, Lewis McCall at the table against Jamie Fay. We've got 3 channels running this weekend, so if you've got a double or even treble monitor set up, then feel free to pop over and watch some of the other action.
Couple of good matchups here in the Ladies Open, actually. Kate Ringe, Lauren Chandler, both solid players. Claire Peaty and Paula Boyd just been called, table 20. That'll be a good match.
It sounds like we are back to the action. We are. Shona Lucas, having made that catastrophic mistake in the previous frame, will break off in this one. She absolutely should be 4-1 up. How easy is it to get over it when we've all let frames slip that we absolutely shouldn't have done?
It's tough. It's tough. But I say I feel like these two players are both mentally strong enough to be able to sort of cope with that. And Shona's still ahead. It's she just needs to focus now and not let it get the better of her. But in a way, I think Emma needs to take a bit of confidence from this now that Shona is making mistakes and she needs to capitalise. And she, instead of being she had a chance to be 4-1 down, and she's now 3-2, and she's back in the game and needs to sort of kick into a usual pace now.
Yeah, really was quite a crucial frame, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a big difference.
So Emma now.
It's a tricky table.
It is, yeah. The red in balk is horribly isolated and doesn't really go anywhere. So I think she's just going to play containing off this now.
Yeah, I think she's doing the right thing now. If she can knock that over the bag and take the pocket for the black, just gives her a bit of comfort there. Shona's still got a fair bit of work to do with those 2 yellows up in the top left.
I wonder if there's an angle here to attack that red. No, she's not going to. Just going to force Emma to get rid of it, I think.
Yeah.
Hasn't quite got that.
Has Emma got the chance to take this bottom right corner as well?
It's a really good shout, actually. If she's going to try and take the pocket, then she needs to play it at the right pace.
Yeah, there's no real benefit to a pot in this. I don't think she'd be leaving herself a huge amount.
No, she just needs to make sure she doesn't pot it, really.
Yeah, she's done okay. She hasn't covered the pocket, but it's in a good position. She has opened 2 of Shona's yellows up there.
Shona just keeping things tight. Emma can't really be aggressive from the position she's been left here. She can't screw out of that red near the bottom right.
No, can she play off the cushion and try and break into them? She's going to have to hit it with some pace.
I don't think that angle's there.
She's trying to screw back on it.
Wow, this is tough. That's a brilliant bit of cueing. Magnificent piece of cueing. She's landed straight on this plant as well.
Just then trying to do something to develop that other red next to the yellow.
Yeah, she almost didn't want to land straight on the plant.
Just wanted a bit of an angle to break it out.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, she's missed the plant, and that's not
Messy, messy, messy.
particularly helped either player, really. Yep, she's certainly made a mess of that.
Feeling this might be Shona's thinking with this frame is to send those yellows up near that red by the corner and just make it difficult for Emma to work that out. But she's played a nice shot there.
I mean, she's obviously got to take the one above the cue ball now up to the top right.
Yeah. It's then just going to be a bit of tricky cue ball control up at the top of the table with the red and the black.
She's missed this by a long way, actually.
She's covered the pocket. Covered the pocket for that yellow, but giving herself another problem.
Yeah, it's not great at all. Shona went for the skill shot, didn't quite get it. Definitely work to be done in this frame for either player.
Yeah. I don't think Shona necessarily needed to pot that red in order to be able to pot her balls, but it would have just meant Emma's job was a lot harder then by taking that ball away.
Now that was a clever shot from Shona
Very
Lucas.
clever shot. Emma's going to have to pull something out of the bag here to be able to sort that area out.
Is she just going to try and move it? She can't come in cushion first. She decided she doesn't want to pot the red to the bottom left. No, she's having a look. This is a big moment. No, that's well wide.
I wonder if she's just going to play to knock this out into the open, though, and then it takes away her problem ball and leaves Shona with the other corner as the problem.
I think so, but I think that shot there makes Shona a massive favourite because Shona's only got to hide from one ball now.
That's not come out well.
Oh, there's serious potential for a re-rack to come.
I think Shona will play for a re-rack here potentially.
I mean, she doesn't need to because she can just put her in behind the yellow on the right hand side. Oh, this needs to run. Just hit the cushion.
She hasn't hidden the cue ball though, I don't think.
No, I think Emma might have a sighter of this red. It's a bad shot there from Shona, really, because all she's got to do is hit that a little bit firmer, and Emma's in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, if you move that cue ball over an inch now, Emma's got to get a good hit. And this was the problem with Emma potting that third last red, if you like.
Yeah.
She's now only got one ball. Shona's basically got the whole table to hide from just that one ball.
Oh, that looked like it was tracking.
I'll tell you what, that was close. That was very, very close. I don't think Emma would have had any kind of shot on her last red.
I was about to say, even if it had gone in, she's struggling for a next shot.
I don't think it's quite in re-rack territory just yet either.
No.
I think there's a gap. Yeah, there is. There is a gap through that. I'll tell you what, there's a gap through that red that you could get to.
She just needs to not leave Emma a shot onto this second to last red that leaves her that gap.
Well, yeah, you've said that. I think that might be exactly what she's just done.
Yeah. But is that yellow where Emma would want the cue ball to be able to get that red. If that makes any sense at all.
No, I get it. Possibly. But it might just be out of the way. It's really tough to tell.
She needs to just land just in front of that yellow. Yeah, I think she potentially would have had the gap there. Tough, though.
Yeah. It would have been tough to get out of the 8 ball, but she'd have given herself every chance. Now for Shona, where do you hide the cue ball now? Somewhere near the bottom rail?
Yeah.
You don't want to leave... You've got to be careful not to leave that gap. I think there's a gap big enough for a cue ball between rail and yellow there, the bottom end of the table.
This one and just not leave it. I think that red on the right hand, the yellow on the right hand side might stop the up and down as well.
Yeah, this is... impossible to see a way out here for Emma Cunningham, to be honest. I think
what
she
Emma
might...
has done, though, by covering that other pocket is that if she does give away a foul, Shona's got 2 pockets that are problems now.
Yeah, but then all Shona will do here is...
pot the red and then play another safety.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, literally just drop the yellow onto the red, pot it, and then put the cue ball anywhere on the left-hand side of the table. I don't like doing it this way.
No, I definitely think you're right the first time. Take it the other way around.
Because, yeah, okay, now it's an easy safety and Emma's going to be in all sorts of trouble. But this is an easier hit for Emma, wherever you leave it.
Yeah.
You know, from where that other red was, it was
The other one would have been
pretty much
almost impossible
physically
to-
impossible. I mean, this is not easy by any stretch of the imagination, and it's a good shot from Shona, but...
Jaw shot?
Well...
I'm just going to keep calling it until someone does it.
Yeah, but I think she might. Because off the top right jaws, all the way down the table, it is feasible. She's going for it.
Yes, come on, Emma.
She's got it.
She's
what
got
a
it.
shot
What a
from
shot.
Emma Cunningham.
Skill shot.
I mean, if she gets this skill shot, this will be a finish for the ages. But do you know what? It's kind of on.
It is.
And if she doesn't get it and she gets the pocket with the 8 ball, Shona's got a really difficult shot to play.
There's enough distance here between the black and the yellow where the skill shot's definitely an option.
Yep. And not only that, I mean, remember what happened at the end of the last frame?
Yeah,
If you leave the
absolutely.
black over the pocket with a yellow next to it,
It's tough to work out. She's digging down on it though, which makes the accuracy difficult.
it's a good effort. It was always going to be very tough.
Yeah. From that distance, trying to get the accuracy to cue it right, it's very tough.
I think she's missed a trick there by jacking up.
Yeah, I agree. If she just played it at a pace where the black could have potentially stayed over the pocket,
Exactly.
it would have given Shona a problem to have to deal with.
Yeah.
At the moment, now she has ball in hand and no real problems.
I think you could still have gone full-blooded at that without necessarily jacking up and trying to get bottom on the ball. I don't think that was physically possible.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have bothered trying to get the bottom on it and just focus on the pot and try and let the black follow through naturally.
Well, it's been a really tough match to call this, and it's not been getting any easier. Shona Lucas does have what you would think should be a routine finish to extend her lead back to 2 frames, to go 4-2 ahead.
She doesn't look comfortable queuing here, but she's got it.
Yeah, used all the pocket. You're right.
I'll be honest, that's one of my least favourite types of shots, is playing at an angle off the cushion.
Yeah.
Queuing like that, I really struggle with it, so yeah.
Does make it much more difficult.
She's played it well and left herself a good angle to come up for the black. Yep, she's fine. started that really confidently. 4-2 to Shona.
Yep, so Shona leading by 4 frames to 2. Let's get some scores from around the grounds. Your practice partner there, Adam Stevens.
Yep.
He's 4-1 up on the last event's amateur winner, Keith Robertson. And that's a big game between those two. New professional versus probably will be professional next year.
Yep.
Deb Birchall cruising along at the moment against Viv Rusco. That's 3-0.
Races to 6 in the Ladies Open.
Yep. And to 7 in the men's. And then 8 once you get past the, I want to say last 64, but it might be the last one to 8.
You can see some of the ladies' matches there in the middle. See some more of the ladies watching the ladies' final there in the background.
A hand of apology for Emma Cunningham. It's another decent split off the break, but it's another
right.
dry one. And yeah, she's left absolutely nothing there for Shona Lucas to go at. Hard to really see anything to do here, to be honest. Just containing from Shona, but that's not great because she's brought that cue ball far enough over that Emma's got an easy yellow to the right centre.
Yellow or red in the middle there.
Yeah. It's borderline which one's better, actually.
I think there's a case for going red, so you know.
Yeah, it's just the 8 ball I don't like. But I don't like that in yellows either, particularly. No. Well, she's moved it now. And she's gone yellows.
But yellows have simultaneously got worse.
Yep. It's always the way, isn't it?
Yeah. Who wants an easy dish anyway?
That's a lovely shot.
Does this yellow go past the black there if she can, and she just gives her a chance to take some of these yellows into the middle?
If it doesn't, I'd be tempted to take that pocket with it. It'll be one or the other, the way she's looking at this. She's going to need to use every sinew in her fingers, though. This is... It does go. She's overhit it. She's got a shot. I think the middle of those 3 yellows goes into the centre pocket.
I think I have to pinch the pocket, I think, there.
It's not just that. If she plays that shot, I don't see...
pushing the other one, so...
Yeah. Don't see what she's going to leave herself. Maybe the right-hand one up to the top. Oh, she's going to have to hold another hand of apology up, I think.
Marvellous safety.
Was there some tongue-in-cheek there, by any chance?
Couldn't have played that better if I tried.
I've never seen you play a safety that good, to be fair.
Never seen myself play a safety in my life. I'm sat here taking notes.
Shona's got to get out of this. She has, and this is going to work out quite nicely for her.
Very nicely.
And again, not for the first time. I think Shona's just gone a big favourite, and I think it's because of that contrast in styles we mentioned right at the beginning of the match. You know, you said that Emma's more likely to go for a finish
that isn't necessarily there.
Exactly.
Or even if it's there, it's tough. It's tough, and she's more than capable of taking out a really tough finish when she needs to. And it's because she has that ability that she does take them on because she can get them.
But at the moment, it's Shona who's just picking up the pieces.
Yeah, correct.
I wonder if Emma will go really aggressive here. I think she needs to. I think she needs to take this yellow.
Option here.
Yeah, she can take this yellow as a plant. This goes in.
And if it doesn't, it's pushing that yellow further over the pocket.
This is very close.
That's a very good shot.
Wow.
Brilliant. And that yellow still goes past the black, so she's done really well there.
Magnificent from Emma Cunningham, but that's not the first time we've said that in this match. And then she's made a mess of an easier one afterwards.
That's usually the way, though, isn't it? One worldy shot and then you miss a straight black.
It seems to be at the moment, doesn't it? Seems to be the way it's going.
Not speaking from experience.
Yeah, it's nicely controlled. Does that yellow go up to the top left now? Because she's right behind it. If it does, she's absolutely got to take it on.
Yeah.
She's not going to get nicer on that. It doesn't go left centre. I don't think it goes right centre.
By the
Doesn't
fact she's
go
taking
top
this
right.
one, you've got to say it doesn't go. She's just going to have to try and get good position on this into the same pocket, I think.
Oh, this is tough.
Ooh,
Well, does it go in the
middle.
centre?
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at the overhead, that red is lower down the table than you think.
The problem is, I think the cue ball's floating in the wrong direction.
Yeah, just got to top this through so that the cue ball throws out to the right.
Yeah.
If she played this plain ball, she might end up behind the red. Or she's actually just going to screw
hold
into
on
it.
to the red, I think.
Well, I hit the red quite full. And she
Nice.
has.
Yeah, I played that really well. Cunningham about to close the gap.
Much more like it. That's much more like it from Emma. You know, she's gone for some brilliant finishes in this match and got so close. That's the first time she's really put the hammer down and taken one out.
Yeah, it's like you say, she took the ultra attacking option, but she's capable of it and it worked for her. It won her the frame, so when she's on it, it's brilliant to watch. You can see Lisa Reynolds in the background there, last tour's Open winner.
Yeah, fantastic performance from her.
It's great to see so many different players winning tournaments now. It just shows the depth that we've got in the field now.
It's another dry break in this match. It's another really nice split as well. The layouts are coming out lovely. They're just not getting a ball. Big opportunity this for Emma for 4 apiece. And that would represent quite a change in fortunes because it looked for all the world like she was going to be 4-1 down in this match.
Yeah. It's like we said before, that difference between 4-1 and 3-2 made such a difference, not just as a scoreline, but in terms of the mindset of both the players.
It's not the greatest positional shot there from Emma. Is she trying to squeeze the yellow through the gap between the reds here, off one on the other?
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Has she left herself anything nice?
It's hard to tell, isn't it? I don't think so. I think it's a plant or a cutback. I think I favour the plant because she has pushed a red safe now. So if you don't get the plant, it's not the end of the world. But if you take on the plant, you might get yourself onto the yellow on the rail.
Yeah. The other yellow, the back yellow, should be flicking in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's gone for the plant, just missed it by a mile, to be honest.
It was tough. There was a lot of distance, and it was a bit of an angle on it.
Yeah, 100%.
But like you said, she's pushed that red safe now, so it's just given her a little bit of comfort.
It's a great shot.
Yeah.
Really, really good from Shona. The question for me is, does that red now drop in the middle? The one above the cue ball. It's really tight. It's such a tough shot. But if it does, I think she should stun this one in and try and get cue ball back to basically where it is. Nope, doesn't fancy it. Fair enough. Just wonder what the plan now is. Do you leave it for a double? You've got a similar situation on the right-hand side, but at least that one goes down the rail. Well, that will help.
It's not too bad. I think potentially now she can use that one that's over the middle pocket to kick out into that bad ball and try and get it out of there.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's a case for a cross double on the one on the right-hand side now. Is that a bigger pocket because that red's there? Oh, well, that's worked out a dream.
Lovely shot.
Delicate little plant. Still not going to be easy to land nicely on that red on the right-hand side, I wouldn't say.
If she can control this plant well, then potentially she can leave herself straight enough on this second to last red to screw across and leave herself on the red down the rail.
Yeah, it's almost worth playing this quite thin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just catching the rail before the red. Push the cue ball over further to the right.
Yeah.
She hasn't done that. She's played it thick. And this is now a really tough positional shot. I'd be tempted by that back double again. It's a bit thinner this time. Gone for the cut down the rail. Has she got it? It's going to hold. It's not going to drop.
I'm not sure about that because if it had gone, I'm not sure what she was leaving herself.
No, I wondered. But either way, it's an opportunity for Emma, but it's a tough one. And she's got to get it.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt here. Emma's going to have to step into her own and attack here. That's what she's done.
That's a brilliant
It's
bit
a
of
lovely
cueing.
shot. Just how she connects these two now.
Yeah, I think she's just going to... She'll have to play the one on the rail with a bit of sort of draggy sort of stun. Just come up for the yellow above to the same pocket. And then it's getting nicely on the one down the rail. Sure, is she taking on the long one now?
I think she maybe feels like she just doesn't have the best angle at the moment and is hoping to get another chance at it.
That's a risk for me.
Good job you're not playing then, isn't it, really?
Well, it is. She's tried to move that yellow. How's it worked out? Ugh. It's not good. Does that yellow still cut into the right centre from there? If it does, then she's still okay.
I wonder whether there's a safety to be played here. If she can leave the white at the top on the cushion and force Shona to have to play this red from the wrong side.
Yep, I think Emma's spotted it. Look at you calling safety shots.
Look at me pretending I know what I'm talking about.
The only snag there is Emma's, for me, has played the wrong ball. I expect her to play the one on the cushion, unless it's frozen. Because now that pocket's covered for that yellow.
I was about to say, I don't necessarily know if it was the wrong ball, but more just that she's left the yellow there is difficult. But then Shona's given her a chance here because she's left her the one in the middle.
It's not a great angle, this. You've either got to really punch this and screw across.
Screw across and back across to the right-hand side, I think, is the way.
It's either that or you just drop this in and leave a skill shot. That red is in the heart of the pocket. If you can get nicely behind that yellow.
So she's screwing it.
Missable.
Very missable.
And actually, I don't think she'd... I think that's about where the cue ball would have ended up if she'd just dropped it in. She's got a bit lucky there because she's covered the ball over the pocket.
I was about to say, it's slightly fortunate there, leaving Shona a tougher pot to go for first, but more than capable of getting this. She's got to be a bit careful if she's going to take it into the left bottom that she's not going to push this black awkward. Nope, she's avoided it.
Yep, avoided it and
she's got it.
And can she see a thinner edge of this red to get back down the table? It's always hard to play these shots from the jaws of pockets. If she can only see that red full ball, this is actually quite a difficult positional shot.
Yeah, I think she can see it thin enough.
She could go cushion first, if not. Oh. I mean, she played that with left-hand side, and I don't think it needed it. But I think, again, I do think it's just because she caught it too thick.
If she was going to play it like that, I think she just needed to hit it with a bit more pace to come all the way down the table.
Yeah.
Very tricky pot now, especially playing off the cushion.
It's almost worth taking the double, because if you don't get it, you might get the pocket for that left-hand one.
Or she could just pot it.
What a pot.
Brilliant pot. Ignore us.
5-3 to Shona. It's a great pot. That cue ball was mightily close to an off. But I think she deserved it staying out.
Table knowledge, that Shona.
5-3. We roll on.
Do you feel like both players are getting into it deeper into the game we go?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've seen Emma start a match that badly.
No.
She does seem like she's getting back into it, but time is running out for Emma.
Yeah. Another dry break.
Oh, this is crazy, because they are coming out nicely, but they keep going dry. Big opportunity, this, for Shona.
Work this out. These reds are lovely.
I agree. Reds are great.
Would have pulled that back a little bit.
Yeah, she's going to drop this into the middle now. This is a bit of an awkward one. If you get it, then it's great, because you're on the other one down the rail, naturally. But it's a real touchy shot, this.
But I think she would have wanted to play the one closest to her first before going for the one in the middle initially. I think she slightly changed her mind there, what her plan was, and didn't take enough time over that one once she'd decided that's what she was doing.
She's been a bit fortunate, I think. I don't see that she's left Emma all that much. She's got
Shove this one down the rail.
Awkward cut back to the left centre, an awkward one on the rail. Possibly, I don't know if she could see enough to cut the top of those two yellows that are close together in balk. The one on the rail it is. Just clipped it in. But again, it's not it's not left her anything nice now either. So you've got the yellow in the middle of the table to the top right.
Does that?
Got to cue this well. Was a very tough shot. She's possibly had a bit of a result as well. Hasn't shown her anything easy by the looks of it. She's got the plant, obviously, up to the top left. But you don't necessarily want to play that red as a plant because you could then push the red that you're playing in towards the yellows quite easily. Could very easily go wrong. She's going to take it on. Got to catch this quite full. Doesn't want to catch it on the right-hand side like that. It's worked out all right.
She hasn't knocked out the pocket. She made it better.
Yeah, I mean, if she'd caught that on the thin side but potted it, I think that yellow would have been in trouble in amongst the yellows. The red in amongst the yellows. Whereas now, because she caught it too thin, it's actually worked out quite safe.
Yeah. Clever shot from Emma, just taking away the plant there for Shona.
I mean, yeah.
She's put herself in a bit more trouble as well.
But surely Shona can play that red over the pocket now and just bump into the yellow because she's got that red in balk still. So that's your next ball. Just nudge the yellow out of the way and then all the reds are going to be there.
It's just relying on making sure this red bumps out far enough.
Yeah. Oh, that's not worked out well. She's overhit that for me. She's going to play a plant now to the middle. This doesn't look like it's going to end up going well.
Maybe she was trying to play that off that red there.
Yeah, I think she's just given herself a good cue ball and
then throwing a chalk on the floor.
got the red into open play. I think that was...
She's not left Emma that much to go at here. Great pot.
You were saying? It's excellent.
Me underestimating people.
It's just the one problem, yellow, really. And I wonder if that's quite an easy double.
I was about to say, I think Emma will just back herself to double it, just leave herself. She needs to take these two out of the way in the middle first. And then just back herself on the double, I think.
Yeah, I think she'll get rid of this other one down the rail. And then, yeah, once that one's out of the way of the left centre pocket.
Yeah, she's looking at it now.
Pretty much perfect, I think. If she could put the cue ball exactly where it is now for the double, she'd take that all day long.
Yeah. If she gets the double, the cue ball will be perfect for her last yellow onto the black.
Yeah. Just anywhere it is now, within an inch. Oh, she's missed it. And she's overscrewed it as well.
Yeah.
She'd actually...
She didn't need to hit it quite at that pace.
No, she's come too far for the double,
She would have
I
almost
think.
been better just leaving it short if she was going to.
Yeah. So what can Shona find here? It's an opportunity, that's for sure. It's a very good safety shot. That's the sort of shot that you get in the ladies' game.
Yeah.
That you don't necessarily get in the men's.
Yeah, I think the men definitely would have
100%.
taken on the finish, but
for me,
was
that's
tricky.
For me, that's the right shot. It's superb.
That ball was the one where you weren't sure whether it was awkward going into the middle, a bit awkward down the rail. She's done the right thing there, just giving herself a next chance at the table, hopefully, so she can.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's a frame winner.
Yeah. And you'd think it would be here with ball in hand and free visit.
It certainly should. Possibly slightly overhit that from shoulder. It would have been nice to be able to just drift down table now. She's a bit straight on this.
Nice cue ball there from Shodan to a last red. Should be able to just drop this in now into the middle and take the black into the corner.
Six 3. Shona Lucas moves to the hill. She is one away from a maiden IPA Elite Ladies final. Not final, championship. Trophy, whatever you want to call it. It's been a long weekend. I need a holiday.
It's only Saturday.
I know. I've heard Albania's nice. Yeah, tomorrow night I think I need 2 holidays.
Belgium for the next one.
This is an amateur semi-final we're looking at right now between Jamie Fay and Lewis McCall. It's out on table 2, available to stream. Currently 5-3 to the Scotsman.
And our 400th dry break of the match.
It's, since the first break, we haven't had a ball. But it's not for lack of trying, is it?
No, there've been some good splits.
Emma Cunningham needs all 4 potential remaining frames if she's to pick up another IPA title. And you'd have to say, the way this has gone, it's difficult to see, really.
Yeah, it is at the moment. Playing Switzerland, I was expecting this to be a much closer match.
Yeah, I mean, it still has the potential to be. Shonna's using all of her guile here.
I was about to say, she seems to be stepping back into her natural game, which is just getting her balls into the right positions so they're ready. Just setting everything up for a clearance. Something she's very good at.
Yeah, I mean, I think Emma will throw caution to the wind at this point. Oh, how's this going to work out? Oh, wow.
Safety shot of the game for me, that, Dan.
This could be a re-rack. If that's touching and on the jaw, it could be a re-rack. I think it is. Referee hasn't called it.
Like it has.
This is it's a really. Oh, there was room for a bus. Made it about Shona. Just a quick one. If you are looking at the score at the bottom, it is first to 7, but it is in fact 6-3 to Shona Lucas. Now Emma got very lucky to leave Shona in that position. Is she going to make the most of that luck?
Room for an Irish ferry through that gap.
Is that the one you take to the Isle of Man?
A fly.
Ah, fair enough.
It's a bit like one of those experiences that makes you feel weightless, where they just go up and down really quickly.
Looking forward to the Isle of Man this year, actually. We've got a new venue. It's a very, very, very plush hotel.
One thing that can be said about these tours is the hotels are bloody lovely.
Yes, they are. That is.
I've never been more thankful for aircon in my life than I was last night.
It's certainly been. Yeah, I've brought the weather with me from the sunny south coast, haven't I, for this event?
Always bringing the sunshine, you, Dan.
Why, thank you.
You can pay me for that later. She played that really well.
She did, and this looks like the perfect angle.
Just drop this through and land on the last red.
This has been a great finish from Emma.
Yeah, definitely looking a lot more like her usual self. Perfect. She needs to play it through and top it off the cushion, probably.
Yeah, it might just top off the yellow. Might not get to the cushion. Why not both? This 8 ball to keep her hopes alive.
This is what I meant about the experience of these two players. I think it could be very easy to have, gone 6-3 down, shown us on the hill, and you just think the game's over. But Emma's good enough and experienced enough to know that there's still a chance in this match, and she's good enough to get herself back into it. She takes chances.
Yeah, it was a very nice finish. She's going to need a couple more like that, you suspect.
Ball off the break could help.
Yeah. Yeah, for anyone at the moment, the way it's going. Looks like Jamie Fay at the table in this amateur semi-final. Of course, the winner of this will be contesting our first stream match tomorrow. That is, as always, the amateur final. As I was saying, amateur final will be the first match on stream tomorrow. Jamie Fay trailing Lewis McCall in that semi-final. It's 6-4 now after that finish. And the winner, I say that quarter-final, sorry. This is a quarter-final. So the winner of this one will play Scott Pope or Zach Wilkinson. That one is 4-3 to Zach Wilkinson. And then the bottom half of the draw, Gerard Boyle and Michael Oliver. That one's 5-4 to Gerard. And David Compton is 4-2 up on Brian Cumming at the moment.
Just seen Savannah Lowe again there at the table. In the ladies' amateur semi-final, she's currently trailing 5-3 to Val Finney.
And she was 5-1 down as well.
She was 5-1 down.
On the comeback trail.
Definitely. Another one a bit closer. We've got Claire Biddle and Charlie McDonough with 3-3 at the moment.
Yeah, that is both of the ladies' amateur semis, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm assuming one of our two finalists has gone for a comfort break of some description.
Probably about time.
So we'll stick with table 2 for the moment. Oh no, we're back.
Yep, but there's no Emma.
There is no Emma, no.
It'll be a strategically timed break for Emma. She's getting herself back into this.
Surely she wouldn't do such a thing.
I mean, no. No, but it can be a good chance just to compose yourself at the right time. You know, she had a good clearance then that just gave a chance to settle at the table.
Ooh. Bit of a lax shot from both players there we've just seen, to be honest. Neither of those I expected to be missed. Going on in the Open at the moment. Adam Stevens still battling away with Keith Robertson. Adam on the hill in that race to 7. He leads by 6 frames to 5.
Go Adam.
Mark Farnsworth up against Ryan Hopkinson. That one's just kicking off. That'll be an interesting game. Ryan's a classy player, but Mark would have to go down as a heavy favourite for that one. Emma's made
we've got a ball.
How exciting. It's a
It's
lovely
a nice
split.
as well. Jinx.
Get out of my brain.
I'm scared to be in there.
So you should be. It's a good opener from Emma. These yellows are looking pretty nice.
I think she was hoping to bump that one off the rail a little bit more, but she's still okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was the intention. But more importantly, she's left herself a choice of yellows for her next shot.
She's got to trust herself to get on it later. She might be going for it now.
Oh, that's a horror miscue. And this now is the first real chance in anger for Shona Lucas to take her first IPA Elite Ladies title.
It's okay, Dan, you're Southern. We know you struggle with the English language.
Thank you. Thank you, miss. Oh, Shona, that's not a good shot. If that red still goes...
They pass each other in the middle.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. But the red she just moved, she hasn't moved it nearly far enough, I don't think. I think she wanted to sort of get it over the pocket.
It's not a huge amount better than it was before.
It's almost the same. She flipped it.
Wonder whether she'll just contain here now.
I think it's the right move. Gone double. Don't know if she necessarily wanted the double. She's got a great cue ball.
Thing is, though, with Emma's potting, when she's doing well, she's got this now to the bottom left corner. And it could be one good pot and the opener for the rest of these.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball here either. You're almost guaranteed to be on something, I think. It's probably about as bad as that could be. I expected the cue ball to throw a bit wider.
Yeah, definitely.
Come round through the gap.
I wonder whether there's a benefit to sending this yellow down the rail and towards that corner bag.
I really like that shot, actually. I think that's a great shot.
If it goes, you're on everything. If it doesn't, she's got the corner.
Yep, I think that is spot on. I think that's exactly the right shot.
Thank you.
It's
Beautiful pot.
It is a beauty. It is a beauty, and it looks like we're going to go 6-5. And will the nerves just start to creep in for Shona Lucas?
Potentially.
Because she's had a good chance now, and it's gone begging.
Yeah, I think Shona will be very aware here that she has had a free visit at this table and not done anything with it. If Emma had just dished, then I think it would be a different story, and she'd accept that that's what it was. Oh.
It's just a rush of blood. Just an absolute rush of blood. She's overhit that by, 3-4 times as hard as she needed to.
Emma Cunningham, you absolute sausage.
I'm sure she'd appreciate that. She gonna fluke it? Oh, wow. Oh, that is astonishing. It's absolutely flown in the middle pocket. She's landed on the black. She's not plumb, but she's got quite a nice shot at it.
My brain is in the bin.
Don't think yours is the only one. Can she knock this 8-ball in?
I think she's burying this.
She has.
Emma Cunningham, you absolute monster.
It's 6-5. It took a massive fluke. There was a miscue. This is the game that's had everything. What more does it have to give us? Does it have a final frame decider to give us?
Did she not play for that yellow in the middle?
I mean, the hand went up pretty quickly. You can ask her after the game, but Emma's quite an honest person.
Off cushion off the red and in the middle, wasn't it? Obvious choice.
It was the obvious choice. You're quite right. Just the speed as well.
I didn't have time to think.
And a lash and in it flew. Shona's made a ball off the break. That is the first time in the match, and it will be her last break of the match. So it's a good time to do it.
Clearly that toilet break helped. Both of them.
Yeah. It's not a great layout, though. If it weren't for that yellow up to towards the top right.
Those two bottom left as well aren't ideal.
Yeah.
She looked to play this red into the middle and break that red out at the top.
Got to be careful she doesn't just hit that red full ball. She might end up behind that yellow. That's actually worked out quite well.
Yeah, she's got that other red there that she can go with. And potentially leave that red she's closest to cover Emma's yellow.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious big problem is the one in the bottom half of the table, the one near the black spot. I wonder if Shona might just shut down here and cover this.
Yeah.
Don't know if Emma can sort of return the favour here.
Yeah,
Can
with
you
the
just
yellow on the left?
Yeah, or the yellow on the right. Can you squeeze the yellow to the right of the cue ball over that top right pocket? She's not looked at it, so I'm assuming not.
Yeah, I'm not sure she has enough of it.
Oh, she's trying to get this one over there.
That's
what a shot this
great
is.
shot. If she's got it. Oh. That's okay though. It's opened it up for that other yellow.
Well, yeah,
and
but
she hasn't left Shona an angle here to get that bad red out.
she's left quite a big pocket for the double. I don't know whether it's a particularly Shona Lucas like shot. But that.
I'd love to be able to say I know which double you're talking about, but
the red, she could have dropped the red that goes in the middle win now, and then played the red that's next to the yellow up to that pocket.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Where those three balls are currently. As it is now, she's just handed over control. She's got the black pocket.
I think that was her main focus there, wasn't it? Just making sure that she'd fully covered that pocket for the black.
I mean, Emma can take this pocket herself.
I'd say I don't think she really wants to pop that.
I don't think she did either, but...
Can she play this one now just to cover it back? Or is she going to try and make something happen here?
I mean, there's a skill shot on.
There is. She open this pocket for the black now.
The yellow above the cue ball, she could cut that to the top right and try and knock that red in. And then she would have all the control in the frame if she got it.
She's looking to cover this bag and take control again. She hasn't got it.
She hasn't got the cover, but she hasn't left anything really for Shona.
No, I think Shona's still very aware she's got this difficult red down here and is just trying to put herself in the best position possible.
I think Shona missed a trick a couple of shots ago when she didn't move that red. This is a great effort. What a shot. I think she's on it.
I think she's got it.
Is she on it?
Oh. Has she got enough of it for the pot? I'm not sure she has.
It is so close, but if she has, it's magnificent. There's a rueful smile on her face. I'm still not sure. I don't know if she's sure.
I think she's just going to play as much of it as she can. And
she's got it.
She's got it. What are we talking about?
Well, I mean, her facial expression didn't really help. Now she's a little bit thinner than she'd like on this red.
If she can hold this, then she's fine.
I mean, I think you could play it positively. Lots of bottom left and come across.
Nope, she's fine, I think. Yeah.
Just about right. She wants to be able to get to the left-hand side of this red, though. Yeah, here we go. This for the title, and it's in. Shona Lucas, fantastic performance from her. Emma Cunningham, not at her best today, but I'm sure she'll be back just as strong in the future. Rhiannon, a terrific performance from a terrific player.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As I say, Shona's been on top form recently, and she's just shown it once again. So, yeah, she's doing brilliantly.
Yeah, she's really making waves in the IPA Elite Ladies section this year. One final to her name already before going into this tournament, and now she picks up her maiden crown. Shona Lucas, congratulations on a superb tournament and a brilliant performance in the final as well. Emma Cunningham will go away and lick her wounds, and I'm sure she'll be back for the Open tomorrow or later on tonight. You never really know with these things, do you?
Or chill out and watch Eurovision.
Yeah, I'm sure she will. She seems like the type. Just a quick update on the outer tables. Lewis McCall sat in his seat there. Jamie Fay has come right back into this match, and this is for 7 each. That's going to be a decider on table 2 to make it through to the semi-final in the amateur event. But before any of that gets underway, I say that someone's putting their cue away, so
Jamie Fay, 8-7.
either way, here's Mark Pickworth with the trophy presentation.
Thanks, guys. Another truly great ladies' final. I think, first of all, let's have a round of applause for both players, please. Unfortunately, there has to be a runner-up. Emma Cunningham, everybody. Emma, it is getting a bit of a habit, keep talking to you about, around this table and that, but, you've got to be truly sort of proud, you've made another IPA final in your return.
Yeah, I've had a good couple of days. I've been playing all right, queuing all right. A couple of silly mistakes, and Shona punishes you, capitalises. Definitely well deserves to win 100%. You can't get away with very much, and yeah, great finish in the last one.
And you're a lady of comebacks, quite noticeably a lot of the time. And do you think you was going to get to the edge and maybe take it to a last frame decider? Is that all you could have wished for?
Yeah, and never give up, not at all. We're here to play every frame like it's the first. And I don't look at the score. It's one frame. And sometimes I know when you get on that hill, the last one can be hard. But fair play to Shona. She was solid throughout.
And 2025, obviously, ladies world champion, and now a final of one of the elite finals. Is that what your expectations were, or did you expect a little bit more?
I'm just wanting to enjoy playing again. Just back to basics. Spending time with people that I enjoy spending time with, and obviously I'm a competitor. I don't like losing, but I'm always pleased for anybody that wins. It's you know how it feels to lose, and you know how it feels to win. So I'm over the moon for Shona. She got to a final of the first event, and well deserved.
And obviously, yourself and Shona, you've won many titles throughout the years, but we also saw Marianne and Alexander made the semi-finals. Is the IPA in good hands with you, ladies?
Oh, without a doubt. The depth, everybody's solid. You have to be on your game. You can't be sort of down here, you've got to be clinical, and if you're not, you're going to be punished. And I think the results have showed that so far this weekend. We've got the Open to look forward to.
Well, it weren't quite your day today, but you played, your part in a major, great final.
Thanks.
Emma Cunningham, everybody. Well, she just missed out last time, but she's done it this time. Shona Lucas, everybody. Shona, I remember the last time me and you had an interview, you didn't have too many words. Have you got many more words for your audience tonight?
Probably not, to be fair. Probably not. Yeah, I'm delighted. Couldn't ask for better than that, really. You have to play well to beat him, and I knew that frame there. I started to play better towards the end of it, and I had to, really, to be fair. So.
And you had a great match in the semi-final against Alexandra, it was a struggle. You came from behind.
I was 4-0 down, and had to pull out some pools to beat her. Another great player. Yeah, there's so many good players here. You have to play well to get through.
And in the final here tonight, I mean, you played some great pool. Did you really think it was going to be your night towards the end, even though that Emma was going to be the possibility of a mini comeback?
Against Emma, would you assume? No, I didn't. I knew I just had to keep taking frame for frame and see what happens. Try and make it, but yeah.
And we've had 2 tours now, and now you've made 2 elite finals. How proud do you think you are?
I'm really proud of myself. Really proud. It means a lot. It means a lot to me.
And your expectations for the rest of the season? Are you just going to lay it off a little bit now and just give everybody else a chance, or are you going to go on and try and win more titles?
I'll try. Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
Well, you have won a title, and now Stephen is going to present you with the IPA British Ladies Elite Champion, everybody, Shona Lucas! Thank you. We'll just have a word with Stephen and then we'll take some photos. Stephen, another truly great ladies final there. I mean, we're in great hands with these two, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, the consistency that both of these players have shown. Obviously, we've got a world champion there. Shona was in the previous elite ladies final. To see the two of them in this final competing again, it just shows the consistency and shows the level of this elite ladies section that we have right now.
And Shona, to make 2 elite finals, I mean, I can't remember the last time that was probably done, to make 2 elite finals on the bounce, especially a newcomer, if that's really fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned that word consistency again, Shona's obviously playing really well. It took Jenny Lawson to be at her very, very best to stop Shona that day. She was obviously gutted, but today she's got a smile on her face and she's got a trophy.
And Emma Cunningham already had a trophy in 2024, only a small one, the World Championship trophy, but surely she's going to be picking up another one this season.
Yeah, I mean, she's just a world champion. She's a special talent when it comes to the ladies elite. Having players like Emma part of that kind of group, it's exceptional for us here at the IPA, but Emma's not going away. She's going to be here, most likely picking up trophies in the near future, definitely.
Well, thanks very much, Stephen. Well, a champion is crowned. We're going to have another championship final next. It's the men's professional final. It's going to be between Dan Davey and Gareth Hibbert. Don't go too far away. It's coming up next. Welcome back here at the Hilton Hotel here in Coventry. We're just about to have the men's professional final up. I'm joined by Stevie Walker. This men's professional final, Stephen, this is the biggest event of the weekend. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, I mean, Dan was one of the guys that, for me, really burst onto. I know it sounds mad when I say burst onto the scene, but he had such a good year last year, and although he's got off to a decent start this year, taking down one of the big titles and at this stage in the season would be massive for him. And obviously Gareth is, well, it's Gareth we're talking about, but if I had to go out on a limb and pick one, I'd maybe be edging towards Gareth, but I feel like I'm maybe doing Dan a disservice because he's absolutely flying. I watched him against Ross Fernie earlier and he is absolutely buzzing. So I mean, is anybody's game? If I was to lump on someone, I'd maybe go Gareth, but who knows.
Yeah, I mean, they both had a little bit of a rest, both had good wins, you know, both of them won 9-5 in the semi-finals, so but it's about that mental strength, you know. Dan, he's had a lot of close matches getting to this final. Do you think that's going to take a little bit out of him?
Yeah, I mean, we talk quite a lot about the endurance it takes to be a winner at this level. There's loads of guys on the amateur tour and stuff like that that are desperate to get into the pro ranks, and it's not easy just getting there. Never mind when you are there, the long days that you've got, the hard matches, and obviously the competition that they've got against each other. So anyone that gets to this stage has obviously earned the right to get here, but the endurance does weigh in on the end, and he's obviously had a few close matches. Could it tell in the end? I don't know, but time will tell.
And I know you always talk to a lot of the players, you know, throughout the weekend, and you know, before the weekend even starts. You know, is this what everybody trains to be the professional winner?
Yeah, I mean, it really is. Obviously, there's between the ladies and the men's, everybody's just wanting to get to this stage. Maybe call it the big stage. It is the big stage. It's in front of all the cameras, the lights, the people watching, and to try and take down a massive title. And yeah, I mean, it's where we all want to be. I would be lying if I said it's not where I want to be. So it is. It's where we all want to be.
And I know that you. I mean, I spoke to Rob Wilson earlier. You know, while you was playing. You know, about the underdog story. You know, is it fair to say Dan Davis the underdog, even though that you're edging Gareth Hibbert to be a favourite?
Yeah, I mean, for me, and I called it last year, Dan was arguably one of the players. In fact, he was definitely one of the players of 2024. He got off to a fantastic start to the year, and although he might not have taken down massive titles towards the end, his consistency over the course of the entire year was just exceptional. And no, he's definitely no underdog. I just think possibly, maybe I'm just going for experience and the fact that Gareth's just been there and done it so many times, but it wouldn't be inconceivable for Dan to get in there and blow him away.
And just a little bit about the end of that ladies' final. I mean, what a magnificent crowd towards the end, you know, and Shona finally winning the elite trophy. You know, it must be a great moment for these players.
Yeah, it is. I mean, winning any title, you hear people talking about winning the title down in the local club or whatever it is, and to come here on the big stage and win the elite ladies. Shona's obviously shown great consistency. That final that she was in Newcastle, to then get to the final again this time and go one better is exceptional. And Emma's just always there. She's always at the business end, but massive congratulations to Shona.
Thanks very much, Stephen. And without really, I'm going to let you go to the comms box, because I know Stephen is now going to be doing the commentary on this men's final. We are only a few moments away now from Dan Davey against Gareth Hibbert, and that is coming next. Don't go away. I'm going to hand you over to Stephen Walker.
And I am now here in the commentary box, and I am over the moon to be joined by one of my good mates on the tour and one of the top pros, Lee Shepherd. Good to have you, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having us, mate. Looking forward to this final. Obviously, I do agree with comments with Mark there. Gareth having the edge, I just think he's in the talks of potentially some of the best players ever. And Dan is obviously, he's shown his sort of level too, and last year he had an unbelievable season, and I think he had a little couple of tournaments away, but he's just coming back now and speaks volumes the fact that he's in this final.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a tough one when somebody puts you on the spot and who do you fancy for this, and then it's hard to ever bet against Gareth Hibbert. He's in the GOAT kind of conversation. He's one of the guys, and he doesn't seem to decrease in his ability, his longevity, his will. I mean, his will and desire to win. He always just seems to be there, and I think we talk about winning, breeding, winning. We do a bit of football coaching ourselves, and we know that kind of mentality that you try and put into the kids. Gareth has just got something different.
The final of the he was in the Worlds in February, and he missed a ball that it was pressure, and I couldn't believe somebody of his level could maybe like feel that pressure because he's been there a million times and done it. But obviously he went out of that event due to that miss. And then what did he do? He goes and wins the seniors and I think the masters as well.
Yeah.
So like if you're talking about mentality, like the majority of other people they'd be away and gone, and he just stood up and righted the wrong, let's say.
Yeah, I think if you could bottle whatever Gareth has inside, it would be worth millions. He's just got something, and I keep using that. He's got something different, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what. I mean, obviously he's put in the work through the years, and he's just one of these top players. He's a good cueist in most disciplines, but to continue to have the drive and that will and desire to keep winning and keep being in the business end, it just blows my mind. He's an inspiration, I think, to almost anybody that lifts up a cue and comes to these events.
Yeah, you kind of think, will there be a time when he slows down? Obviously, well, funnily enough, it's my birthday tomorrow. I'm 33, and I look at these, I think, it'll be good when these sort of move on and let us younger folk give us a bit of a chance. But I just think he can keep doing what he's doing as long as sort of he has no health issues or anything, and he's fit as a fiddle, and he another thing what I've said about him previously is he's never too up and he's never too down, and he just doesn't burn any unnecessary like energy. And that's why he has runs in multiple events. Like I'd be burnt out because I'm probably too up and too down, but he's just the same all the time and takes everything in his stride. And yeah, he's an absolute inspiration to anybody who's picking up the cue.
Yourself, Lee, when you were coming through the amateurs, you obviously had one of the best years going. You won countless titles, and you were by far and away that number one. When you're coming into the pro ranks, is there a switching mentality that you think you need when you get to that level? Because obviously people at home that maybe want to play at this level and get to this level, you've worked your way up to go and play guys like Gareth and Dan and Boyle and all these kind of people. Is there a switch that you need to have? Because it could be quite easy just to drop right back out.
Yeah, I mean, you go from potentially sort of being the big fish sort of thing to you're back in a very big pond and sort of you're the stickleback now.
Yeah.
So I think you have to earn that respect from the players that you're playing, where they know they're in a game, and give them something to think about. But I think you've got to stamp that authority straight away and let them know that you're here and you want to be competitive and you're not here to make the numbers up. And I think they do start to understand that and get that, which you can't compete against these boys if they just feel like you're not really there to compete.
Yeah.
But he's obviously be a nice little start from here if he can work his way. I think what the angle he's looking at there is pop the red and screw around the back of that, but you might get closest to the black there, and if he does, he could end up in a spot of bother. Oh, he's done well to push that black safe, like, but I thought if he hit the other side of the black, he was dead as well.
Yeah.
He kind of like went a little bit straight away, like in his mind, reds with the ball, and I'm going, didn't he?
I've spoke to Gareth. I mean, these kind of finishes, to me, I'm looking at the table there and thinking, decent break off, but there's not a real chance here. He's obviously down to the last red, and I don't know if the black maybe just sneaks in, but he does these, and I mention this all the time. There's probably people thinking, Steve, here you go again with these breaking dish challenges, but Gareth does this week in, week out, and it's like 50 breaking dishes, and you do them in 2 sets of 25, and he does them so often. He's always involved in them, but he said to me that, he's like, Steve, I couldn't just go and practice.
Yeah,
put in a few hours. He said it has to be for something, and that's a competition, so it drives him to go and do it. And some of the finishes I see the guy take,
yeah, I do think you could, by doing them, like, your shot selection can, I don't want to say get worse, but like, because you just literally have to go for a finish every single time, I think you can get drawn into doing that in matches, and sometimes it's,
yeah,
I know the top end of the game, it's generally attacking, but I think if you end up playing shots where you think, the percentage I would never sort of play that, but you just drilled it in your mind that's what you have to do.
Well, I've seen there's one or two guys I know that I got involved in them, and they were a wee bit crazy and erratic for me. I felt like it wasn't my cup of tea. But there's a few guys I know that do them. Gareth's one of them, and he wins them quite a lot. His handicap's not exactly the best for him, so he's always up against it, and he still manages to win them. But I see guys go and playing in matches and tournaments and stuff now, and they go for like 4 and 5 ball plants, and you think to yourself,
crazy.
you could just bounce a ball over a pocket and you've won the frame, and it's like, I think they get caught in a mindset thinking they need to get them every time because of it.
Yeah. I think definitely sort of the younger generation coming through, because I think because the tables are so quick now, and the balls are great, and the cloths are really quick and all that, and reactive. So I think it kind of has helped turn the game more attacking.
Yeah.
But I think the old school guys who've got the backgrounds of the old IPA and the world rules and the more solid all round, like, it's just knowledge in it.
Yeah,
you've gained over I know it's different rules now, but you still pick up a lot of knowledge from the years gone by, the other rule sets.
That can happen. I mean, you see people, we'll probably see it in this final where both of the guys will probably try and break and finish every time. It's just became a huge... Yeah, it is. That's became the part of the game. Smash them open, try and get it finished, whereas as you just hit the nail on the head, there's still the odd guy there that can obviously be dangerous, that they'll play that... I don't know, I don't want to call it the right shot, but they'll play the sensible shot at the right time, maybe.
Yeah, and it is. I think at this level, it is the killer and key moments of matches that sort of does get you over the line. How often do you see, if it's like race to 9, you might see 9-7 or even 9-6 potentially, but it's just them potentially 2 key frames where you play the right shot at the right time. That's the difference.
Yeah, in that situation there, so Gareth goes for probably a low percentage finish, doesn't get them, and then he gets punished by Dan. I see that probably more since I've started doing this, the commentary stuff and the TV, getting to see it time and time again. It's either you get them or you make a mistake and your opponent gets them, and the games can be over quick.
Yeah, they can. I think also with, like you said, it was a relatively... I mean, it's a relatively low percentage finish as it can be with Gareth. But when you do go for one of them, especially early in a match, you're generally leaving your opponent a pretty nice-ish finish where they can get a bit used to the table or just settle free match nerves potentially, and you're giving actually quite a bit away by doing that.
Yeah, definitely.
How often do you just want to frame on the board and you think, right, I'm all right now, he's absolutely crunched them, by the way.
He is. You're right. That is... Has he got... I don't know if he's got an opener on the yellows. I don't think he can get through it.
Yeah, I think he's going to want yellows, but reds aren't the absolute worst. Obviously, you can squeeze one of the two that are together. You could squeeze one of them off this yellow at the bottom right of the screen now, but you've still got the red in between the 2 yellows at the bottom. So I can't see how we can pot a yellow.
Yeah, I think he would have to kind of jack up to get the one over the pocket, but then he's losing position on his next yellow.
Yeah, he could potentially swerve round, couldn't he, and put the one over the top right as we're looking, but again, you've got no control really.
In these moments, like you find yourself in them yourself, you have to just take your medicine. The reds are there, just as you say, there's still a chance on reds. Maybe not as easy, but there's times you have to just take your medicine.
Yeah, you do. I'm not entirely sort of sure what his plan is, or whether he's just going to sort of see as we go. Obviously, you don't necessarily know where this yellow is going to go, and you assuming he's going to squeeze one of these bottom 2 off the yellow that's over the pocket, but you're going to have to move it either for the black or the red. Yeah, I'll take that. That was a nice little nudge. I think he'll bring the black out here just as... I think he needs to be getting this bottom red as early as possible, doesn't he? But that is one thing I've noticed with Dan. I was talking to someone earlier about Dan's shot selection, and I think he's got quite an orthodox shot selection where he often leaves like his hard ball right until the end of a finish, which isn't sort of the normal shot selection, but he believes in his positional play or whatever it may be, or his shot making, where he can land on that one dot right at the end, which I always think, for me, I want to be getting on my hard balls as early as possible, or I want to get my hard balls out as early as I can. Whereas, like I say, he does leave a hard ball in a potentially sometimes a bad area, but till the end because he backs himself, and that the fact that he's won as much as he has, it works for him. Everybody doesn't do it the same, do they?
No, that's it. You do hear it quite often that the trick is to try and get your bad ball as early as possible, but you need to be some type of player to back yourself on and leaving it till last or even till late in the visit. And he's tried to get it early there. It's just not came out the way he would have hoped.
Yeah. I feel like he kind of had a relative sort of shot to nothing there. I don't think he's left a great deal. I know, obviously, you can't, if you guys, you kind of hoping you be in a favourable position after this next shot.
The two yellows obviously go in the right middle and the bottom, and I wonder if the one on the outside down the bottom left, if that goes,
Wonder if he
maybe just taking the pocket here.
I think I would be tempted to. Yeah, he's played a decent shot. I was kind of tempted to play the one just to the right of the one he played and put that off the baulk cushion, and flick the other red onto the left side rail and leave the white round about where it is now. You'd have probably had the snooker maybe, and just left this one at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, and the likelihood that he would have had the table opened up as well at the same time.
Do you think you could potentially cut the one in the middle or put it to the top and dislodge these two at the bottom? I know he wouldn't have necessarily the easiest finish, but I thought he'd see a great option for a safety.
He's going to jab the cue ball back.
Staying in the frame, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in there kind of fighting, but you can't help but think.
You always want to be having more balls on the table in these scenarios, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. You're just looking at it and thinking, although Dan might look like a slight favourite here, the extra couple of yellows do help.
Yeah, and I think sometimes when you are in the position where you've got more balls on the table, you can kind of talk yourself into, oh, I'm good favourite here, but you can end up playing a couple of slack shots.
Exactly.
I think if he plays the bottom one of the two yellows here and just dumps it behind.
I'm so surprised that the shot Dan's just played there.
Yeah, he left him an easy one, didn't he?
Yeah, he's left him an easy snooker as well as putting his red on the side cushion.
Well, I think he could, if he comes off this bottom rail and even kisses the red, Gaz could just pot the yellow that's just above the baulk line. Sorry, hit the yellow above the baulk line and just cover that bag. He could do that now, I think, and just squeeze it off the jaw. Maybe try and put the white sort of off the side rail and close-ish to the red as well, so he's sort of struggling in both areas, isn't he? Doesn't like it.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think I like that shot. I don't mind that shot, and he's getting another ball at the top end of the table. But I thought if he takes control of the top left corner, the frame's basically done.
Yeah. Then he can just start manoeuvring the balls where he wants, can't he? Unless he never wanted to put that over the bag in case he kind of made it easier for a skilly, maybe like a double and go into the cluster. Maybe that's the reason why he never.
And I know you do quite a bit with the guys at 8 Ball directly. These new lights, the I-beam and the halo, are absolutely first class, eh?
Yeah, the halo, it's unreal, and I think it looks good. It's stylish.
Yeah,
doesn't half kick some light out like.
Yeah.
I mean, one of our sponsors as well, 8 Ball Direct. So just waiting on the phone call for when Alan's going to come and fit me one. He doesn't know about it yet, but he is.
Yeah, the guys at 8 Ball Direct are absolutely first class. Good people into the bargain.
Unreal, like some of the products that they have, and I mean, you never really think of a triangle being like anything great or anything, but like that the Smart Rack, I think it's the best triangle on the market, and it's just, I think it's easier as well. Like when you first got it, I was looking at it, I was like, it's a bit weird, but I've never had as good a. I mean, I can't rack the balls with plastic triangle.
it took me. I actually spoke to you about it ages ago, and it took me a bit of time to get the hang of it. And I says that to Alan as well. Spoke to him a while back, and I said I actually like the idea of it. I'm just struggling with it. I kept feeling like I couldn't get them right. They were pinging away, but now I've got the knack of it. It's first class.
Yeah, I think it's better on like a newer cloth as well. You know, with clean balls where they just sort of glide up.
Yeah.
But I've used them in a couple of clubs where the tables are sort of battered, the cloth's battered, and they just don't glide up as well. So it does feel a bit horrible. But in good conditions, or if on your own table, I wouldn't use anything else.
No.
And I've had quite a lot of the triangles over the years. Like I've had a couple of the rackers, a different style one with the roller on the bottom and the one with the clasp where you used to push it up. And yeah, none of them are as good as the Smart.
I've got the racker. I must admit I use that myself, and I quite like that. But the Smart rack is, and it looks good as well. I must admit it's handy on the side of the table.
It's ideal, isn't it? Like the obviously the old plastic ones are sticking out of the ball return tray and that, and it's just like, I don't know, just plastic as well. Just feels a bit cheap, doesn't it?
Gareth trying to force the issue, and I think the top left-hand corner, Lee, still a problem. And Gareth had a chance earlier to really take control of it.
Do you think if he could potentially just nick the one that's over the pocket now, and then cut the yellow across the back cushion over the pocket? I don't know if he.
He's not had a look. He's trying to get him behind the black. It's not terrible. He's just trying to keep him off the open one.
It's not the worst, but I wonder if he just kind of wants Dan to have a go. I mean, if you Dan though, you don't want to give too much away, are you? Might be it gets snookery if he can. I don't know. I thought he was going to go off the ball cushion and kiss the one furthest left, but
the black is obviously a bit of a problem as well, and I think that probably became a.
Do you not think, like, I feel like I can just see Gaz's sort of attacking mind, like, come on, just let me have a go at blasting into this. He just looks like he's like coiled spring.
He prioritised making sure the black was awkward over the top left corner, but I think that's the Gareth Hibbert way.
I think he's having a go at getting this black out here, you know. Put the red in the middle and come off the top cushion. If it does, I think the likelihood is he could come out. Oh, he's butchered.
Yeah, he's caught.
If he'd have kissed the yellow there, it might not have been the worst. Think he can clip this thin now? The red at the bottom with a bit of check side and kick the yellow out the way.
He's looking at playing it off the red. It looks as if it's a bit further away from the pocket than.
I don't think he can get.
Yeah, I don't think that's on, but
with
we'll
the
find out.
slide on the cloth as well. Could play a good snooker here. Just stick it to it, and I wonder if there's enough room, you know, between them two yellows for Dan to come back across.
I think there is, but I think
he's probably going to pot it, and that's
problem.
Not what he wants. It's a good shot.
Yeah, I think Gareth knows that.
I'm feeling relatively happy here. I think if I'm Gaz, I think he's probably winning this frame maybe 9 out of 10. You know what's going to happen now, though, don't you?
Commentator's curse at its best.
Absolutely.
Oh, I mean, it was unlikely that it was going to come out perfect.
Yeah,
but that's harsh.
I think he'd have been happy to just see it, but the pace he played at, I think he was going to do well to have anything good to go at. But you couldn't play it soft either. So
no,
it's one of them where you're pretty dead at in the water.
I think he's hoping that the red maybe and the yellow move out together and he gets some kind of shot, but he's
I think even if he gets this, the white's not going far, is it? Yeah, I don't think commentator's curse is going to be in effect after this frame.
Oh, Gareth, I mean, I think we were talking about the left-hand corner where the red was obviously there with the yellow. Yeah. But the more I seen the shots that Gareth was playing, taking control of the right-hand corner where the black was, it was actually quite clever because he was prioritising that, and then it's won him the frame.
I think he's got to just get the black out, and then play the one over. I think I'd get the black out here, you know, just bump that in the middle of the table, and then take the one over I mean, it's one of them you can pretty much go anywhere you want.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I think it would have been easier if he'd just bumped the black out and then played this one he's playing now.
Yeah, and then
because the black would have been just next to the middle pocket, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and then that ball that he's bounced out first would have been last. Just drop, and then
I mean,
but as you say,
yeah,
he could have done a number of things there.
He just would. I think he's never going to miss it, but I think you're a million out of a million if the black's not. You wouldn't back him against him for this, like, would you? I like the way he goes about his work, though, guys. He's just nothing's an issue. It's just take it in stride, and even if he's 5-0 down, you wouldn't know it.
Yeah, he's so cool, calm, collected. He's everything. I think I've said he's an inspiration numerous times, and it's maybe I'm one of these people that, as much as I love the game of pool, I was away from it for so long, Lee, and I'm thinking to myself, what is the point in playing again, because it's hard. And just as all the support that we have here, I mean, how lucky are we? Aramith, the Pro Cups, the Strachan, the Supreme, ADR 14. I mean, it's just incredible. Smart Rack, I-Beam, Halo, what we've been talking about and on board. Without these guys, Lee, it's not what we've got.
It's a cream of the crop, isn't it?
It really is.
That's one thing as well. I think the tables have played really good, especially since Santa and Paul have come on board. I think it's just consistent, and that's all you want, isn't it? Is consistency when you're playing at this sort of level, and you're putting the practice in at home on these sort of conditions, because you're looking after your own equipment and your own table. When you come in here, this is exactly what you want, and I think that's why you're seeing the standard. I mean, I was on about the amateurs to one of the lads the other day, and he was saying about when I was on it, do I think it's better than it is now? And I said, like, I think at the top end potentially not, but I think the overall standard of, like, there's 40, maybe 50.
Yeah, there is.
Where I think you could have an argument that any of them would win it. I was looking at, there was a section of the draw, and I was just like, that's frightening. That, like, I wouldn't necessarily be fancying it if I was in it.
Yeah, I know.
And yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily credit to. Well, I think it is credit to where the IPA is going, and the sort of environment that it's now getting provided, really. And I think that makes people want to be here in the longer races. I know people like to have the double a limb, and I think I would have if I was in the amateur still. I think the better players would come out more often, because how often do you have a little section where there could be 6 absolute monsters that are all playing each other? Whereas if you've got that double a limb, you've got 2 cracks of the whip, haven't you?
No, I know. I mean, I just think that we're at a stage now. I think the first thing the guys did was the deal with Supreme, the Supreme tables. Obviously, everyone has got an opinion on this, that, and the next thing, but to get these tables right away, get the deal done with Supreme, have the cloth brand new, have the conditions the way they are, then people want to come and play pool. It brings the better players. It makes them want to be here. You've not. I think looking at the pro and the amateur when I was coming down, looking at the draws, and you know that 99% of the players are all coming. They're all coming to compete. You're not going to see many walkovers. There's not many people withdrawing, because they all want to play.
Yeah.
In an event that's like this, and when you've got all the 8-ball direct stuff and the equipment that we're getting to use right now, it just makes you want to play pool.
Yeah, and like you were saying, that the people are coming to compete, and there's even the young kids. Like I sort of will encourage any young kids to come on and try and earn your apprenticeship sort of thing. But there's a young kid there, Callum Nichols, and he beat Mark White earlier on.
Unbelievable, that kid.
Yeah, and I've mentioned him before. I've put a little video on my own Facebook, on my own social media not that long ago, and I mentioned him and the way that he is, his attitude, and the how he conducts himself. And I think he's got a really bright future. And for him to beat Mark White, who he's played a lot of big guys for money in challenge matches and stuff, and for him to, I think he beat him 7-4, and the black that he potted full length of the table. And I was just watching. I didn't even really watch the shot. I just watched his back arm, and he just got down and floated it in as if it was like over the bag. And I thought, if he's putting them under that pressure at this age, with that mentality and that attitude, like, he's got a bright future. And I hope it works out for him, because I like him. He's a nice kid, and he's going to get himself in good positions by the fact I think he's only like, I don't know if he's 13 or 14 year old. He looks about 10, like, but
yeah, he is. He's just a kid. It's
a
incredible.
baby-faced assassin.
I was going to ask you a moment ago about what you're doing with this yellow at the top left, but it looks like Dan has made his mind up. He's going to try and get it now.
Yeah, I think if it goes for the side rail, if he hits the... I would play that harder, I think. I know he was trying to leave himself the one in the middle as well, but...
It's quite similar to what you've mentioned, though.
Yeah, how long has he left that?
2 balls out, do you know what I mean? And
if that goes... Like now, if you're doing that earlier in the match, in the frame, you're going to have more... If it doesn't quite go right, you've still got another couple of options, haven't you? Whereas now, how does he... Other than kicking this in, which wouldn't surprise me if he gets it, but...
Oh, he's got it.
There you go.
Dan Davey. Highlight reel moment, but he put himself in trouble, but that is some
This is what I mean, like... He does it regular, though.
Yeah.
So it's... I mean, I wouldn't argue, because he...
No,
last year, how many finals did he make last year?
No, that's what I mean. For me, he was one of the players of 2024. He was so consistent.
I would have given Player of the Year.
Yeah,
I really would, and
yeah, I would agree. It was he was just
because I don't think he was in. Well, from my perspective, I never really realised he was in that bracket of player.
Yeah.
Before I came on the tour, I don't know if it's because maybe he wasn't dedicating the time or maybe potentially my own ignorance, I guess, and just sort of seeing the big names and not potentially putting him amongst it. But after the performances last year, yeah, he's well in that bracket.
Yeah, he is. He's
not a flash in the pan, is he?
No,
like,
that's the.
And he's
to
here
have
again.
that level of consistency with the guys, and you know how stacked it is yourself. You're in with these guys.
Yeah, of course, it's tough
to get that level of consistency against the very best. And he's just always there now. That's the thing.
In reality,
he's always there.
In reality, you've got 64 absolute machines, like quality players.
Yeah.
So you look at the draws, and I mean, I've done it myself. I've looked around the draw and think, where would I want to be? There's not many. Not many places where you think, yeah, well, I'll just slot myself in there. Because even if you get through that game, my draw this weekend, that first round, I got Mark Fleming, one of the Scottish best players, and then you get Clint, former world champion. The last event, I've got Ben Davies, world finalist, former world champion, to get Adam Davis, former world champion. So it's just like, I'm just sick of playing world champions. But I mean, I've had a few good results, but yeah, it's just getting harder and harder, I think.
Yeah, it is. The competition is unbelievable, but it's what we want. It's that old. People say they want to play against the very best, and I find it funny. I say to people, you say that until there's a draw being made, and then you don't want to play the very best. You want to get as easy a draw as possible, and it's like. But for me, I think to be at the level that you guys are at, competing against the very best week in, week out in these events, I don't really. I would do that. That would be me. I would rather be in there than anywhere else.
I would as well. I mean, I think I had 3 semi-finals last year and a quarter-final in my first year, which I was quite happy with. But I do look around and I just think, if I ever was fortunate to potentially win one or whatever, which I hope I can do, like, what an achievement that is with the guys that you're in with. Because you've got, like you say, you've got 63 other players trying to do what you're trying to do, and then in the Open you've got 180 odd whatever it is, and everybody's here trying to do the same thing. If you're the one that's walking home that silverware, well, you've earned it, haven't you?
100% earned. And that's probably what blows me away with guys like Gareth, and obviously the consistency of Dan. It's no mean feat, and it just, sometimes I'm looking at it and I think, I just expect Gareth to go and win. I mean, obviously Dan's unfortunate there. He's broke the blacksmith in, and then it's odds law.
Yeah. That's crazy how often that happens. I've never seen it like it. Apologies there, guys, for if there's any background noise.
Yeah, just a little bit of background noise there, guys, but it's okay.
So I think he's probably going to be looking at the plant at some point, isn't he?
Yeah, it looks slightly offset, but
I think if he can play the plant but screw back to the right side rail, so he sort of leaves the yellow in that corner rather than trying to play the plant and then the ball he's planted with. because he might be pushing that to the rail, mightn't he? And if you can play that more positive and kind of punch it out, maybe.
He's looking like he was trying to line up to get the cue ball high and maybe run the cue ball towards the red. But I don't think he's came far enough.
I think he's going to try and screw it back for the one. I feel like it's going to go to the rail, do you? If he plays it soft, so if
he's just kind of dragging through it.
Yeah, that's exactly how I would have played it.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't have played it that well, but that would be what I was trying to do.
Yeah, fully committed. Yeah. Played that fantastic, and I expect nothing less from Gareth Hibbert, but
I think that is one thing with his blackball rules as well. Like, you're going off at this level. I would probably say it's high 90% that you lose a frame.
Yeah.
Even at like the first visit, you're not getting a look, are you?
It's probably the one thing that even the two guys that's on the table right now, that everyone seems to agree that maybe it should only be one visit.
Yeah, I think it should. I think that'd be a good rule change. I think that another one for me personally is when you put the black. I've said this before. When you put the black off the break, I think that should just count as a ball potted, and the black goes back on the spot or as close to the spot as it can, and you carry on your visit. Even if you don't put another ball, because if you put on the black, you're trying to be aggressive. That's what we're trying to promote.
No.
So if the black's going in, that's a ball potted. You shouldn't be penalised. So then I have to set them back up. I played against Mark yesterday, and I potted the black twice in a row, and I potted 10 balls, so 5 off each break, and then a third break went dry, and he cleared up. I'm thinking, where's the value there? Like, I've deserved more. Well, I felt like I deserved more. I mean, he was absolutely laughing, but.
Yeah, it's incredible how often it happens, and I mean, it's just happened to Dan there, going dry after he got a ball and got the black in the first one, and it's now 2 each in this British Open in Coventry.
You always feel like you sort of give frames away, don't you, when you're going off like that? I mean, he didn't go straight enough, like, did he? Got kicked off, so he was unlucky, but you just think you're not even having a chance, are you?
The next tour event, guys, is going to be in Glasgow at the Normandy Hotel, the UK Open. A local event for myself. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, I think you've earned a home on Stevie. You've got some mileage going on, haven't you? I think your car will be happy to. Might even leave the car on the drive, might you, and get a lift?
Yeah, that'll be good. When I say to the family at home, I'm off to the IPA again, they go, where are you away to this time? Yeah, 20 minutes across the road.
Normandy. What's it like, that hotel?
Yeah, it's had so many events through the years. It still holds darts events, boxing, all that. It used to have the pool. But over the years, I don't know what happened and why some of the pool events stopped going there, but it's had so much money spent on it over the last while, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to coming. I've only been to Glasgow once, and that was for the Masters last year. Was it last year?
Yeah,
December.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's the only time I've been, and performances weren't great, so hopefully try and put that right. But he's returned the favour there, Gaz, with the little in off. I mean, that was kind of. Well, you can't blame anybody for them ones, can you?
No.
When you haven't caught centre with the white and you squirted into them both bottom pockets, and that's honestly why I don't often do the front ball break. I think it happens so often. And even if you try and draw it straight into the middle of the ball cushion, which is kind of like what people try and do, I think how often balls come up the table and kick it in the corners or even in the middle.
A lot. And it's that. I mean, you see down there, he's just played the red down the side cushion. Not really a lot of work needing to be done here. He could have chosen any colour set.
I think I would be playing the one through the gap of the yellows now, get to the bottom cushion.
Yeah, I think
put the bottom right and get somewhere next to the side rail to just put the other one in the middle and float down. Gonna have the same sort of shot, isn't he? As long as he doesn't land straight or the wrong side of it. Just be on the cushion.
Yeah, on the cushion's good.
Perfect. No, these sort of shots you see a lot of people like screwing them up, or I just like letting the side do the work.
Yeah, 100%.
Float it up off, and you're getting that better line as well, aren't you? 'Cause with how reactive these cloths are, you start trying to nip them up with screw, and they're just so reactive. You're not always where you want to be.
You see,
he has an half pump that like.
Yeah.
I think I would have rather had the top one first on the next to the baulk line.
Yeah, I mean, he's okay, obviously, but he had the option of both.
I feel like it was much easier, but again, I always think that, well, not so much now. Obviously, everyone's using the Tawam chalk, but these sort of shots, you can't get kicks on them little half ballers.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially over the distance. It seems to happen when you play it that little bit softer, like the shot Dan's just played there, and you do get that kind of skid on the contact. But
yeah, you do.
But he's took them well. I mean, I didn't expect Dan to make any mistakes there, but he has gone 3-2 in front.
Yeah, it's a story that the break hasn't sort of favoured the breaker, hasn't it?
Yeah, there's not been. The breaks seem to be okay, but the cue ball, I mean, Dan's break when he's knocked the black in, it was a decent break, and then the next one he breaks dry, he goes on off, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was straight enough, yeah.
Loses the frame, and then obviously Gareth hands him one back, so you can see it's all going. The arena still, this time on a Saturday night, it won't stop anytime soon.
No, it won't. I feel like this match is going to start heating up as well, with them having good chances with ball in hand. It kind of gives them that little bit of rhythm to then obviously make it more of an attacking match going forward. So we love a little Dan break. He definitely wants to be trying to keep the white on the table. Does stand quite high in the break, doesn't he?
Yeah, I often ask some of the players that do this, they go to either side and then
he butchered that as well.
But they hit the front ball, they go in an angle, hit the front ball, and it is amazing how often it tracks towards the opposite top bag.
Yeah.
And he's had that. I mean, he's probably quite fortunate. He's put his hand up. But I often wonder, and I think what you just mentioned, that a lot of players will try and screw straight back off the top, and but Dan there, he's almost went in off, and he's quite fortunate he didn't get kicked in as well.
Yeah, he's making it. He's playing a double here, or is he trying to get thin?
Oh, good shot.
Yeah, he's out.
Dan Davey.
These are sort of like, you know, when you kind of sat and your opponent's got these, you're just thinking, I'd rather you just set him up, because you don't want to watch him do it. But
no,
how
I know.
You never know, do you? Like, anything can happen in this game, and I'm not one to concede frames and stuff like that. Even though it kills me sometimes, like if they're on the hill and they've got potentially dollies, you never ever know. And I've had one earlier on myself, 6-5 down and against one of the local lads to me, and I was sat thinking, I'm done here, it's game over, and if I did concede, I would have walked away thinking, well, he would have got them anyway.
Yeah.
And he never, and yeah, you just never give up. I think, and etiquette wise, you should let the guy clear up. I think it's good. It's the right etiquette, isn't it?
I must admit, in the past, I mean, in the distant past, I would be one of the guys that would think, oh, come on, and maybe somebody's milking it and they've got balls hanging over the pockets, and I actually get the nickname scatter balls because I'd end up just scattering the balls all over the table. But yeah, I mean, in the last number of years especially, listen, let the guy pot the balls. You never know. You really, and plus, I think it's quite respectful as well.
I think it's the right thing to do. I think when I was younger, I had probably a little bit more of an arrogance or attitude, but I mean now I like to try and think doing the right thing, and being a professional and stuff. I want to act like that, and if there's any young kids, I want them to adopt the attitude to the game that I have. So I think it's important to do the right things and act in the right way, and just show what young lads should be doing. But yeah, he's took them out without any fuss, as we sort of imagined.
He's played a good shot on his second last there, just to little trace aside inside the yellow. But Dan, it looks like he means business. It's like
he hasn't really done anything wrong, has he?
There's 6 frames in. It doesn't feel like the match is totally sparked to life yet, but it's been good.
I think Gaz will want to be getting himself on the board again here and closing that gap. If you lose this 3-frame gap, kind of. I mean, you can see it swings around about, so you can soon close a 3-frame gap, but you just feel like when there's a little bit more pressure on every time you go to the table, if you're 5-2 down, everything's magnified.
Yeah, big frame here, as they all are in any final. It is the British Open here in Coventry. Brought to you by Supreme Pool, Strachan 861. Aramis Pro Cups, on board sportswear, 8-ball direct, the halo and the I-beam lights are absolutely first class. Is he dry?
He is dry, and you think, well, he's a bit unlucky, but he was going straight and off in that corner again, and there's a ball that's just come and careered the white out the way, which, I think he'll take out reds here anyway, but if he's got 2, it's an absolute certainty.
Yeah, a chance to give some serious daylight between himself and Gareth here.
Think he'll be taking reds here?
Yeah, I think he should. I think that if he can pop the one to the right hand side of the two at the top,
yeah,
I think you pop that in, just bring the cue ball back a few inches, and then quite straightforward here for Dan. He's decided to kind of stun off.
Would you be tempted to pop this one in the middle now and float down here?
Yeah, well,
I want to get out. I want to get them out
yeah,
early, don't you?
100%.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of sort of going up and down and away from your work and back to it, but I think it's your best sort of chance to get in them balls.
Oh, Dan Davey.
Oh, that's
Dan Davey, that is naughty.
But I'm not really sure how we worked that out, whether that was actually the plan or whether it was just dudes focusing on the ball off the ball, but to come and flick that other one. And I think it's made it easier as well, obviously, leaving the ball over the bag because you can just rest one on it.
Yeah, need to ask him about that after the match. That was lovely bit of imagination from Dan.
It was a good shot as well, that, because that red I think it only had 2 pockets to go into, the bottom right and the top right. So yeah, it was a nice little shot, but I think he'll be one of... I don't know if he's going to play the red on the right hand side off the yellow, or whether he's just going to land on it now. I think I'd be just tempted to try and land on it now. Yeah, so he must be playing it off. Would you try and... I wouldn't risk it skilly, but...
Might play it. Yeah, 2 shots in one.
Yeah, he's played it nice, hasn't he? You think if that didn't go in, then you haven't to sort of...
Yeah, I know. That's...
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're bringing the yellow into playing. Had maybe a bit of distance as well, but...
He looks at it like he's... that's the thing about him as well, you know.
And there's me thinking he would just drop that in.
Yeah, this is quite thin, this.
Yeah, he's made that awkward for himself.
Bridging like this, if you kind of catch it with a little trace aside, you can end up pushing it thick.
Yeah, I know.
He's going to try and hit the centre of the cue ball as you can, isn't he? But
yeah, that'll do nicely.
As I was saying, I think he's one of them players where he's never sort of going to feel inferior to Gaz. Even though I think probably the majority of pool players would say they think that Gaz is better potentially.
Yeah.
I just think Dan doesn't really worry about that. He just worries about what he's doing and the chances that he's getting, and doesn't really matter the opponent, and I think it's the right attitude.
I think that is absolutely nail on the head, because the success that Dan has had over the last couple of years is down to the fact that the guy just plays the balls. He looks at the table, and you see it with some of the shots he plays. He lands in trouble, off one cushion, back kicks them, Filipinos them into the top corners. He'll play 3 balls off each other, and it's like I think you mentioned it in the first frame. I think he's just going to pot the balls and then see what happens.
Yeah,
and it's like he basically plays like he's flying in the seat of his pants kind of thing. It's just however they come out, and he doesn't care who's sitting across from him. And it's not a bad way to think when you're on the table. He's back towards that top bag again.
Yeah. I feel like I don't want to say he's necessarily getting away with it, but he's not hitting it as central, I don't think, as he would like. I'm not sure if it's the front ball that he's not hitting absolutely dead on, or whether it's more the cue ball he's hitting like with bottom left or bottom right, so it's squirting towards the corners. But his cue ball is quite wide, isn't it? Like Gaz hits, I feel like it's a bit straighter.
Yeah, it does.
Whereas Dan breaks more from the side.
I know. It's something I've noticed ever since the first day I sat down to do some commentary, that people that if you break from the left, the cue ball seems to go to the right, and I know that sounds quite obvious, but it seems to be in danger quite a lot. And obviously, I know Dan's not aiming to go there. He's not connecting with it bang on, but this stage in the match,
Not sure about that one, you know, just left in the red in the middle. I'm not sure if he what angle he's actually got, whether he's sort of going to the left towards the yellows, or whether he's pretty straight where he could run through.
I wonder if Gareth will take the middle red.
Yeah, you think he
cut it back into the middle?
think you might want that to move the yellow. That's the only.
I don't know if he can. He might need to play. Yeah, the one at the left, and then try and kick it.
I don't mind this from Dan though, as well. Like, you kind of think, well, I'm 5-2 up. Yeah, that's a bad shot. If I didn't realise I had that angle, so you can just move the yellow now.
Yeah,
I feel like he's given him the decent opportunity.
Yeah, he's just kind of and the Reds are out with the top right hand corner. The Reds are okay. Red on the left hand side goes down. Obviously, the red next to the black has got an option to the top right corner once he moves this. So
yeah, I think he wants to hit the yellow quite thin to push the yellow like, to the rail and squeeze the red. Just like that. Not sure if he's on it. Like, I think he might be. But yeah, if he didn't leave him that shot, I think it would have been a decent shot from Dan. Like basically saying, well, I'm 5-2 up. If you want to have a go, crack on. But I think the percentage wasn't really there for Dan to go from either, so I can't fault him for putting the ball in Gaz's court.
it's not easy to get out here. Just maybe on and off the cushion.
Ooh. That is not good.
Yeah, I don't think he's on anything.
I don't know what he's got here.
I thought he would maybe just screw off the top left-hand side of the cushion and just come back out towards the baulk line, take his medicine.
I think he's playing a nice little game here, Dan. I think he's thinking, like, fair enough, even if it is like maybe a 6 out of 10. Still let you have a go at it. Nope.
Yeah, as you say, Dan's maybe thinking to himself, I don't fancy them. If Gaz gets them, fair enough, but it's not a high percentage finish.
No, I think
you just don't. I don't usually see people handing Gareth the table saying
no.
fill your boots, but
yeah,
fair enough.
I think he's gonna play this to leave the plant, and then cannon the reds out. Is it 2 yellows? Sorry. Got to be careful. I feel like you kind of need to go in the middle of the two, so you push one towards the middle, and you maybe leave the one that's closest to the cushion. I think might be even touching, yeah. Nice playing safe.
He's playing a snook, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's putting him a little bit of pain here, isn't he? And stamping his authority a little bit.
I think Dan must have heard me before this match tipping Gareth to go on and win it.
Well,
yeah,
I like this shot because of how welded in he is.
Yeah, he's playing great. I think Dan right now is well worthy of his lead.
Yeah, I think he definitely deserves his lead. I feel like he's probably not pushed the ball out maybe as much as Gaz. This is going to be... Oh, I'll take the yellow anyway. Thought we were going to need a new table fitter there.
But we do have the fantastically brilliant wearing Strachan 861 cloth. You see it on your screen at the top.
I love it.
Yeah,
I really do. I do think you have to learn to sort of play with soft hands with this cloth, but once you do and you get used to it. Yeah, once you get used to it, and when it's brand new as well, it's lovely to play on.
Yeah, I think when it's brand spanking new, it's first class. And the thing is, there's a lot of people that will say, I prefer it when it's a couple of weeks in and once it's had a bit of wear on it, and I'm the total opposite. I love it that day.
I like it slidey.
Yeah, so that slide and skid and the feel that you get off it is just first class. But
yeah, and the pockets play more generous, so we feel like we're more world beaters than we probably are.
Yeah, sliding them 8 inches up the cushion, knowing it's going to drop. Yeah, it is first class, and it's good to have. And as you say, when you're getting that, when you come to the tournaments, knowing that when you're at home or on the table that you use, that you look after and you know it's in good condition, it's good to come and play in a tournament where you know the tables are very, very similar.
Yeah, because you're not having to have like 5, 6, 7, 8 frames before you feel like you're starting to get used to it. You feel like you know what's going to happen and what's going to do. I mean, sometimes these shots on new cloth where you're hitting them with lots of top, they just slide and die on you, but I do feel like the cushions have seemed a little bit firmer.
Yep.
Which them sort of shots that they can make you look daft. They really can.
I know.
But yeah, I feel like they have played a little bit firmer this weekend, which the players I think would prefer to a degree. Yeah, he's definitely looking good for his lead here, Dan.
Yeah, he is. He looks super solid. He's not making many mistakes, and he's playing the percentage shots like the little safety shot he played a moment ago. That snooker.
I think he's just hanging back at the right moments, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. And he could have been forgiven for playing the plant, the kick, and opening it up at that point, but he's making sure, and I absolutely love to see someone like that. As you say, he's putting Gareth through a bit of pain here.
Yeah, he is. I like the way he's played that as well, because if you overcommit then you land on the side rail, it ends up a much tougher shot than being at this side of the angle. Just caught that near jaw, didn't he? But put the pace he played at, give it every chance.
Dan Davey, 6-2 in front against Gareth Hibbert here. That is the IPA British Open in Coventry. Stevie Walker, Lee Shepherd, keeping you guys going. But I have to say, Dan, right now, he's good value for his 6-2 lead, Lee.
He is. I think is it Gaz's break here? I think he looks like he's staring down the barrel a little bit, but you'd be a brave man to write him off, that's for certain. It's weird as well. I think you only need sort of one break clearance and then a dry off Dan at 6-4, and then Dan's sort of looking to think, well, I thought I was away 5 minutes ago, and next thing the pressure's back on. But I think both of them, I don't think, have hit the break fantastic by their standards for the break, really. I mean, Gaz is usually an absolute weapon, but every break pretty much has gone towards the corner.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's it. That generally says, like, when you're feeling really comfortable and when you're playing well, when you're practicing at home, you drill it straight down the pipe and it's straight back to the centre of the baulk cushion. But under that little bit of pressure and the lights and I don't know, they're just maybe catching a little bit of unwanted side.
Yeah, it's strange. You could probably be at home or in the club or whatever it is you play in practice, and you could probably hit 100 in a row, absolutely spot on. But the minute that bit of pressure's on, all of a sudden you're not timing it and you're not getting it exactly the way you would like. But yeah, you'd be a fool to write Gareth Hibbert off here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think it is Gaz's break. He's got his cue in his hand, his break cue, I think. So I'm going to call a break and run here from Gaz.
The most important thing is to keep that cue ball on the table.
Got to say, it's been a great weekend to be part of, and it's an absolute pleasure to commentating on this final with you, Stevie.
Yeah, I wonder what they're talking about there, but Gareth to break, and it's a pleasure to have you, mate.
I think I heard Fiona say, have you seen that Stevie Walker? He's a good-looking lad. I think that's what they're talking about. Let's try again. I think that one was a bit unlucky. The one caught in the middle and the other one went to the corner. Looking like red zone it, but still messy.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest of contacts again.
Might take yellows actually, because I think he can. The double on the yellow that's on the side rail next to the reds wouldn't be that difficult a double, to be honest, if you land in a decent position. But it's just if you can get the white back out, I suppose.
I wonder if he could pot the red and move the yellow. Yeah, as yellows, exactly as you pointed out. He's going to be playing a double on that.
Yeah, he's straight in that bad area, isn't he? I love seeing attacking like issues early, and that's exactly what he's done there. I think he'll want to be trying to get on this double while he's maybe got the one in the baulk end, you know, so you don't really have to just a soft screw, and then you've got one over the bag, and you've got a hanger, or even the other one over the middle. I'm not sure if you want that one out the way though, just to make it like a full open pocket. Might screw it out here. Well, if he had the angle, I think he was looking at screwing into it. I don't like that though, to be honest.
Yes,
I think it's hard to get it out of the reds and get it.
Could end up in more trouble.
Yeah, and there's no control, is there? Because you have to hit as hard, well, not as hard as you can, but with a lot of aggression.
Yeah, you're kind of putting it in the hands of the gods. And it's not.
I think you should try and land on it now.
Yeah, I mean,
I like this. I like this way. If you can pot the one in the middle, left middle now, and punch down to anywhere, sort of maybe a couple of inches above the balk line, then play the double, and then the one in the balk end.
He's going to knock the red out the way and clear the path. I think here just to play the double. It doesn't really change the shot. I understand why he done it, but it doesn't really change the fact that he needs to pot the double, needs to get out.
Yeah.
And
I wonder how much the one next to the left middle is sort of involved. Like, is it affecting anything?
Yeah, I don't
Because
think.
if it's not, I think he should put the one in the balk end now and get better on this double.
Yeah, I don't think he's got a full bag here. And if he clips the yellow, he could kill it. He could put it in the side couch. Oh,
Jesus. Yeah, I didn't think it was the best angle.
No.
Yeah, I think this was the window that Gaz needed. He should stop the rot a little bit.
I wonder if he was playing the treble there because he didn't have the full. But then again, why
Well,
would you could then just
he
pour the
probably-
yellow?
He probably did, because I don't think he would have missed the double by that much.
No,
Even the angle of the white. Yeah. I mean, these are frames that you feel like, well, I've just absolutely give this one away. And
yeah.
When you're 6-2 up, I don't know, you don't want to be giving any freebies.
I understand what Dan was probably thinking there. But he's got me thinking that he must have been playing the treble because that yellow, and you can see from where it's sitting, it's taken up a bit of the bag, so you've not got the full pocket. So if you were going to play the double, you would want to clear that bag first.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And,
I
and
agree.
you actually mentioned that, get that, and then you're going up to the double, but he took the yellow into the right middle, knocked the red up, and he's just landed slightly awkward, and all of a sudden...
So I mean, sometimes I do think he has got a little bit of a funny shot selection, but that's in no way sort of degrading him or anything, because he's a quality player and his titles speak for himself, and like I said before, not everybody does it the same. And I think that's what makes our game great. You have got different styles and different abilities and different shots that you feel like happy playing. You know, like certain people might play in a certain way. Like you might leave a double, whereas some people like, I don't really like doubles, so I'm going to land on it and play down the rail.
I'm the same.
I mean, I used to love doubles, but I think I must have had 10 doubles this weekend and I've missed every single one of them. So I think I'll just twitch them down the rail instead.
It's a skill set of mine that I've never really been the best at. And I remember I said to Renzi a while back, he says, why did you not drop on the double? And it was such a thin cut into the middle bag. And I said, listen, I just fancied the cut rather than... He went, that cut was never on. You had to play the double. And I said, Renzi, I'm hopeless at doubles. And he went...
Probably because you don't play them.
Yeah,
isn't it?
He actually said to me, he went, I wonder if there's something you can do to get better at doubles. And he looked at it and I went...
As it says, you should be practicing.
Exactly.
I like Renzi. I think he's
excellent.
I didn't realise how knowledgeable he actually was.
It's fantastic.
I mean, I often do watch a lot of. Isn't it that well? I often do watch a lot of the IPA if I'm in between matches, I'll put it on the TV while I'm chilling in the room and I listened. He commentated on a few matches and just listening to him, I was glad he was in the comms. I thought he was a good addition.
He's first class, absolutely first class. He's a guy I've been around for a long time in the world of pool, and he's also a guy that if the chips are down, it's Renzi I kind of call on. He's one of the guys. He's good to have around the place, and his knowledge of the game and his understanding. He takes an understanding of individuals, so he'll watch you, he'll understand the way you play the game, and he'll kind of computerise that in his own mind, and then and he'll go, I see what he's doing here, and he's so good at that.
Well, there was a game, I think he commentated on my game with Ross Fernie in the Worlds.
It was in the Worlds, that's right.
Yeah, and I watched a little bit of it back. I mean, if I'd have lost, I wouldn't have, but I didn't, so I thought I'll watch a little bit of it back.
I remember we were talking about it.
Yeah, and there was what my thought process at the time when I was looking back at a certain finish, and he was picking up on the things that I'd seen further on in the finish.
Talking about Alan Reynolds, there he is on the screen having a little drink of his water.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he is.
He must hear us talking.
Yeah, he must have. Just looking at some of the scores there. See, Farns have seen a decider with Ryan Hopkinson.
He's
in the
another guy
Open.
that's playing great. Hoppo, and he's a good lad, isn't he?
I'll tell you what, he's a lovely, lovely guy, and he's a top football coach. I don't know if you
Yeah.
know. He's got some pros on his books. Sheffield United players and Sheffield Wednesday players and stuff. So the decider then, adding all against Lewis McCool. That's a decider in the British Open.
Yeah, Lewis is another quality player. And he's against Isle of Man legend Dave Adenau, 6 frames all. There's a lot of tough matches, even in the Open. There's no easy matches for the pros. The one thing I admire about a lot of the top guys is they always seem to be there at the end.
Yeah, the business end.
But I kind of hope that this year is one of the years where maybe an amateur comes through and does the Open.
Yeah,
and I
I'd
think
love to
there's
see it.
there's enough quality there. It just
Yeah, I do. You know, people like Scott Pope and people like that.
Yeah.
Just he plays in so many events and he's always sharp. And I mean, I do feel it is a tall order.
Of course, it is.
But it's a tall order for even any pros to be winning the Open. It's just that stacked.
I think with the amateurs playing the extra games, Mark Farnsworth got over the line against Ryan Hopkinson.
Yeah, I was going to see if the cameraman would be able to get on the table 15 there. Give us a little look. I wonder if they can get us on table 11 for the Adenol and McCool decider. See if the camera will pan around that far.
So, the Reds, for Gareth here, he's got the top left corner kind of covered to an extent, but it's these balls down the bottom. And you know he's going to be aggressively. He's going to have a go here. It's just whether he's got the angle to get.
You know, like when things go right and they're ultra aggressive, it just looks so easy, doesn't it? But you know, like things have gone a little bit wrong now and again. You just feel like he just looks like he's chasing it a little bit, doesn't he? And it's not very often. It's not very often. It just seems a little bit difficult for him at the moment.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't think he had any other shot, but there's moments of madness every now and again, and you don't get that from Gareth.
No, you don't. Is he going to play the plant soft here, do you think?
Yeah.
I think he can. I think that would be my shot choice.
Doesn't look... Can he hold the red and the cue ball at the same time here to have a second shot? Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I don't even think he tried to play the plant.
No,
He was just getting it over the bag and
getting close to the yellow. Kind of leave. Damn, minimal.
I'll tell you what though, if he can pop this yellow in the middle, I know it's quite acute, but there's a chance, a small chance. Could play the yellow on the left hand side, above the balk line, off the rail, off the red, sorry, and move that bag open. There's a little chance here, and the way Dan's been going about his work, you wouldn't back against him.
What would you be playing here, Lee? The one you're closest to and coming back across?
I think I'd play the one in the middle and land on the yellow in sort of the middle of the three, and play it off either the rail first or red first. And I just want to deal with that as early as I can now. And with the ball that he's closest to now, I feel like if you're anywhere nearest the middle of the table, you can clip that in and come back across.
Is he going to drop on the opposite side?
Yeah, I think I would have wanted that.
Yeah, so because he's landed wrong side now. He's obviously still got he can play the one to the top right corner, but then getting back down is slightly more awkward.
He has got a couple of options, but yeah, I think I would have been leaving that and getting that issue sorted at the bottom. Wonder if he could play the one he's closest to now, off the rail past the other yellow and off the red.
Yeah.
You'd rather play red first, do you? I think, because you're going to get much more purchase on the red. But then you're risking a double kiss, aren't you? So, I didn't mean that double kiss, but yeah, you've been a bit unlucky there.
I think that's one of the reasons that the yellow in the middle of the table. I like Turway. If he does that early,
I think he would be able to get better on it.
Yeah,
wouldn't he? Because he would have landed, instead of having to bring the side rail into play, he would have just been floating
Yeah.
down to the right-hand side of the yellow, where
Is he going to play the skilly here?
so you have to cue this well, like.
It's a tough combi.
Someone to get that out, hasn't he?
Wow.
I can't believe that hasn't even just potted the red. I wonder what the situation is with that black. I wonder if it actually goes in any pocket. Can't really tell. No, it's welded to the yellow. No. So yeah, it's not straightforward, is it?
He's got a bit of work to do here.
I feel like I wouldn't even mind if he played the bottom left one now. With
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit of top, so it sort of arcs into the yellow and the black together. So you've pretty much guaranteed the one over the middle at least.
Yeah. Worst case scenario.
Yeah, that's quite a nice little angle, I think, to go into it from. And let's see what he's thinking. I mean, this is missable.
Oh, he's on off.
Don't feel like he's been maybe. I don't know what the word is, but I feel like he's half making a decision and then maybe a bit of shot clock, and he's just thinking, well, I'll just have to play what I've looked at now. You know, when you're getting down and you're not 100% really what you want to do, so I just feel like he's in that little area at the minute. Things are just going a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it's not very often you see Gareth second guessing himself, but this has been one of the.
Oh, this could get messy. This, if he catches that black here, could just push it in front of the yellow.
Can he hold it? Is he going to have to go off the top cushion?
I don't think he can get off that black, you know. This is smelly, this. I don't think he can get away from the black. So it depends how far over he's going to push it. Oh, he played that really good. Because that was smelly.
Yeah.
That I think if that was Gaz playing that shot right now, that would have went wrong.
Yeah,
You know?
the way the match is going, 100%.
I mean, he judged it well, don't get me wrong, but I just feel like the way things are, I think Gaz, it would have just slightly went wrong. Not to say that Dan hasn't deserved the lead, by the way, because he's been the stronger player in this match so far.
Yeah, he's controlled that very well. He's overhit the first shot. Managed to give himself a little problem that he dealt with, and he's now 7-3 in front. And the gravy train is moving quickly towards
Yeah, he is indeed.
the British Open title, unless Gareth can turn it around quickly.
Yeah. I mean, again, you can never back against the likes of Gaz, but Dan doesn't look like he's slowing down to me.
Gav Robinson, 6-2 in front of Zach Wilkinson. Matthew Schofield, Chris Ferrier, 5-2 Matt.
Looking at that Adenall against McCool match, that's been on a decider. I'm not sure if it hasn't updated or what. Can we see it? Oh, yeah, we're watching now. Sorry, we've got this on the screen. Back up, cameraman. Yeah, it's been 6-all for a while, so I'm not sure if that was a little tactical affair. Yeah, that's the one we want to see. Table 11. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Lewis at the table.
Is he? Oh,
Played a bit of a
crazy one. Like balls going all over them.
And the black is right over the middle pocket.
Oh, he's not. I don't think he can squeeze. No,
I don't know what he's on because I couldn't see what he played, but
I don't think.
balls
I
were
think
everywhere.
yellows. I think he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's struggling.
Now, Gareth Hibbert, can you create some kind of magic for us and the viewers at home?
Oh, he's done well not going
wow.
off there. I'm just looking. Scott Pope and Jamie Fair. I'm assuming that's a semi-final, is it? Race to 8. I think that's semi-final of the amateur, maybe.
We'll get that checked right now.
Like I was saying about Scott, very good player, and because he enters a lot of events. And Jamie Fair, I think he'll be really happy, Jamie, because I think for quite a while he was coming and maybe not playing to his potential, and I think he'll feel much better for coming and having a good run. Yeah, so looking at that, I'm assuming the other semi-final is Michael Oliver and David Compton. Is that right?
Yeah, David Compton
Yeah,
beat me 8-7.
Two Northern boys.
He beat me 8-7, and he was quick to say that the best man didn't win that match. It was
he's a good lad in.
Yeah, he is. It was a good match. I've played.
You looked great when I was watching. I was sat down watching my opponent, but I was watching you as well.
I honestly, I've had one really bad kick and off, and it's
What was that? The quarters?
That was
the
was the last 16 amateur,
16, yeah.
and then he's beat Brian Cummins in the quarters, and he's now playing. Who's he playing? Michael Oliver.
Yeah, he's a former IPA champion, Michael Oliver, and
good standard, good players, and
yeah,
as I say, it's one of the. Listen, he's a good guy into the bargain, so
he's rapid,
good luck to him.
isn't he?
Yeah.
He runs around the table like there's nobody's business.
There was a couple of finishes. There's a guy up our neck of the woods, Anton Riley, and he's
I've heard that.
He's
the guy he played Mark Fleming years and years ago, didn't he? Yeah.
He can be a bit mad, but it's the way he plays, and he can drive you insane. And I says, I mean, it was like Anton Riley on steroids. Some of the finishes he took against me. He got loads of fortune. He was kind of kicking balls all over the place. But I got to see that's the way he plays the game, and he's a good player and he's a good lad. Yeah,
sometimes it happens with them players and sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, we got that result in. Lewis McCool got over the line against the Alaman.
Fantastic result. Lewis McCool, he is definitely one to watch throughout this year. Looking at these balls, can that yellow sneak inside here? It looks tight.
Looked like he was eyeing up the skilly.
Yeah. It looks as if it's slightly to the right-hand side, so it won't be easy.
No, not easy at all, but I think it's the best chance he has of sort of winning the frame at this visit. Yeah, just caught the side of it, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of them that it's obviously on, you can get it, but you need to just catch it on the slight opposite side.
I think you often need to forget the red and aim for a point on the pocket.
Exactly.
But yeah, two little scrappy frames he's won here, Gaz.
I think at this stage, I know obviously 7 heading towards 10, you want to be as close as possible, but I think for Gareth, you want to keep Dan off 8 for as long as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think when you get to 8 and a race to 10, it looks like it's really near in the end. Whereas 7, I know it's only 1 frame away, but it feels like you're a bit further away than.
Yeah.
And there's obviously a lot of pool still to be played. So.
Yeah, I agree. Like you say, it's not that big. Like when you're 7-3 or 7-4 up, you do kind of feel like I'm in control and you've got a little bit of swag, but all of a sudden, like you have a dry and there's a couple of dishes and then you're only 1 in front. You think, well, I thought I was out the door.
Yeah, it can change so quick, and probably Gareth will be. He's not been at his best yet. I don't think there's any doubts about that, but.
I just think it's just gone a little bit scrappy from now and again, and I do think he pushed the ball out a couple of times, but that's his style. He's aggressive, and I just love seeing aggressive players, to be honest, and people who want to get on with the game. But I do like the other side of it. I think obviously the one that you mentioned with the likes of that is Dunster, and he rock solid. It's not the same style as everybody else, but it's very, very formidable, and he's one of the best players in the world. So not everybody's going to put him off the lampshades, and not everybody wants to be reckless or aggressive or whatever. And you'd be hard pushed to say that he's probably got the best shot selection in the world, hasn't he? Really?
Yeah, I mean, percentage-wise, I don't think anybody plays the percentages better than Liam. This is a story of this match. Both of them kind of breaking from the opposite side from each other, but both cue balls tracking towards the top corners.
Yep, and these are very nice.
What you're looking at here, Lee, are you thinking reds maybe standing out, or is it yellows?
Nah, I like reds, I think. I like reds. There's a nice little pattern there, isn't there? And
yeah.
I mean, you got any?
Yeah, there's an argument for both, but as you say, I think the pattern on reds kind of stands out.
Yeah. Take the bottom 2 in the balk end now, then the one just above the balk line. top that through, and then just kind of like he taking them in each middle. So yeah, there was a 4-frame gap a minute ago, and it looks like there's going to be a 2-frame gap after this.
Yeah, and it's
with Gareth to break as
Yep.
well. So I mean, well, if the story of the break's anything to go by, we might be tuning off. But I'm hoping not, because it'd be nice to get this tight and get them both feeling the pressure and kind of see who stands up to the metal.
Yeah, it would be good to create a bit of excitement for the people watching at home. I'm sure these two guys won't be caring about who's excited. They just want to get over the line.
Yeah, they just want to get that silverware in the car and the money in the bank, I think. Got to say though, it's a real step forward, like the level at the IPA. I think this year has been a real sort of groundbreaking year where there's very, very good players across the women's, the men's, the juniors that are coming on, and for anybody who wins any of these events, like, it's a massive, massive achievement, and they should be mega proud of themselves. Even just getting towards the back end, like, you've got to really be mega proud of yourself for doing bits in these events and taking matches away from players, because, like I say, everybody's here trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. And to win one of these is definitely something that you have to earn. If you get your hands on any of these trophies, then you've done something incredible over these weekends, because it is tough. And there it is, our sponsors again at the IPA, Aramith, Pro Cup, Strachan 861, Supreme Pool. The tables are absolutely fantastic. ADR 147, and then the guys at 8 Ball Direct, the Smart Rack, the iBeam Ultra Slim LED light. I mean, it is so bright in there, but the halo, that is a bit of magic, that.
Yeah, I'm like I say, I'm going to message Jal anyway, because he I feel like the ex that he won't reply to. But yeah, we're on about Dunster there as well. He's just 7-0 against Ryan England, and he's a good player, Ryan, as well.
Yeah, he is. An on-board sportswear, just looking at that, as I'm sitting with an on-board T-shirt, and then you look across the hall.
Yeah,
everyone.
Great, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. There's Mark Fleming and Kevin Ray. The man they call Kit Kat.
Yeah.
He can be hard work at times.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Yeah, he's a good lad.
Character. I think he'll be one to have a good run in the Open, Mark. I say I played him yesterday and won 8-6, but I don't feel like it may even he said I feel like I played pretty well. Just one of them things, and that's the thing at this level. I don't think you don't have to play bad and you can still lose. I mean, I've played matches this year where I haven't missed a ball and I've lost, and you think, well, how can that be, really?
Yeah,
that shows the level that you're at, doesn't it?
That's exactly that match with myself and David Compton there was some match. It was a good standard. He says to me after as soon as we shook hands, he went, "Don't think the best man won there." And I says, "Listen, I do feel a bit hard done by, but that's just the way it goes. It is what it is." We had a wee kind of chat, and you kind of, I was talking to Renzi, and I said, "Renzi, I'm gutted, but it's like I'm struggling to be disappointed because I played so well."
Yeah, I feel like you've turned the corner again, haven't you? Like you I felt like you weren't quite loving the game at one point. You were loving, obviously, the commentary and all the other stuff, but not loving yourself on the table, let's say. And I feel like you've got that little mojo back.
Yeah, I'd lost my way a bit, and do you know, I was starting to use this as an escape.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you know what, I can't wait to get off the table and I can just take myself away.
I feel like you know when you feel negative about something, negative things happen for you, and when you start to be more positive and want to, maybe you have a more positive outlook, like, you know, like if you've got a shot and you think, I feel like I'm going to get this, 9 times out of 10 it comes out positive. But yeah, now you're feeling more positive things are happening. It's the same across every walk of life as well, isn't it? It's gone towards the muck corner again.
Yeah. But these yellows, do you know that yellow that was in the pocket for a moment there? I was like, is there another ball up there? And then it vanished, and obviously Gareth's moved it. But
I was surprised that he moved that there without asking the ref. You know, like, I mean,
I think,
I'm not sure what the rules actually are on that, but I just think I wouldn't have risked it.
Yeah, just in case. I've heard someone say, and we might get corrected on it, that as long as it's left the slate bed,
Yeah, it's not a foul.
then it's not a foul. But
I seen one before, but it was on snooker. I don't know if you've seen the clip. I can't remember who it was playing. It might have been Selby against Ali. No, it was Graham Dott against somebody else. And the white ball was going into the corner, and he stopped it with his knuckles. So basically said, like, the white was in.
Right.
But then what's happened is, I think Selby or whatever has come to the table and picked it up to move it into the D, and the referee's called the foul. He's like, well, what do you mean? He said the white ball hadn't left the bed of the table.
Yeah,
so it's a foul because it touched his hand, but it hasn't left the bed, so it's not ball in hand.
Yeah.
And then Dot got ball in hand. So I was like, yeah, I would have, me personally, I would have just played the ball into the pocket.
Yeah.
You know, like put the white straight in the pocket to give it back.
Yeah, so yeah. Of
But
course.
he just got down and knocked one in and cleared up the thing.
I think that's it. I mean, even in pool, there's a few players we know on the tour that are quite ruthless. I think myself in a situation, I would
Couldn't
go,
do it.
listen, on you go.
I just want to win because I'm the best and on that day, and if I'm not, I can take that. I don't not into excuses and all that sort of thing. Like if I play, sometimes it doesn't go your way, but I'm not no time for excuses. And this happened to me and that happened to me, and 9 times out of 10, if you play well, you put the effort in, you put the time in, you do the right things, you get the rewards. And if you don't, that's just life. Especially at this game, you're not often forgiven, are you?
What's Gareth going to do about this yellow and black at the left-hand side? What would you be thinking he'll leave? If you come to the table and this is what you've got, you're presented with this.
I think if he gets close-ish to the just off the cushion, I think he can pump the yellow into the bottom left and come off the side rail, and then put the black in the same pocket. But if he ends up straight, it's going to take some cueing this. I wonder. I think I'd be tempted to screw into the black here.
Yeah, I was going to say, can he maybe just screw to boards it?
I think that's the right shot.
If he catches
I think
it at half
if he
ball,
could
it should be
screw
good.
into the red, if he could screw if he could just nip up off the red, because then at least you know where the black's going to be.
Yeah.
It's just more control on the white rather than the black. Yeah, he's all right there, I think. White ball's going here, there and everywhere, but I don't think he'd do well at going off thing.
This is quite similar to a shot earlier. And the cue ball hit a couple of balls and ended up in off, so
yeah,
we'll be travelling.
I think he's all right, But that clock's ticking down. I don't know if he's still got his extension.
I think he's going to be close to this red. Doesn't want it double. Oh, he's
overcut it.
Oh,
he
wow.
hasn't. He's plumb.
Wow, Gareth Hibbert, what a shot.
What did you know when we were 7-4 and they said all you need is a little dry break
Yeah.
and off and it's back in the game, and that's exactly what's happened.
It's not. I didn't even. As soon as he caught the black there, I thought this isn't hard enough. But the conditions, the table, the cloth, maybe on a rugged kind of club table, you're not getting that there. But it's a shot that Gareth could put his trust in.
Yeah.
And he's powered it in. Fantastic stuff. And it is all of a sudden 7-6.
Yeah, and like you say, he would have been looking at the early parts of the match and other people and think, he's not quite at his best, and not quite at his best, but guess what? He's in the final and he's only 7-6. And he's I feel like he's just starting to get a little bit of mojo.
And this is probably a pivotal moment in the match now. It's Dan Davies' break. He needs a good one. He needs to keep the cue ball on the table. He needs to keep it away from the top right-hand corner. But let's see what Dan does. 7-6 Dan Davey, the British Open final here in Coventry. Stevie Walker, Lee Shepherd, here all the way to the end.
Yeah, I'm excited.
That's a better break.
Yeah,
He's
that's the
got
best
that
one.
nice.
That's the best one in the match. That's probably the best one in his life, anyway.
Yeah. Gareth, a tap on the floor there with his cue. Showing a bit of appreciation for that.
Yeah. He needed that as well. Because Gaz is thinking, he sat there thinking, he's done a bit of the hard work to get back in the match. But then all of a sudden, like, he's kind of stepped away again. And you think, oh, here we go again. You've got to do it again, haven't you?
I'm thinking reds, one awkward red at the bottom right. Don't get me wrong, at this level, I don't think the yellows are hard. Just the two on the side kind of cushion at the left.
Yeah. I think he pots this one the bottom right and leaves the one on the left. And then them three to the right-hand side of the table sort of connect each other.
that to stop?
Yeah, he's all right. He can probably he can either hold it for the right for the one on the baulk line to play it in the right hand side of the table, or you can punch it across and put it in the same side. Just depends how. I'd punch it across, I think.
It's quite fortunate there. He could have put the yellow over the middle pocket, and that would have limited the shots for the black.
Yeah, he's fine here.
Oh, he's okay.
I think you want to make sure that you're off the cushion, and you don't want to. I think you don't want to land high, because then you're sort of coming towards the yellow. Yeah, it's all right.
I think he would have preferred to be a bit wider though, just so he can run down, because this is
Yeah, I
thinner than
agree.
it had to be.
Yeah.
If he's maybe another 6 inches to the left, he's just dropping it down, as you say, just staying off the cushion. So that's his pace control.
This is easy to let go of, isn't it? Ooh. I tell you what, that was much closer for comfort than I think he played there. I think he went to sort of play on the line towards the yellow, didn't he?
Yeah, 100%.
Just along that line of the yellow, and then you're good. I mean, he's happy with that, like.
It's a massive moment in the match. He needed a big break. He got one.
Yeah, I think
Finish to go with it.
It's mad, isn't it? Obviously, you're looking 7-6, and I don't want to say you necessarily start saying that you think Gareth's favourite from 7-6, but all of a sudden, look at the state of that frame there. Oh no! Turn it off, cameraman.
That's one of the frames that you sometimes need the referee to step in and say,
yeah, is anybody trying to promote the match here?
Yeah.
I think he's smashing him here, like, by the looks of it. Yeah, that's got about 6 hours left in it, that. I bet they're glad they're not paying for the light.
yeah, we'll maybe see that frame still going tomorrow morning.
Just looking there as well in the open. Lee Anderson beating Dean Shields 5-2. Both amateur semi-finals is Scott Pope leading Jamie Fair 4-1 and Michael Oliver 2-1 ahead of David Compton. Sets up for a nice little final. That obviously it's looking good for Scott at the moment, but
Yeah,
him
Scott,
against either of the other two will be a proper good attacking match. That
he's probably fortunate still to be in. He was playing young Ryan Martin. I think young Ryan's maybe 15, 16, young Scottish player.
Yeah,
he's from Dundee. He's different class, and
has he got like good mentality and stuff? Good attitude.
Scott's won that match 8-7, but I was in the table right next to him playing Liam Power. Scott was really, the two of them played great, but young Ryan's really unlucky not to get that match won, and Scott's managed to go over the line, and he spoke to him about it after it, saying, listen, I'm so fortunate that I've ended up winning that match, but listen, that might be the match that's a catalyst, because he's 4-1 up in the semi-final.
Yeah, I've got to say, he does get a little bit of bad press, Scott. I've heard of a few people, and I can't agree personally. I've only ever had a lot of respect from him, and I like people who work hard, and he gets everything that he sort of deserves. He's had some big wins in big events, Scott. He's just won another frame there, 5-1. I like people who put the effort and put the time and do things right, and I think he's one of them people.
Yeah, I like Scott. I can only take him at face value, and we've met a couple of times. He was at one of the big tournaments up in Scotland a while back, and he sat and had a wee chat on the commentary, and that was, I think, was it the
for Lola's,
that was it, wasn't it? And he's I think he's a great lad. So
yeah, me too. I can only speak well of him. To be honest, I think that is one thing about our tour. There's a lot of good people on it, and it's good to be a part of, like, in between matches and stuff, spending time with different people and like mingling with a few of the lasses. Like, they're all a good laugh, and it's just nice to be a part of in between matches. I think when you sort of over the years you enter loads of events and you kind of sit about in pool halls all day, and it's not that glamorous, is it? But I think coming here, it's nice and relaxed in between games, and there's a lot of nice people, a lot of good people on it.
Yeah, I think at the IPA right now, the ingredients are there, and it's just I've always enjoyed being part of it, but it really is. It's got a good feel. It's got a buzz.
I feel where it's going now gives me a lot of confidence in the future. Maybe more so than previous times. But yeah, I just feel like it's going in the right direction, and all we want as players is good conditions, good ambitions, and realistically, like, sort of being paid out on time and stuff like that, and that is exactly what we're getting, and that's exactly what we've got. And yeah, I think it's just going to keep going from strength to strength, and I think people's hearts are in the right place, which that'll help the correct decisions be made. Let's say, going forward.
I think when you're going to do stuff that you're passionate about, and you're enjoying it, and you're happy at your work, if you want to call it that, then all of a sudden you've got a chance to improve not only you but everything around you, because that passion it's infectious, and everybody can see the positive energy that's in the place right now. So it's a great thing to be part of right now, the IPA.
Yeah, I feel like if you weren't on it previously, and you're just coming in now, I feel like you've come at the right time.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, Scott's won another frame, 6-1, so he's taking a commanding lead in that semi-final.
Cue ball. He's okay.
Yeah, he's good because that yellow goes in the middle.
I like the fact that he played it so positive. It was always going to be risky, but
I mean, he's not even really going to bring the Reds too much into play, I don't think, but I find it hard that he would, even if he went towards them, that it wouldn't go right. Just how them Reds are sat.
Yeah, doesn't want to just miss them and drift towards that top left corner. Oh, he's played it well. Nice weight. Good control. Dan.
Yeah, I think he's just slightly light, but I think he can just drop it, can't he, and put the black in this bottom right as we're looking. Tell you what, he got sort of asked a few questions, didn't he? Gaz coming back like that, and he's answered every one of them. Think he's going to cut this to the middle, or is he going to put it in the top?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he would have just dropped it and put it in the bottom, but chances are he's going to cut it in.
It's weird, you know, like I think I would rather play the cueing shot, and just put it in this bottom. But I think you're hardly ever going to miss the cut, so
I know
it's probably the cut is the right shot in it. No, yeah, like you're never going to miss the cut, but I just think I prefer to put it in the top. I don't.
Yeah, I just
stupid, really. I don't know
where he landed. That it was just drop it in there and just play the black.
You can't twitch that in the middle, can you?
No.
Like you just aim at the angle, and as long as you're at the centre of the cue ball, you're guaranteed. Whereas if you catch a trace side, putting it in the top, you can push the ball wide, can't you?
So Mark, it looks like Mark's got a foul here, but I still can't believe this frame is going.
I mean, you're still thinking, like, do I really want to be smashing these all over?
Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee the black's going to come out. It might end up over the pocket. Yeah, he's going to smash
You're
them.
smashing the black here. The black will go in, you know. Oh. What's he on? Yellows. Even still, that's not good, is it?
Yeah, that's...
Wait, how does he get on the black here?
Maybe play a kind of safety snooker here at the top. But we are going to get back to the final. Is this going to be the last frame? Dan Davey on the hill. Can Gareth Hibbert somehow get a chance at the table and keep this final alive? He's got a ball, and with that he has a chance.
Reds.
Is the writing on the wall here, Lee?
Yep, I think he's getting these. Only, I think the worst ball, even though obviously he's got the one on the back end, I think it's the one on the left next to the middle. I think he needs to do something with that early. You were saying Reds here, Stevie?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one at the top left is obviously the perfect connector to the one across the cushion, but I mean,
do you think that red would squeeze in the middle past the yellow? Maybe off the knuckle, off the yellow and then in, or Because if it would, like, it's
Yeah.
solved. Oh, he's gone yellows.
He's going to go yellows. There is a bit of work to do.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't mind yellows because you can squeeze. You can either pot the yellow on the left-hand rail up the rail off the yellow, or you could even move it now.
Yeah. I think if he can see enough of this yellow, he can clear this pocket.
I feel like I prefer playing it up the rail off the yellow because then you're going to definitely work out how to get position from it. Whereas if you sort of play into it now, you're maybe not guaranteed. You don't really know where the white's definitely going to end up. See how he plays it. I think he's going to play it positive though, regardless.
He's on off.
Oh dear. Yeah, he just didn't catch much side there, did he?
Yeah, so he's tried to move it at that point. But the thing for me is...
He tried to move the red, didn't he, rather than the yellow?
And that's the... If you're going to move the red, just move the red and just come out into the middle of the table. Leave the yellow where it is, as you say, and then... But I think it's one of them. Listen, he's trying to go and win the championship. He's being aggressive. He's thinking this is his moment. And you can't fault him for having a go, but unfortunate. But unfortunate for Gas.
When he started there, I do actually think he was right going yellows. I thought red's first glance, but
when he played that shot,
I just feel like he shouldn't have played it off the red. I think like he should have attacked the yellow.
Yeah.
And then the white would have been nowhere near going in off. But I think it's one of them when you sat watching, and when you playing it, you see it different, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, Dan might watch it back and have a look and think he could have done a multitude of different things there, but like I don't think the shot, if you're going to play to get the red out the way, then you need to forget about the yellow at the same time.
Do you think that he maybe did actually still play the cannon but just misjudged it? Because the pace he played it at, where else was the white going to go?
Yeah, I think he was still... I think he was...
Trying to do both, didn't he?
I think he was trying to do both at the same time.
I don't think you needed both. Just one of them would have done.
Exactly.
But unless you just thought, I'm just going to try and make it as open as I can. Ooh, is he under it, that? Oh, he has.
Gareth Hibbert. I'm actually surprised he played it that way. I thought he would have maybe, if he was going to play to come through the gap.
Down.
Yeah.
Could he have like squeezed it down between them two yellows and left the bottom one?
Yeah.
And then had the two reds either to the middle or...
Well, that was my thinking. I'm thinking if he's going to come down, or the other option would have been to bring the cue ball back and then take the one on the right-hand side of the three, but...
Yeah.
He's, for me, the shot was to run through the gap.
He's going to need quite a lot of left-hand side, isn't he? Yeah. Is he... Yeah.
Oh, it looks like it rocked back a little.
Dan, this is your moment.
This is the moment for Dan Davey.
Do you like the one on the right into the, and then go take the white in and out of balk, try and get as close as you can to that left side rail?
Yeah, I think that's the shot. Give himself the option.
Or do you land on the one to the left of the black and then punch that to the side rail, so you've kind of got two rail shots last? Obviously, if you play the bottom one of the two, you've got that for the black in the middle.
Just about perfect.
He's not out here. I feel like there's a little... If there's any sort of movement in the back arm, I feel like it can go wrong. I feel like you probably want to land on the right hand. Yellow.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I don't think he's left anything here.
I feel like, yeah, I'll be playing a billion here.
Yeah, I think that's
Half
the only
ball
shot
off
he's
the red.
got.
And the red goes past the black, I think. So if he doesn't land on the bottom one, it's like a secondary option, I suppose. Seen there. Oh, that's finished. Scott Pope is into the amateur final with an 8-1 win over Jamie Fair. But great tournament from Jamie Fair. I think he'll be happy with his efforts this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect Gareth to make any mistakes there on the billiard. It was all about pace control.
Yeah, I think he played it nice because he's left. Obviously, he's left the drop in red, but so the white's not going to be gelled to the rail after. He had a lot of angle there, didn't he? I thought he was just going to be maybe an inch above where the red was. Unless he just played it with a bit of rush of blood, maybe.
Yeah, I think he's maybe just overhit it slightly.
Yeah.
Needs to drop this in bag weight. Leave a simple black.
Get to there.
He's got it.
Gaz's break. What are we saying, Stevie? Is he going to force a decider? 9-7. Break dish. 9-8. Who knows?
There's a long way back.
We're hoping for a decider because we're here all night. Lee Anderson 6-4 up against Dean Shields in the open.
Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle in the background there.
Yeah, he's one of the
he's on
one
the
of the best
pitch,
players in the world, if not the best. Good guy as well off the table.
Yeah.
To go along with it.
He
Great
posted
ambassador for our sport.
Fantastic. He posted yesterday, you get out of it what you put in. And I'm thinking, well, he's not been putting a lot in over the last while because
Yeah, but
he's
been taking
doing
loads out.
Yeah.
I'm sick of him taking all our money out. But yeah, one of them people where he's got that bit of aura, hasn't he? And
yeah, he's a class act, Mark.
I feel like players like Mark as well, they get so many wins just off the name.
Yeah, that's like, a fact.
Yeah, and I mean, you probably more on a lesser scale, like for myself, when you played in local leagues over the years, and you have people that sort of they gift you frames just because of a little bit of stature, maybe, and I used to love winning their matches, or just off a bit of fear. Just I don't know, it's nice, isn't it? Just to be gifted one. I got gifted one earlier, to be honest, on the table that you were watching.
Is Gareth going to play the plant to start off here, red onto yellow? I think that's what he's looking at.
You don't want these, do you, to stay alive? You know when you get this sort of opportunity, you're singing.
Yeah, this is.
I don't want this chance really because I have to go, but I don't want to go.
Oh wow! How is that going? How is that going through that gap?
Do you think that goes with the side? Or I don't want to go here like at all. I think you should just take the bottom left bag. Before you start taking too many more balls off the table, I'd just try and get a little bit of a foothold in the frame. The bottom right bag, you've got a little bit covering the red there with the other yellow. I think I'd just squeeze this one over the left bag. Try and, manoeuvre a few balls out and just make you just don't want to gift him it.
No, exactly.
I think by going the percentage here, you need luck here. And the right at the bottom of the table, the yellow at the bottom of the table is awkward.
Needs to be careful here.
This is the right shot, definitely.
Yeah. But you know what it's like on the cloth, I mean, it's so fine. That kind of shot, the slightest move, even on a finger marker, or a bit of chalk, all of a sudden he's knocked that in and he's in trouble, but he's played it well.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to be welded up behind this red, so he kind of has to squeeze the yellow over the bag as much as he can, but then he's going to end up behind the red again. So he's either going to have to come out with a snooker or... Well, he's not playing that.
Is he going to screw in behind the black?
I think I would have preferred... He's played a good shot, I think I would have just preferred to squeeze it behind the one that he's just moved out, let him cover the bag again and do the same again. And then just kind of he's going to be forced into going from them. But I suppose he's...
Yeah, good shot.
He's got that red out, hasn't he? No. But I liked it there as well, just for a bit of traffic. Who do you feel's got the sort of upper hand tactically?
That's actually quite a good question, because I think in the tactical moments, both of them have made some mistakes. But I've probably... I would maybe say that I'm maybe a wee bit surprised that...
Tell you what, he's left him a chance here, Yeah,
if he can get that.
So he's going to play the plant on that now, and then he's going to put the one in the right corner and attack that bunch. I think it looked good, but I think it's just...
Yeah, just take the cue ball up past the middle pocket.
Yeah.
Just needs to miss the knuckle and he's fine.
I think he needs to make sure he gets this central. Don't want to lose the yellow. Ooh. I don't like that. I think you wanted it right over the bag.
Yeah, he could knock the black in here.
I don't like this. I
don't like it at all. I would not be crashing into it. I would pot the yellow and then I would play the kick off the one over the pocket.
I think if he comes off the rail and hits sort of the right-hand side off the rail, right off the rail, hits the right-hand side of the red, that could push the black straight towards the yellow. Oh, that's nice. That is, oh wow. That, I don't know if that's just come out really good or whether that was what he played, but
I think the control that he played that with was exceptional. I mean,
yeah, I do like. I like the when it comes out and you execute it well, you can have that softer control, can't you? But I think sometimes you want to play it more positive, just in case you're not perfect.
Just in case, it's always that. Just in case, I'll put a bit extra on it. But yeah, the control he's played that with is fantastic. And
do you screw into the red?
I think so.
Don't want to go through the gap like. He's absolutely world class. Wonder if they ever just get bored being this good. Just miss a couple now and again.
Yeah, 9-7 down.
I think he was a bit unlucky there, Dan, because he actually did play like quite a nice little shot.
Yeah, he did.
I found that in my own game a couple of times. I feel like the shot I'm playing is like it's a really good shot, but
just
I'm not executing it. And them little fine margins, and you're losing the frame where if you'd have just maybe had that little more care, or like if you're in front in the frame, maybe you play that little shot.
Yeah,
not as well, and then all of a sudden, where you were in front, you think, well, I'm actually second best now.
Yeah.
And then you're chasing to get back that control, and you never do. So looking there, David Compton's took a 4-2 lead over Michael Oliver in the semi-final of the British Amateur event.
Yeah, it should have been me. Good player, and it's no surprise to me that he's at the tail end.
I don't think they'll be needing a shot clock for him.
No, definitely not.
I think they should just sack the extension off. He won't be needing that.
Andy Lucas was at the next table, and honestly, he nearly walked through Andy about 5 times. And I met Andy at the lift, and he said, "That guy you were playing was crazy, yeah."
Polar opposites them too, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, have you seen the split screen with O'Sullivan where he gets a fastest maximum, and then Hendry gets a 12 break? Not Hendry, Ebden gets a 12 break, and they have the split screen on each one. He knocks a 12 break, and in 5 minutes, 47 seconds or something, and he's had a maxi. These are the type of chances you want, aren't they?
Yeah, this is the moment, I think. He's still got to take them out. There's huge pressure trying to win any tournament. But over the last couple of years, Dan's been there plenty, so he knows what it feels like.
I feel like, when somebody's done it before, they've got that stock, haven't they? Like if this is like a first time champion, you're kind of thinking, is there a chink in their armour? I mean, that's not the best, like, is it?
He's going to have to play it totally different now. He's going to have to slide the yellow out and flick the red in.
Can he still play the plant, but pretty thin? But he's obviously going to have to squeeze the red. The yellow just past the red, isn't he?
Yeah.
Looks thin, like.
Yeah, it's thin.
And I think with that type of shot, you'd probably want to screw it off the side rail, the bit of check side, but you don't want to land on this bottom cushion.
Yeah, you don't want too many balls travelling here.
Although, even if he did land on the bottom cushion, as long as he can pot the one in the middle what he's playing now, I think he'd still be all right. Just got a little bit messy though, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was surprised he never just a little bit of running side and came down the opposite side.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would have come the way that you said, like up to the middle of the sort of balk line. No, I think he's fortunate.
Yeah, he is. I mean, it looks like he can just sneak it past.
Yeah.
But he then needs to make sure he gets it out of the way.
I wonder what sort of angle he's... If he's sort of dead straight on the plant, not easy, because you're pushing the yellow to the rail. So you'd have to put it in here.
Does it go?
Well, that's the second good chance he's had to win the match, and he hasn't. I'm not sure he's played the right shot in that frame in particular. I think he can get this red off the left. If he hits the left yellow first, then half ball, then hit the bottom yellow.
Yeah.
I think if he plays that positive, he could squeeze one off the rail out the way. And I think he's pretty open there, but how aggressive are you sort of with the cue ball? Obviously, the more you start trying to do with the cue ball, the more difficult. And he's hampered as well to a degree.
I think he's going to be playing touch a right-hand side on it at the same time and could potentially lose the cue ball in the right middle. So
yeah, and the last thing you want to do is just gift him it, isn't it?
Yeah. Which is definitely not easy.
Oh my, as if that's gone straight through the gap. I don't think he can believe it, can he?
No, that's...
You don't... if you Gazzy, you just think, I'm staring at the barrel here.
If he was off the cushion slightly there, he might have still had a chance of getting it from the one in the right middle, but...
Do you think the yellows are sort of like covering each other a little bit? So if he
they're
played the
slightly
double,
awkward.
he could have an element of safety. Yeah, that's not where he wanted to be. Can he clip off? Can he sort of clip it out and leave the white behind the two reds next to the baulk cushion? Or
I actually quite like that shot, because even if he doesn't get it perfect and he leaves Dan a shot, it's going to be distance.
It's going to be like a plant, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're all quite awkward, as you say, covering each other. So
I think what he needs to do, though, he needs to cut this side rail off, because if he sort of comes off from the baulk cushion end, if he sort of comes to the left side rail and... Nah, I don't. I think he's out. I think he's beat here.
Yeah, I don't think...
Because even if Dan misses this, the white's on the bottom cushion anyway.
See,
there's not much to go at.
I don't think he could get to where he wanted to be off that red, but even if it was the one on the left-hand cushion there, even if he just bounces it out slightly, it's in the way. I mean, it leaves a lot of work to be done.
Yeah. Oh, that was fortunate, you know. He did.
Yeah, he's...
I mean, I don't think he'll care.
No, of course.
He's just thinking...
If it hits every single ball, he'll take it. He's going to have to screw it all the way back across, I think, here.
I think I use the black as a little bit of a target here. If I can just get to this near side of the black. That bottom one must go. Sorry, the right-hand side one must go.
I think he's on the one at the back end. Yeah, I think he's okay. This match just about to be over and done with. And the British Open here in Coventry, brought to you by the IPA, is almost over for the professional ranks.
And I do think Dan, on the base of it, I think he's been the better player in this match. And
yeah, it's hard to say that Dan is not the deserving winner here. Gareth has just had to hang on to his coattails.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure commentating on this with you, Stevie, and well done, Dan Davey. Absolute machine. Commiserations, Gareth.
Yeah, congratulations, Dan Davey. He is the IPA Professional British Open champion. And we will be back with the presentation very soon. Thanks to Lee Shepherd for joining me through this match. Fantastic stuff. And as I say, we will see you very shortly for the presentation.
Pleasure, Stevie. Thank you very much,
Cheers, mate. Welcome back, guys. Stevie Walker here, and what a final we just had there. The British Open here in Coventry between Dan Davey and Gareth Hibbert. And guys, please make some noise for the two finalists. And unfortunately, we need to have a loser, and that is Gareth Hibbert. Gareth, commiserations. It was just one of the matches. It just seemed to get away from you, but you never gave up. You just kept fighting.
It was a funny one, really. There was just the finishes were coming out horrible for both of us early on. Really, I just chasing, and when you've only got 30 seconds, I mean, it's probably better to watch than people just taking tapping finishes out, because there was so much to do every time, really, for both of us. And it was just when you are running out of time, that's when you make those mistakes. And didn't break well, and my cue ball wasn't great in the match, to be fair, so Dan deserved the win, definitely.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Myself and Lee Shepherd were doing the final there, and the break was, I mean, for both of you guys, the balls weren't coming out great. The cue ball was travelling towards the top corners quite a lot, and it probably made it a bit more of a tactical match than the attacking flair that we usually see.
Yeah, that's it. They just weren't there. There's probably maybe three that you call simple finishes out of the 18 frames, 3 or 4 really, and all the rest there was quite a lot to do, but a lot of them you felt like you had to chase the finish, which makes it tricky, obviously, because you break down late on, you've lost the frame. So, yeah, it's just one of those matches. Yeah, I was losing the white to corners a lot, and so was Dan on a few of his as well. And try a couple of different breaks, but nothing better really. So, yeah, I probably, if I got that frame there, I probably broke well in the decider. It's just one of them, and I was waiting all night for it, and it just. But yeah, he played well.
Yeah, I think that's it, probably for the mere mortals that are used to seeing you guys just break and finish. Yeah. It's not as simple as that. Sometimes the balls just don't come out.
That's it. Sometimes it's just easy finish after easy finish, and we've all been on both sides of it, everyone in the room and everyone who plays pool. But sometimes there's matches like that where they're all a bit messy and you've got to chase, and the time comes into play a lot more.
Well, Gareth, commiserations. You were a great finalist, and no doubt we're going to see you back here very, very soon, mate.
Hopefully, mate.
Cheers. Congratulations, mate. And ladies and gentlemen, our winner, the British Open champion here in Coventry, Dan Davey. I mentioned in commentary, Dan, you were arguing a player of 2024. You could be heading towards a player of 2025 if you keep this up.
It would be nice, yeah. I was hoping that I wouldn't have a one season wonder sort of thing. So that was obviously the best I've been last year. So I was hoping that I'd do well this season and win at least one, hopefully. I've done that now, so I can hopefully relax a little bit, maybe get some more. You never know.
Well, obviously, I speak to a lot of the guys here every time we're here, and they talk about winning, breeding, winning. But does it get easier, or do you still feel that?
It does a little bit, yeah. Yeah. Playing in finals gets easier, definitely. I probably feel my most relaxed was in the semis and the final. Until I missed the one down the cushion, which could have been 10-6. Then I started to feel it a little bit. But I felt really good until then, and I think he seemed to have a lot of clearances where he'd come to the table and it was messy. You know, I think I probably got the slightly better run of the ball, but that happens, doesn't it?
There's quite a few frames that ended up going quite tactical because of the break. Gareth was talking about it there. You seem to be in control of a lot of them. Lee Shepherd said it on the commentary. He felt you maybe had the edge in those tactical battles, and maybe that's the thing that gets you there in the end.
I don't know if I got the edge. I don't know if I'd say that. Yeah. He's very aggressive, so, you know, but so am I, really.
No.
I think we're both kind of, if you leave us a half chance, we'll go for it. I think we're both quite similar like that. Don't like to get involved in them, but if you got to, haven't you? Sometimes I find it really hard to rein it in, but sometimes you have just got to play a containing shot. I don't like it. Yeah.
Well, I think over the piece, you're more than a deserved winner. You've been absolutely fantastic this full weekend. So, massive congratulations, Dan Davey. You are the British Open champion.
Cheers.
Take that, mate. Well done. Mark, it was quite a different type of final to what we're probably used to at this level. A lot of scrappy frames, both of the guys talking about the break, but in the end it was still another fantastic final.
Yeah, it definitely was. You know, it's definitely one of the, you know, for an IPA classic, you know, and we thought we was going to get the final frame decider, but Dan had the other ideas, and, you know, he's played terrific today. You know, he's been solid throughout. He's had some huge clearances at huge moments, had some close matches, and he's won them all, you know, but it's great to see Gareth back, you know, in a final. Sooner or later he's going to get back to winning ways, but, you know, Dan's a man at the moment.
Yeah, Gareth, we mentioned in there about his World Championship, trying to win it for a second time, and then he goes on to win the seniors and the Masters. He's just one of these guys that he never says, he's just never say die attitude. He just continues to find a way, and no doubt we'll have him back here again.
Yeah, like you say, I always find a way. You know, he seems to, like, you know, obviously has the disappointments, but dusts himself down and comes back an even better player, which is absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, he's an exceptional winner. Dan, he mentioned there, I asked him about, he was one of the players of 2024, arguably the player of 2024, and he was saying he didn't want to be a one-season wonder. Well, he's definitely not now.
Yeah, as consistency goes, definitely 2024. You know, he got to the final, he got to the semi-final back in Coventry, and then he won the event in Newcastle. You know, so as you said, consistency is the key, and a deserved winner. And here he is once again picking up a major trophy.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's good. It's good for Dan as well. It's good, obviously, as you said, trying to get over the line and trying to continue that aggressive nature, the way he likes to play the game. But to win another trophy this year, he can go on and do a lot more. There's a lot of pool left this year.
Yeah, he certainly can. I mean, he's just sort of fell away from the rankings. You know, he was going in the right direction, because I think his next step is try and get in the top 5 and maybe the top 3. And he's going the right way about it by winning this. And I'm sure sooner or later, you know, he's going to win 1 or 2 and maybe both of them all at the same time.
And we still have a lot of pool over this weekend still to go, Mark. It's not finished yet.
Yeah, not just this weekend, tonight. I mean, the place is absolutely packed. There's still games waiting to go on, and you know, this is like 2 champions crowned tonight. There's 1 more champion to be crowned later on.
Yeah, so 1 more champion to be crowned, and we will be back very, very soon with that match, guys. But from me and Mark, we'll see you soon.